The ballroom blazed with 1,000 candles, their light glittering off gilt-edged mirrors and the jewels adorning London's finest. Yet the brilliance did nothing to warm the bitter cold of February 1847, nor could it dispel the chill that had settled around Lady Beatrice Ashford like a shroud these past 18 months. She stood near the periphery of the gathering, positioned neither fully within the crowd nor entirely apart from it, that careful, uncomfortable space occupied by those whose reputations have been tarnished just enough to inspire whispers, but not so thoroughly destroyed as to warrant complete ostracism. At 26, she was no longer young by society's merciless measure, and the scandal that clung to her refusal of no fewer than 4 perfectly acceptable suitors, her unfortunate habit of expressing opinions at intellectual gatherings where ladies were expected to ornament rather than participate, and most damningly, the vicious rumors spread by Lord Pemberton after she'd rejected his advances had rendered her something worse than pitied. She had become invisible, a cautionary tale mothers referenced in hushed tones, a woman whose independence had purchased her nothing but loneliness. She watched the dancers spin past in their elaborate waltzes, their faces bright with wine and possibility, and felt the familiar weight of resignation settling deeper into her bones. The understanding that this half-life of social purgatory was likely all that remained to her now. It was in this moment of profound isolation that her aunt appeared at her elbow, expression carefully neutral, voice pitched low beneath the swell of the orchestra. "Beatrice, my dear, there has been an inquiry," her aunt said, and something in those words, their formality, their careful lack of enthusiasm, made Beatrice's breath catch. "The Viscount Hartwell has expressed interest in making your acquaintance. His father is unwell, you understand, and there are certain expectations regarding his establishment of a household." The meaning was perfectly clear. This was not a romantic overture but a transaction, a desperate measure to satisfy a dying man's wishes and silence the gossip that had begun to swirl around the Viscount's own prolonged bachelorhood and increasingly hermetic existence at his country estate. Beatrice had heard the stories. Edmund Hartwell, 32 years old, wealthy beyond measure, devastatingly handsome in that severe, unapproachable way, and entirely closed off, since a broken engagement years prior had left him cold and cynical where matters of the heart were concerned. He needed a wife for appearance's sake. She needed escape from the suffocating prison of her ruined reputation. When they were introduced an hour later in a quiet alcove, away from the ballroom's chaos, their meeting held all the warmth of a business negotiation between solicitors, his bow correct and remote, her curtsy perfect and empty, their eyes meeting for only the briefest moment before both looked away, as if even that small connection was too much intimacy to bear, and in that moment of careful, mutual avoidance, the terms of their future were wordlessly established. This would be an arrangement, nothing more, a marriage of convenience that would provide each what they needed while demanding nothing so dangerous, so terrifying, as genuine feeling. But before our lover's fate is revealed, subscribe so you never miss a chapter of romance and scandal, and tell us in the comments, where are you watching from? Now, let's begin. The wedding took place on a grey autumn morning when the sky hung low and heavy over London, threatening rain that never quite fell, as if even the heavens could not be bothered to offer either blessing or protest to the union being solemnized within the cold stone walls of St. George's Chapel. Beatrice stood in her ivory gown borrowed from her cousin, as there had seemed little point in commissioning something elaborate for a marriage that was, at its heart, a business arrangement, and felt the weight of resignation settle around her shoulders like a cloak she would wear for the rest of her days. Yet beneath that resignation, buried so deep she barely dared acknowledge it even to herself, lived a small, stubborn seed of hope. Perhaps companionship might grow between them. Perhaps kindness might flourish where passion was not expected. Perhaps this cold beginning might slowly, gradually warm into something bearable, if not beautiful. She glanced at Edmund as they stood before the Archbishop, his profile severe and remote, his jaw tight with what she interpreted as determination. She understood with a pang of something that might have been grief, to feel nothing, to keep whatever remained of his heart locked safely away where it could not be touched, could not be hurt again. He spoke his vows in a voice devoid of inflection, a recitation of words required by law and custom, and when he placed the ring upon her finger, His touch was brief and impersonal, gone almost before she registered its presence. She made her own promises in a voice that threatened to break but held, barely, and when the Archbishop pronounced them man and wife, Edmund's kiss to her cheek was so fleeting, so careful in its avoidance of intimacy, that it felt more like a formality observed than a marriage sealed. The wedding breakfast that followed was a stilted affair of forced smiles and careful conversation, their families visibly relieved to have the matter settled. Edmund's father, too ill to attend the ceremony, had sent his blessing from his sickbed, satisfied that his son had finally done his duty. Beatrice's aunt radiated the particular satisfaction of one who has successfully disposed of a difficult problem and society. That insatiable beast, always hungry for fresh gossip, found itself satisfied that the reclusive Viscount and the scandal-tainted lady had solved each other's problems in one efficient stroke. When at last they departed for Hartwell Manor, the carriage rolled through the countryside in profound silence. Beatrice watching the landscape transform from London's grey streets to rolling hills painted in autumn's rust and gold, Edmund staring fixedly out the opposite window, as if she did not exist beside him, and with each mile that passed, she felt the distance between them solidify into something nearly tangible. The manor, when it finally appeared through the gathering dusk, and was breathtaking in its beauty, a grand edifice of honey-coloured stone, with mullioned windows that caught the last rays of dying sunlight. Yet there was something cold about it, something unwelcoming in its perfection, as if it had been built to impress rather than to shelter, to showcase rather than to embrace, much like the marriage she had just entered. They were greeted by an efficient staff who bowed and curtsied with practiced precision, and the housekeeper, Mrs. Phillips, showed Beatrice to her chambers, lovely rooms decorated in pale blue and cream, with windows overlooking the gardens, and notably, pointedly, separated from the master's chambers by the entire length of a corridor. While Edmund disappeared into his study without a word beyond the formal pleasantries required by basic courtesy, that night Beatrice stood alone in her beautiful cold room, still wearing the borrowed gown, and understood with perfect clarity that she had traded one form of loneliness for another, and as she finally undressed and climbed into the large, empty bed, she told herself that this was what she had agreed to. This was the bargain she had made, and she had no right to the tears that slipped silently down her cheeks in the darkness. Weeks passed in a careful choreography of avoidance, a dance of two people sharing a house but never quite sharing a life, their routines established with the precision of clockwork and all the warmth of the mechanism's cold gears. Edmund rose before dawn each morning, breaking his fast alone in his study while reviewing the estate ledgers, and by the time Beatrice descended for breakfast, he had already gone out to inspect the fields, to meet with tenants, to ride the borders of his property, as if cataloguing every fence post and hedgerow might fill the emptiness that had taken up residence in his chest since he'd vowed never to feel again. She spent her mornings exploring the manor room by room, discovering the history contained within its walls, and it was during one such exploration that she found the library, a magnificent two-story room with floor-to-ceiling shelves and tall windows that should have filled the space with light, but instead only illuminated the thick dust coating every surface, the neglect that had transformed what must once have been the heart of the house into something like a mausoleum for forgotten words. The books were in complete disarray, stacked haphazardly or fallen to their sides, years of accumulated disorder that spoke of abandonment, and Beatrice found herself drawn to the project of restoration, not because anyone asked her to, not because it was expected, but because tending to these neglected volumes gave her purpose in a house where she otherwise existed, like a ghost, present but insubstantial, seen but not acknowledged. She worked steadily through the afternoons, organizing volumes by subject and author, cleaning leather bindings with careful hands, and lost herself in the physical labor of creating order from chaos, finding in the work a meditation that quieted the loneliness, threatening to consume her. Their only required interaction came at dinner, that nightly ritual of excruciating formality where they sat at opposite ends of a table designed to seat 20, served course after course by servants whose careful expressions revealed nothing of what they must think of this strange, silent marriage. Edmund spoke only when politeness demanded it, inquiries about her health, observations about the weather, and Beatrice responded in kind, both of them performing courtesy like actors in a play neither had auditioned for and between the stilted pleasantries stretched vast silences, filled only with the clink of silver against porcelain and the measured tread of servants' feet. Yet despite their mutual determination to maintain distance, Beatrice found herself watching him when she thought he wouldn't notice, observing him from library windows as he walked the grounds each evening after dinner, always alone, his hands clasped behind his back, and his head bowed as if carrying the weight of thoughts too heavy to share, and she began to see beyond the cold facade he presented to the sadness in his eyes, the particular loneliness of someone who had chosen isolation not because he preferred solitude, but because connection had proven too painful to risk. She noticed, too, his interactions with the estate workers, the patience with which he listened to their concerns, the fairness of his decisions, the respect his tenants showed him that spoke of genuine regard rather than mere obligation. And she understood that the wall he'd built around his heart had not destroyed his capacity for kindness, only locked it away where it could not be weaponized against him. What she did not know, could not see, was that Edmund had begun noticing her as well, the gentleness with which she spoke to even the lowest scullery maid, treating each servant as a person worthy of consideration rather than invisible hands, performing necessary tasks. The quiet grace with which she moved through his house, bringing a softness to rooms that had known only masculine austerity for years, but he said nothing, allowed no flicker of awareness to cross his carefully controlled features, and told himself that noticing was not the same as caring, that observation required no vulnerability, and that he could live indefinitely in this half-existence they had created, never acknowledging that with each passing day, the distance between them felt less like safety and more like a prison of his own construction. A month after the wedding, when November's chill had settled permanently into the stones of Hartwell Manor and the last stubborn leaves had finally surrendered to winter's approach, Beatrice woke one morning with a scratching sensation in her throat and a heaviness in her chest that she initially dismissed as nothing more than the result of working in the dusty library without adequate ventilation. By afternoon, however, the minor irritation had blossomed into a persistent cough that left her breathless, and by the time dinner arrived, that nightly ritual of careful distance, she found herself struggling to maintain her composure through each course, her throat raw and her head beginning to ache with a dull, insistent pressure. Edmund noticed, of course, though his face betrayed nothing beyond a slight tightening around his eyes, and when she excused herself early, offering apologies that came out rougher than intended, he merely inclined his head in acknowledgement and watched her retreat with an expression Mrs. Phillips, clearing the plates, could not quite decipher. That evening, maintaining the careful propriety that governed every aspect of their separate lives, Edmund sent the housekeeper to check on the new Viscountess, instructing her to ensure Beatrice had everything she required and to summon the doctor if her condition worsened, and Mrs. Phillips returned with the report that her ladyship was resting comfortably and had requested only some hot water with honey and lemon, which was promptly delivered. Edmund retired to his study as usual, attempting to focus on correspondence that suddenly seemed utterly meaningless, and told himself that his concern was merely the responsibility any husband would feel for a wife's well-being, nothing more personal than duty required. Yet as the hour grew late and the house settled into nighttime silence, he found himself climbing the stairs and walking down the corridor that led to her chambers, telling himself he was simply passing by on his way to his own rooms, despite the fact that this route was entirely out of his way. He stood outside her door in the darkened hallway, his hand raised to knock but frozen in indecision, and heard through the heavy wood the sound of her coughing, harsh, painful spasms that seemed to go on, and something in his chest constricted with an intensity that alarmed him, but he did not knock, he did not enter, merely stood like a sentry in the shadows until the coughing subsided and silence returned, and then he retreated to his own cold bed, where he lay awake far longer than he wished to examine. The next morning, he rose even earlier than usual and went directly to the kitchen, where he surprised the cook by instructing her personally to prepare a specific tea chamomile with honey and a touch of brandy, the exact preparation he had noticed Beatrice taking at dinner several weeks prior, when she had mentioned, in one of their few actual exchanges, that her mother had always sworn by the combination for throat complaints, and he ordered it sent to her chambers with breakfast. When Beatrice received the tray and saw not just the standard breakfast tea but this particular preparation, made exactly as she preferred it, she sat very still in her bed for a long moment, the cup warming her hands, and understood with sudden clarity that Edmund had been paying attention, that despite the distance he maintained and the walls he had built so carefully around himself, he had noticed this small detail about her preferences and remembered it. She found him that afternoon in his study, having ventured downstairs despite Mrs. Phillips's gentle protests that she should rest, and when she thanked him for the tea, for his thoughtfulness in remembering such a small thing, he looked up from his ledgers with an expression that might have been surprise or might have been something more vulnerable, quickly shuttered away, and he said simply, "It was nothing." But she saw the way his fingers tightened on his pen, saw something flicker in his eyes, perhaps astonishment that she had recognized the gesture for what it was, perhaps discomfort at being seen, at having his carefully maintained facade of indifference cracked by an act of kindness he had not quite been able to suppress. And though he returned his attention to his work in clear dismissal, and though she retreated without pressing further, something had shifted between them. Some small seed had been planted in the frozen ground of their arrangement, and neither of them could quite pretend otherwise. The library had become Beatrice's sanctuary in the weeks following her recovery from the cold, a place where she could lose herself in the quiet work of restoration, while the November rains fell steadily against the tall windows, and she had developed a comfortable routine of spending her evenings there after dinner, organizing volumes by the warm light of oil lamps, while Edmund presumably retreated to his study or his chambers, as he always did, maintaining the distance that had become the defining characteristic of their marriage, despite that one small crack of kindness he had shown. But one evening, perhaps a week after the incident with the tea, she looked up from a stack of botanical texts she was cataloguing to find him standing in the doorway, his expression uncertain in a way she had never seen before, as though he had wandered into a room he was no longer certain he had the right to enter. And when she met his eyes, he seemed on the verge of retreating until she said simply, "Good evening," with no question in her voice, no demand for explanation, just acknowledgement of his presence. He entered slowly, his gaze moving across the shelves she had spent weeks cleaning and organizing, taking in the transformation she had wrought in this neglected space, and after a long moment of silence he said, his voice rougher than usual, "This was my mother's project. You know the library. She spent years collecting these books, organizing them just so. After she died, when I was 12, my father locked the doors. I don't think he could bear to see what she had loved. It was the first truly personal thing he had shared with her, the first glimpse beneath the armor of formality he wore like a second skin, and Beatrice felt something shift in her chest, an understanding that this moment required careful handling, that he had offered something fragile, and any wrong move might send him retreating back behind his walls forever. She said gently, "She had exquisite taste. The collection is remarkable philosophy, poetry, natural history, all the great works. She must have been a woman of considerable intellect." He nodded, running his fingers along a shelf she had recently polished. "She was. My father never appreciated that about her. He thought books were frivolous for a woman of her station. They spoke for only a few minutes more, tentative words about literature and loss, about the comfort found in the company of books, when human company proved too complicated or too painful, and then he withdrew, offering a formal good evening that might have seemed like a return to distance, except that 2 nights later he appeared in the doorway again, and this time he brought a book of his own and settled into the leather chair across from where she worked, reading in silence while she continued her cataloguing, and gradually, without discussion or acknowledgement, it became a pattern. Some evenings he came and some he did not, but when he did, they existed in a parallel silence that was nothing like the painful quiet of their dinner table, a shared space that asked nothing and offered everything. And though they rarely spoke beyond brief exchanges about a particular volume or author, Beatrice began to feel that perhaps Edmund Hartwell was not entirely unreachable after all, and that somewhere beneath his carefully maintained ice was a man who had once known how to connect, who had loved his mother enough to lock away her memory rather than face the pain of it, who was capable of warmth, even if he had forgotten how to let it reach the surface, and she found herself looking forward to those library evenings with an intensity that should have alarmed her, but instead felt like the first truly honest emotion she had allowed herself, since entering into this arrangement that was supposed to protect them both from feeling anything at all. As autumn deepened toward winter and November gave way to December, The transformation between them was so gradual, so carefully unacknowledged, that neither could have pointed to a single moment when their arrangement shifted into something else, something neither had dared to name or claim, yet it was there in the accumulation of small gestures that spoke louder than any words they had not found. The courage to utter the evening when Beatrice, reaching for a volume on a high shelf in the library, he found Edmund suddenly beside her, his hand steadying her elbow as he retrieved the book himself, their fingers brushing in the transfer, and the contact lasted perhaps a heartbeat longer than necessity required, neither of them pulling away immediately, both acutely aware of the warmth of skin against skin, before propriety reasserted itself, and they stepped apart with murmured thanks that could not quite mask the electricity of that brief touch. She began leaving the brandy decanter filled in the library on the evenings when he joined her, having noticed that he preferred a particular variety from the cellars, and though he never mentioned it directly, she saw him pause the first time he found it waiting, saw something soften in his expression before he poured himself a glass and settled into his customary chair, and the next evening she found her favorite shawl, which she had mentioned once in passing made the library comfortable on cold nights, draped across the back of her usual seat, and they both pretended not to notice these small acts of consideration that revealed how carefully they observed each other despite the distance they ostensibly maintained. At dinner, that nightly ritual that had once been an endurance of painful silence, their eyes met across the table with increasing frequency, glances that lingered a moment longer than politeness dictated, conversations that, while still formal, had begun to include actual exchanges rather than mere pleasantries, and once, when she made a wry observation about the absurdity of a letter she had received from a former acquaintance in London, she saw his mouth quirk in what might have been the ghost of a smile, quickly suppressed but unmistakably there, and the sight of it made her heart perform an uncomfortable acrobatic feat in her chest that she refused to examine too closely. The household staff noticed, of course, for servants always see what their employers imagine hidden, and Mrs. Phillips remarked to the housekeeper that his lordship seemed less severe of late, while the housekeeper observed that her ladyship had begun wearing her hair in a softer style and had asked for the rose silk dress to be pressed for dinner rather than her usual subdued greys, and they exchanged knowing looks that suggested they understood what the Viscount and Viscountess themselves would not yet admit, that somewhere in the careful space between them something was growing, something that frightened them both because it required exactly the vulnerability they had each sworn to avoid when they entered this arrangement, meant to protect them from feeling anything dangerous or real. Neither spoke of these changes aloud, as if words might shatter whatever fragile thing was building between them, both trapped in fear that the other did not feel the same, that any acknowledgement would reveal they had misread kindness for something deeper, ordinary courtesy for affection. And so they continued their careful dance of proximity and restraint, wanting and not daring to want, until one morning in mid-December when Beatrice woke to find the world beyond her window transformed, the first snow of winter having fallen in the night, covering the estate in a blanket of white that muffled all sound and made everything clean and new and full of possibility, and when she came down to breakfast, she found Edmund standing at the window, looking out at the changed landscape, with an expression she had never seen before, something almost peaceful, almost hopeful, and when he turned and saw her there, he did not immediately shutter that expression away, and for a moment they simply looked at each other across the morning room while the snow fell silently outside, and everything that had been carefully unspoken hung between them like a promise. Neither was quite ready to make but could longer entirely deny. Christmas arrived at Hartwell Manor with a transformation that no one who had known the estate in recent years could have anticipated. For Beatrice, drawing upon reserves of courage she had not known she possessed, they had quietly organized celebrations for the household staff and tenant families, modest gatherings that brought the scent of pine boughs and mulled wine into rooms that had not seen such festivity in more than a decade, and Edmund, watching from doorways and corners as his wife moved through the manor, bringing warmth and laughter to spaces that had been cold and silent for so long, felt something crack open in his chest that he had thought permanently sealed, a painful expansion of feeling that was equal parts gratitude and something far more dangerous, something that whispered that this woman he had married out of obligation and convenience had become essential to him in ways he had sworn never to allow anyone to become essential again. The tenants who came to receive small gifts and seasonal wishes remarked to one another that her ladyship had brought life back to the manor, that his lordship seemed almost human when he stood beside her, and the household staff, preparing the traditional Christmas dinner, worked with a lightness that came from serving in a home that finally felt like something more than a beautiful mausoleum. On Christmas evening, after the celebrations had concluded and the guests had departed into the crystalline winter night, Beatrice and Edmund found themselves alone in the drawing room, the fire burning low, candles flickering on the mantelpiece beside arrangements of holly and ivy, and the silence between them was different from the silences they had endured in those early weeks of marriage. This was a companionable quiet, comfortable and warm, until Beatrice rose and retrieved a small package wrapped in brown paper and ribbon, her hands trembling slightly as she offered it to him with a simple, "I hope you don't think it presumptuous. I saw it and thought of you." Edmund took the package with an expression of such genuine surprise that she realized, with a pang of sadness, that he had not expected to be thought of at all, had not anticipated that anyone would consider his preferences or pleasures worth the effort of attention. And when he unwrapped the paper to reveal a volume of poetry he had been reading repeatedly in the library, now rebound in supple new leather with his initials tooled in gold on the spine, she watched his face transform, watched him run his fingers over the binding with a reverence that told her he understood this was not merely a gift, but a declaration that she had been paying attention, that she had noticed what brought him solace, that he mattered to her in ways that went far beyond the terms of their arrangement. He looked up at her with eyes that were suspiciously bright and said, his voice rough, "Beatrice, I have nothing for you. I didn't think." And the visible regret in his expression, the self-recrimination, moved her more than any prepared speech could have, and she assured him quickly that it didn't matter, that she had not given the gift with any expectation of reciprocation, but he was already standing, already moving toward the door with sudden purpose, and she remained by the fire, uncertain and hoping, until he returned several minutes later, carrying a small wooden box that looked old and precious, and when he opened it to reveal a strand of luminous pearls, perfectly matched and glowing in the candlelight, she drew in a sharp breath of recognition, because even she, who had been in the manor only a few months, had heard the servants speak in whispers of the late Viscountess's pearl necklace, the only piece of his mother's jewelry that Edmund had kept when the rest was divided among relatives after her death. He lifted the pearls from their velvet bed with hands that were not entirely steady and said, "She would have wanted you to have it. She would have," and his voice broke, and he had to pause, had to gather himself before he could continue. She would have loved that someone was bringing warmth back to this house, that someone was making it a home again. And when Beatrice turned to allow him to fasten the clasp at her nape, when she felt his fingers brush against her skin and linger there just a moment longer than necessary, when she turned back to face him and saw in his eyes something raw and unguarded and terrifyingly vulnerable, she understood that something fundamental had shifted between them, that they had crossed some invisible threshold from which there could be no retreat back into the safe distance of their arrangement, and neither of them spoke of it. Neither dared to name what hung in the air between them, like the scent of pine and promise. But when she whispered, "Thank you, Edmund. I shall treasure it always," and he replied, "As I shall treasure this," holding the rebound book against his chest as though it were something sacred, they both knew that they were no longer speaking only of gifts exchanged at Christmas, but of something infinitely more precious and infinitely more frightening that neither was quite ready to claim but could no longer deny. January arrived with bitter cold that turned the windows of Hartwell Manor into canvases of frost and ice, the kind of penetrating chill that made even the heartiest fires seem inadequate. Yet between Edmund and Beatrice there grew a warmth that had nothing to do with the hearths that blazed in every room, and everything to do with the way they had begun, almost without realizing it, to lower the final defenses they had maintained even through the tentative intimacy of the library evenings and the revelatory exchange of Christmas gifts. And when a storm descended in the second week of the month, bringing snow so thick and wind so fierce that the estate was rendered utterly isolated from the village and the world beyond, they found themselves snowed in together with nothing to separate them from honesty except the fear they had both carried for so long. That evening, as the wind howled against the manor walls and the library fire crackled with unusual intensity, they sat closer than they ever had before, sharing the brandy that had become their ritual, and perhaps it was the isolation, the sense that the world had narrowed to just the two of them and this room, or perhaps it was simply that the pretense had become more exhausting than the truth. But when Beatrice spoke, her voice was quieter than usual, almost hesitant, and she said something she had never intended to share with anyone, least of all with this man she had married. As a matter of convenience, she spoke of her loneliness in London, the years of watching herself become invisible as the scandal attached itself to her name. And then, with a courage that made her hands tremble around her glass, she told him what had truly happened, that a gentleman she had refused, a man of charm and cruelty, had spread lies when his pride could not bear her rejection, had whispered to society that she had encouraged him and then spurned him capriciously, and though the lies were vague enough to avoid outright accusation, they were specific enough to taint her, to make her someone respectable families would not risk association with, and she confessed that she had begun to fear she would remain forever unseen, forever defined by falsehoods, forever alone. Edmund listened with an expression that shifted from attention to anger on her behalf to something that looked almost like pain, and when she fell silent, when the only sounds were the fire and the storm, he spoke in turn, his voice rough with emotion he no longer tried to hide, and he told her about Catherine, the woman he had loved when he was 25 and foolish enough to believe that love was enough, how she had accepted his proposal and worn his ring and smiled at him with what he had thought was genuine affection, and how he had discovered, quite by accident, that she was simultaneously encouraging the attentions of the Duke of Ashford, a man of greater title and far greater wealth, and when the Duke offered for her, she had broken their engagement without apparent regret, had looked at Edmund with something like pity, and said that surely he understood she had to think of her future, and he had vowed in that moment never to be vulnerable again, never to offer his heart to someone who might weigh it against material advantage and find it wanting. They sat in the firelight, having laid bare their wounds and their fears, having shown each other the tender places they had hidden from the world, and though neither reached for the other, though no declarations were made and no promises spoken, they both understood that something fundamental had changed between them, that they had crossed from careful companionship into dangerous territory where real feeling lived, where hope and terror intertwined, where the possibility of hurt was matched only by the possibility of healing, and the truth that neither dared to speak aloud, but both recognized in the other's eyes, was that this marriage of convenience, this arrangement meant to protect them from feeling, had become something neither could control and neither truly wanted to resist, something that had transformed from obligation into necessity, from convenience into something that felt remarkably, terrifyingly, hopefully like love. February arrived with a tension that had nothing to do with the weather, and everything to do with the charged atmosphere that existed now in every room where Edmund and Beatrice found themselves together. For after the confessions of that snowed-in January night, they had become acutely, painfully aware of each other in ways that made ordinary interactions feel weighted with significance, and every glance carried meaning, every accidental brush of hands felt electric. Every evening in the library became an exercise in restraint that left them both exhausted and aching with feelings they had acknowledged to themselves, but not yet dared to speak aloud to each other. One particular evening, as thin February light faded beyond the windows, and the library lamps cast their golden glow across the familiar space that had become the geography of their growing intimacy, they stood together examining a newly acquired volume of romantic poetry, their shoulders nearly touching as they bent over the pages, and Beatrice was reading aloud a passage about love and longing when she became aware that Edmund had gone very still beside her, and that he was no longer looking at the book, but at her face with an intensity that made her breath catch and her words falter mid-sentence. And when she looked up to meet his gaze, she found in his eyes something so raw and undisguised that she felt her heart begin to race, felt the air between them thicken with possibility and promise, and terrible, wonderful fear. He reached out slowly, giving her every opportunity to step away, to retreat into the safety of distance, but she remained frozen, caught between longing and terror as his hand rose toward her face, his fingers trembling slightly as they approached her cheek, and the moment stretched and expanded until it seemed to contain everything, all the months of careful distance, all the evenings of growing closeness, all the words spoken and unspoken, all the hope and fear and desperate wanting that neither had been brave enough to claim, and she could feel the warmth of his hand, though he had not yet touched her skin, could see in his expression the same paralysis of desire and doubt that held her motionless, and for one suspended breath it seemed inevitable that the distance between them would finally close. But then something shifted in his face, some shadow of old hurt or remembered betrayal, some terror that the woman before him might wound him as Catherine had wounded him, and he pulled his hand back abruptly as though burned, stepped away from her with a jerky movement that shattered the spell of the moment, and said in a voice gone stiff and formal, "Forgive me. That was, I apologize, Lady Hartwell. I should not have." And he was gone before she could respond, leaving her standing alone in the library, with the book of poetry still open in her hands, and her heart hammering against her ribs, and her mind racing with confusion and hurt, and the terrible question of whether she had misread in everything, whether all the warmth and growing intimacy had been only her own foolish imagination, whether he did not feel for her what she had begun to believe he felt, what she had allowed herself to hope he felt. Edmund, fleeing to his own chambers like a coward, pressed his forehead against the cold glass of his window and stared out at the winter bare gardens without seeing them, furious with himself for his weakness in almost touching her, and more furious still for his cowardice in pulling away. And the truth that burned through him with merciless clarity was that he loved her with an intensity that terrified him, loved her in ways that made him vulnerable in exactly the manner he had sworn never to be vulnerable again, for he had married her precisely to avoid this kind of feeling, had chosen an arrangement over courtship specifically to protect himself from the possibility of caring too much and being hurt too deeply, and yet here he stood, undone by a woman he had tried to keep at arm's length, a woman who had somehow slipped past every defense he had constructed and made herself absolutely essential to his happiness, and the depth of his feelings for her was precisely what paralyzed him, because he could not bear the thought that she might not return them, could not survive another rejection, another moment of offering his heart and having it weighed and found insufficient, and so he had pulled away, had retreated into coldness and formality, had hurt her to protect himself, and he hated himself for it even as he knew he would do it again, and could keep doing it until he found the courage to risk everything or lost her entirely to his own fear. Early March arrived with tentative promises of spring, the first crocuses pushing through the melting snow around Hartwell Manor's gardens, and with it came news from the village that several families had fallen ill with fever, the kind of sickness that spread through households like wildfire and left grief in its wake. And when Beatrice learned that the Marston family tenant farmers, with 4 young children, had all taken ill, and that Mrs. Marston was too weak to care for her little ones, she insisted on going to them despite the housekeeper's worried protests and Edmund's visible tension when she announced her intention at breakfast, though he said nothing to stop her, only watched her with an expression that might have been concern, or might have been the lingering awkwardness that had persisted between them since that terrible moment in the library when he had almost touched her face and then fled. She went with baskets of food and medicine, with clean linens and a determination to be useful, and though she took precautions keeping her distance when possible, washing her hands with the thoroughness the doctor had recommended, there was only so much care one could take when helping to feed sick children and comfort a frightened mother, and when she returned to the manor that evening, she felt satisfied with the good she had done, and thought nothing of the faint headache that had begun to press behind her eyes, dismissing it as simple fatigue from a long day of work that had been more physically demanding than her usual routines of library restoration and correspondence. The next day she returned to the Marstons, and the day after that, and by the 3rd day she noticed that her fatigue had deepened into something more troubling, a heaviness in her limbs that made even simple movements feel effortful. But she attributed it to poor sleep and continued with her routine, taking tea with Edmund in strained near silence that broke her heart a little more each day, the easy intimacy they had built over the winter now replaced with careful politeness that felt like a death of its own kind, and she found herself wondering if she had lost him entirely, if his moment of near tenderness had frightened him so thoroughly that he would retreat forever behind his walls of propriety and coldness. But by evening her headache had become severe enough that she excused herself from dinner, and when she stood from her chair in the drawing-room, the world tilted alarmingly, and she had to grip the back of the furniture to steady herself, and Edmund was on his feet immediately, asking if she was well, and she assured him it was nothing, just tiredness, just a headache, and she made her way toward her chambers with what dignity she could muster, even as her vision began to blur at the edges and her skin began to burn with a heat that had nothing to do with the fires blazing in the hearths. She reached the hallway outside her room before her legs gave way entirely, and the last thing she remembered with clarity was the floor rising up to meet her, and the sound of her own body striking the carpet, and then the housekeeper's scream and the thunder of footsteps and Edmund's voice cutting through the gathering darkness with a panic she had never heard from him before, shouting for help, shouting her name, and then his hands on her face and the world disappeared into fever and flame. When Edmund was summoned from the stables where he had gone to escape the torment of being near Beatrice while maintaining the careful distance his cowardice demanded, when he was told that Lady Hartwell had collapsed, something fundamental shattered in his chest, and he ran through the manor with his heart in his throat, taking stairs 3 at a time, and when he reached her and saw her crumpled in the hallway, unconscious, her skin flushed with fever, every careful wall he had constructed, every protection he had maintained, every defense against feeling too much simply ceased to exist, and he gathered her into his arms with shaking hands and carried her to her room, calling for the doctor with a voice that came out raw and commanding and barely controlled, and the household staff moved with urgent efficiency because they had never, not once in all the years of his lordship's residence at the manor, heard such emotion in his voice or seen such fear in his eyes, and they understood as they sent riders racing toward the village that something had changed, that whatever careful arrangement had existed between the Viscount and his wife had transformed into something that made his hands tremble as he laid her on the bed and refused to leave her side, even to let the maids tend to her, and when the doctor finally arrived and examined her with grave efficiency and pronounced it the same fever that had struck the village, the same illness that had already claimed 2 lives that week, Edmund's face went white as death itself, and his voice, when he asked about treatment, about prognosis, about anything that could be done, shook with barely suppressed terror, and the doctor's answer that they could only keep her comfortable, only wait and hope, that the fever must run its course, and some survived it, and some did not land it, like a physical blow that made Edmund grip the bedpost to remain standing. And when the doctor suggested that his lordship should perhaps keep his distance to avoid contagion, should leave her care to the servants who could nurse her in shifts, Edmund looked at him with eyes gone hard and said in a voice that allowed no argument, "I'm not leaving her," and the staff exchanged glances, heavy with worry and something that might have been hope, because they understood in that moment that their master loved his wife, loved her with a desperation that had been hiding beneath months of careful courtesy, and that the next days would test him in ways that estate management and social obligations never could, would demand from him a courage that had nothing to do with stoicism and everything to do with the terrifying vulnerability of loving someone enough to risk losing them, of caring so deeply that the possibility of grief became unbearable. And as the doctor took his leave with instructions to send for him if her condition changed, Edmund pulled a chair to Beatrice's bedside and took her burning hand in his and prepared to face the greatest fear of his carefully defended life. The doctor departed with his bag of useless remedies and his warnings about contagion that Edmund had dismissed with barely concealed contempt, and as the sound of hooves faded down the manor drive, Edmund settled into the chair he had pulled to Beatrice's bedside and understood with crystalline clarity that he would not be leaving this room, and would not be observing proper distance or taking sensible precautions or protecting himself from illness, because the only unbearable thing in this moment was the thought of her suffering alone, of her waking in confusion or pain to find herself abandoned, and he took her burning hand in both of his and felt the fever radiating from her skin like heat from a forge, and thought wildly that surely his touch should cool her, surely his will should be enough to draw the sickness from her body. But she only trembled and murmured incoherently, and he reached for the basin of cool water the housekeeper had left and began the work that would occupy the long hours ahead, dampening cloths and laying them gently across her forehead, her throat, her wrists, anywhere the fever seemed to burn most fiercely. The night deepened around them, and the house fell into worried silence, the servants speaking in hushed voices beyond the door, occasionally bringing fresh water or broth that Edmund barely acknowledged, and Beatrice drifted between states of consciousness that bore little resemblance to true awareness, sometimes thrashing against the blankets he tried to keep over her, sometimes lying so still that his heart would seize with terror until he felt the shallow rise and fall of her breathing. And in the moments when her eyes opened and seemed to recognize him, she would whisper through cracked lips that he should go, that he must leave her, that he would fall ill himself if he stayed, and each time she said it, something fierce and protective rose in his chest, and he would lean closer and stroke the damp hair back from her face and say with a conviction that surprised him with its intensity, "I'm not leaving you." And it was the first time in their months of marriage that he had spoken to her with such raw, unguarded emotion, the first time he had allowed her to hear in his voice what he had been too cowardly to say in health. And though she was too fevered to fully comprehend his tone, she seemed to quiet at his words, just to settle back against the pillows, as though his presence alone provided some comfort against the fire consuming her from within. As the hours crept toward dawn, Edmund found himself speaking to her in whispers, his voice hoarse and low, saying things he had never said to anyone, apologizing for the coldness of their early months together, for the distance he had maintained so carefully, for the walls he had built between them out of fear and old wounds, and he told her about the loneliness of the years before she came, the emptiness of the manor that had felt like a reflection of the emptiness in his own chest, and he confessed that she had changed everything without even trying, that her presence in his library and at his table and in his thoughts had transformed his understanding of what life might contain, that somewhere in the accumulation of quiet evenings and stolen glances, he had fallen irrevocably in love with her and had been too much a coward to say so. And he spoke these truths to her unconscious form, with tears streaming unheeded down his face, because he could not bear the thought that she might die without knowing that she had been loved, that she was loved, that he would love her until his own last breath and beyond, if such things were possible. And when grey dawn light began to seep through the curtains, and he heard the household stirring to face another day, he remained exactly where he was, holding her hand, whispering his belated declarations to her fever-flushed face, and understood that he had finally found the courage to be vulnerable, but feared desperately that he had found it too late. The second day brought no relief, only a deepening of the fever that turned Beatrice's skin to fire and her consciousness to fragments, and Edmund remained at her bedside through every moment, his vigil unbroken, despite the household's worried attempts to bring him food. He wouldn't eat, or suggest rest he wouldn't take, and as the hours bled into the third day, he watched her slip further from him into delirium, her eyes opening sometimes, but seeing nothing of the room or the man who held her hand with desperate tenderness, and it was in these fevered states, when the barriers between thought and speech dissolved entirely, that she began to speak truths she had guarded carefully in health, murmuring through cracked lips about the library evenings that had become the center of her existence, about watching him read by lamplight and feeling her heart crack open with longing she had no right to feel, about the moment she realized she loved him Christmas night, she whispered, when he gave her his mother's pearls with shaking hands, and Edmund listened with tears streaming down his face as his wife, lost to fever, confessed that she had fallen in love with a man who seemed determined to keep her at arm's length, that she was grateful for every small kindness he had shown her, even as she ached for more, that if she had just a little more time, she would have found the courage to tell him, to ask him if perhaps he might someday care for her, even a fraction of how she had come to care for him. And hearing these words that she would never have spoken in consciousness broke something fundamental in Edmund's chest, shattered the last of his carefully maintained composure, and he leaned close to her burning face and whispered back his own confessions, told her fevered, unhearing form that he had loved her since Christmas too, perhaps even before, that he had been watching her just as she had watched him, that every moment in the library had been torture and paradise combined, because he wanted so desperately to reach for her and was so deeply afraid of what it would mean to want something that much, and he told her that he had been a fool and a coward, that he had wasted months they could have spent in happiness because he was too afraid of being hurt again, too damaged by old wounds to recognize the gift she represented, and he begged her forgiveness for his coldness, for the distance he had maintained, for the almost kiss he had fled from like a coward, and he promised that if she would only survive this, if she would only come back to him, He would spend the rest of his life making up for the tenderness he had withheld, would tell her every day that he loved her, would never again let fear keep him from showing his heart. The third day wore into evening, and the household staff left food outside the door that went untouched, and Edmund's valet knocked softly and begged his master to rest for just an hour and to take some brandy, and perhaps change his clothes. But Edmund sent him away with a hoarse voice that allowed no argument, because the thought of leaving her, even for a moment, even to attend to his own deteriorating condition, was unbearable, and he continued his whispered confessions and his desperate ministrations, cooling her fever-bright skin with damp cloths, and holding water to her lips, and praying in broken fragments to a God he had stopped believing in years ago. And in the deep hours of the third night, when the house fell silent around them, and only the crackling fire witnessed his vigil, Beatrice's eyes opened with a moment of clarity, and she looked directly at him and whispered his name, and he nearly sobbed with relief and leaned closer and said, "I'm here, I'm here, I won't leave you." And she said with effort that made each word clearly painful, "You should go, you'll fall ill." And he said fiercely, "I don't care, do you understand me? I don't care about anything except you." And she smiled faintly, perhaps thinking it was only fever kindness, only the concern any decent man would show, and then the clarity faded, and she slipped back into delirium, back into the fire that was consuming her from within, and Edmund held her closer and understood with terrible certainty that he was watching the love of his life slip away, that he had finally found the courage to feel everything only to face losing everything, and the cruelty of that timing, the bitter irony of finding love in an arranged marriage only to have death threaten to claim it before it could truly begin, filled him with a rage and grief that had nowhere to go except into his continued vigil, his refusal to surrender, his whispered insistence that she stay with him, that she fight, that she not leave him alone in a world that would be unbearable without her light. The fourth day dawned grey and cold, and the doctor returned at Edmund's valet's urgent summons to find the Viscount still at his post beside the sickbed, though now he looked nearly as ill as his wife, his face haggard and unshaven, his eyes fever-bright with exhaustion and possibly contagion, and the doctor examined Beatrice with practiced hands, while Edmund watched with desperate intensity, and when the physician straightened and met Edmund's gaze, the grim determination there spoke volumes before any words were uttered, and the doctor said quietly that he had seen this pattern many times in recent weeks, that the fever typically peaked on the fifth day, and that most who reached that crisis did not survive it, that Edmund should prepare himself for the likelihood that the Viscountess would not see another week, and Edmund heard these words as though from a great distance, as though they were being spoken in some foreign tongue that his mind refused to translate into meaning. And he said with a calmness that was more terrifying than rage, "She will survive." And the doctor began to speak of acceptance and God's will and the limits of medical science. But Edmund simply turned back to Beatrice and dismissed the man with a gesture that brooked no argument, and when they were alone again, he looked at his wife's fevered face and understood with absolute clarity that he had arrived at a threshold where will and love and desperation were all he had left to offer against the advancing shadow and of death. Through the fourth day and into the night, Edmund felt his own body beginning to fail, felt the familiar ache in his bones and the heat behind his eyes that signaled the fever taking root in his own blood, and he knew distantly that he should leave her now, should save himself while there was still time, should preserve at least one life from this tragedy. But the thought was absurd, impossible, because what life would that be without her in it? What purpose would his continued existence serve in a world where Beatrice had been and was no longer? And so he ignored his own deteriorating condition and focused entirely on her, on keeping her as comfortable as possible, on speaking to her constantly in case some part of her consciousness could still hear him. And as the fifth day arrived with its pale dawn light, and she seemed to slip even further from him, her breathing growing shallow and labored, her skin burning despite all his efforts to cool it, Edmund made a decision born of desperation and devotion in equal measure, and he removed his boots and climbed carefully into the bed beside her, gathering her fever-racked body against his chest and wrapping his arms around her as though he could physically hold her to this world, as though his embrace could be an anchor strong enough to keep her from drifting into the darkness that seemed to be pulling at her with every passing hour. He held her like that through the entirety of the fifth day, speaking to her in a constant low murmur, telling her about the life they would have when she recovered, the library evenings, and the children they might have, and the years and years they would spend together. And he prayed for the first time since his mother's death, prayed with a fervor that surprised him, because he had thought that capacity for faith had died in him long ago, and he bargained with God and fate, and any power that might be listening, offering anything, everything, in his own life if necessary. If only she would be spared. And when night fell again and she grew worse still, her breathing becoming ragged, and her body so hot it seemed impossible that she could survive such heat, Edmund pressed his lips to her temple and whispered over and over like an incantation, "Stay with me, please. I love you. Stay." And he refused to acknowledge the tears streaming down his face, or the trembling in his own fevered body, or the terrified certainty growing in his heart that love might not be enough, that wanting something desperately did not guarantee its granting. And still he held her through the dark hours when the house fell silent around them, and death seemed to hover in the very air of the room, held her with every ounce of strength remaining in his failing body, held her as though letting go even for a moment would mean losing her forever. The 6th day arrived with a grey dawn that crept through the curtains like a tentative promise, and Edmund lay beside Beatrice, still holding her against his chest, though he himself had long since slipped into a state that was neither sleep nor waking, but rather a fevered half-consciousness, where the boundaries of the world had become uncertain, and it was in this liminal state that he first noticed the change, the subtle shift in the quality of heat radiating from her body, no longer the scorching fire that had burned through 5 endless days, but something gentler, something that felt almost like normal warmth rather than the consuming blaze of fever. And he was afraid to believe it, afraid that hope itself might be a cruelty. But his hand moved to her forehead with trembling fingers and found her skin cooler, unmistakably cooler, and a sound escaped his throat that was half sob and half prayer. The morning hours passed with agonizing slowness as Edmund watched for any sign of relapse, any return of the fever that had nearly claimed her. But by midday, when weak sunlight finally broke through the grey clouds outside the window, Beatrice's temperature had dropped further still. Her breathing had eased from labored gasps to something approaching normal rhythm, and Edmund felt tears streaming down his face, though he made no sound, merely held her and shook with relief. He was too exhausted to properly express. And as afternoon shadows began their slow creep across the floor, her eyelids fluttered in a way that seemed different from the unconscious movements of delirium, and then they opened fully, and her gaze, though weak and confused, was clear, truly clear for the first time in 6 days, and she looked up at the haggard face of the man holding her and whispered in a voice like dry leaves, "Edmund?" That single word, his name spoken with recognition and awareness, broke something fundamental in Edmund's carefully maintained control. And this man who had been raised to show no weakness, who had built walls of ice around his heart after being betrayed, who had married Beatrice specifically to avoid feeling anything too deeply, found himself sobbing openly against her hair, his whole body shaking with the force of emotions too large to contain, and he managed to say through his tears, you stayed with me, and Beatrice," weak as she was, and confused by finding herself in her husband's desperate embrace, in a way their arrangement had never included, understood somehow that something profound had shifted during the days she couldn't remember, and she raised one trembling hand to touch his face and said with effort that cost her dearly, "I couldn't leave you." And Edmund pulled back just enough to look at her, his eyes red-rimmed and wild, his face unshaven and haggard, and his whole appearance that of a man who had walked through hell and barely survived, and he said with raw honesty that he could never have managed in health. "And I couldn't let you go. I love you. God help me, Beatrice, I love you. I have loved you for months, and I nearly lost you before I found the courage to tell you." And Beatrice stared at him as these words she had dreamed of but never expected to hear, washed over her fevered, exhausted consciousness, and she saw in his desperate face and trembling hands, and the way he held her as though she might disappear if he loosened his grip even slightly, that he meant it. That this was not fever kindness or duty, but real love, hard won and nearly lost, and all the more precious for how close it had come to remaining forever unspoken. The week that followed moved with the strange quality of a dream. Time measured not in hours or days, but in spoonfuls of broth accepted, in moments of wakefulness that grew gradually longer, in the slow return of colour to Beatrice's pale cheeks, and through it all, Edmund remained at her side, with a devotion that would have seemed impossible to anyone who had known him during those first cold months of their marriage, and the pretense that had governed their relationship for so long had been burned away entirely by the fever's fire, leaving only truth between them, raw and vulnerable and infinitely precious. He told her everything during those slow recovery days, repeating the confessions he had whispered while she lay unconscious, and she listened with wonder as he described holding her through the dark hours, refusing to let death claim her, praying with a fervor he thought he'd lost forever, and she wept as he spoke of his terror at nearly losing her before they'd truly begun, and she told him in return of her own hidden feelings, admitting that she had loved him for months but had been too afraid of rejection to speak, and too convinced that he could never return the affection of a woman he'd married merely for convenience, and they spoke of all the wasted time, the months of careful distance and unspoken longing, the fear and pride that had kept them apart, and Edmund said with profound regret that he had been a coward and a fool, that he had nearly let his past wounds destroy his future happiness, and Beatrice touched his haggard face and told him that they had found their way to truth in the end, that perhaps they had needed that slow accumulation of small moments to build a foundation strong enough to support the weight of real love. Edmund's tenderness during her recovery revealed dimensions of his character that Beatrice had only glimpsed in their library evenings, and he fed her broth with patient hands when she was too weak to hold the spoon herself, and he read to her for hours in his deep, steady voice when she was tired of sleeping but not yet strong enough to leave the bed, and he simply sat beside her holding her hand when neither words nor activity seemed necessary, his thumb tracing gentle circles on her palm as though reassuring himself that she was real and alive and his, and the household staff who had worried over their master's cold isolation for so many years now watched with undisguised joy as he smiled at his wife with open adoration, as he laughed at something she said, as he demonstrated in 1,000 small ways that the frozen grief that had encased his heart had finally thawed. Beatrice found her own transformation in those recovery days, understanding that she had not merely survived an illness, but had been reborn into a life she had stopped believing possible, and she had found not just love but belonging, not just a husband but a partner who saw her fully and cherished what he saw, and she had found a home in this manner that had seemed so cold when she first arrived, but now felt warm with possibility, and as her strength returned and she was able to sit up in bed, and eventually to stand with Edmund's careful support, she looked at this man who had refused to leave her side, even when doing so might have saved his own life, and she understood with absolute clarity that she would spend the rest of her days grateful for the fever that had forced them both to speak the truth they had been too afraid to acknowledge in health. 2 weeks after her fever had broken, Beatrice was finally well enough to leave the confines of her chamber, and though she was still weak and needed Edmund's steady arm to navigate the stairs, she had insisted that morning that she wanted to feel sunlight on her face and breathe air that did not smell of sickroom and medicine, and so Edmund had wrapped her in blankets, despite the early spring afternoon, being milder than recent days had been, and had carried her to the garden bench beneath the old oak tree, where the first brave crocuses were pushing through the last patches of melting snow in defiant purple and white clusters that spoke of survival and renewal, and he sat beside her close enough that their bodies touched from shoulder to knee, and she noticed with tender amusement that he could not stop touching her, his hand finding hers and holding it as though it was something precious, his other hand occasionally reaching to adjust her blankets or brush a strand of hair from her face or simply rest on her shoulder, as if confirming through touch that she was real and solid and alive beside him, and not a fever dream that might dissipate if he ceased his vigilance even for a moment. They talked in the gentle way of two people who had already shared their deepest truths during crisis, and now needed to discover how to speak of ordinary things, of future things, of the life that stretched before them, no longer as strangers bound by contract, but as partners who had chosen each other through fire. And Edmund spoke with hesitant hope about his vision for their marriage going forward, about how he wanted not the hollow arrangement they had settled for, but a true partnership built on the love they had discovered. And Beatrice looked at him with eyes that held both affection and gentle humor and said, "We are already married, Edmund," and he smiled at that, a real smile that transformed his face from handsome to beautiful, and he said with the formal courtliness that was so characteristic of him even now, "Then let me court my own wife. Let me do this properly as I should have done from the beginning. Let me earn what I was given without deserving it." And Beatrice felt her heart swell with love for this man, who had been so cold and was now so warm, who had built such high walls and had torn them down stone by stone, who had held her through 6 days of fever with a devotion that had literally saved her life. And she reached up with her free hand to touch his face, feeling the rasp of stubble he had only just begun to attend to again after weeks of neglect. And she said softly, "You have already won my heart. You won it months ago, in the library, though neither of us had courage to speak it." And Edmund turned his head to press a kiss against her palm, a gesture so tender it brought tears to her eyes, and then he shifted on the bench to face her more fully, his hand coming up to cup her cheek with a gentleness that belied his size and strength. And he said with his voice low and rough with emotion, "Then let me seal this courtship properly, and there in the spring garden, with crocuses blooming around them in brave defiance of winter's lingering cold, with sunlight breaking through clouds that had been grey for so many months, with the manor standing behind them, no longer cold but full of possibility," Edmund leaned forward and kissed his wife for the first time, and it was gentle as though she were made of spun glass that might shatter, reverent as though she were something holy. He had been granted by grace he did not deserve, and full of promise for all the years that stretched ahead of them, and Beatrice kissed him back with all the love she had kept locked away during their months of careful distance, and when they finally drew apart, both had tears on their cheeks and smiles on their lips, and Edmund rested his forehead against hers and whispered, "I love you. I will love you until my last breath and beyond." And Beatrice whispered back, "And I love you, my stubborn, foolish, wonderful husband who would not let me go." And they sat together in the garden as afternoon lengthened toward evening, wrapped in blankets and in each other, speaking softly of dreams and plans and the beautiful ordinary future that awaited them, and neither noticed when the last patch of snow finally melted away completely, leaving only the green promise of spring behind. The months that followed moved with the gentle inevitability of seasons turning, spring melting into the golden warmth of summer, and the transformation that overtook both the Viscount and Viscountess Hartwell became the subject of considerable speculation and discussion throughout the county. For those who had known Edmund during his years of cold isolation could scarcely reconcile that remote figure with the man who now walked the gardens of Hartwell Manor with his wife's hand clasped firmly in his, who smiled at her across rooms with an openness that would have been unthinkable during those first frozen months of their marriage, who demonstrated in countless small public gestures the profound private devotion that had taken root during crisis and now bloomed without restraint or shame. They were inseparable in ways that made the older matrons cluck their tongues with amused disapproval, while secretly feeling moved by such evidence that love could indeed flourish even in the most unlikely soil, and the household staff who had witnessed the entire arc of their relationship, from cold arrangement through devastating illness to this present happiness, took particular pride in their master and mistress, noting how the Viscount's face had lost the lines of tension that had marked it for so many years, how he smiled now with genuine warmth rather than polite duty, how he laughed at something his wife said with his head thrown back in unguarded joy, expressions they had thought his features incapable of forming. Beatrice bloomed like the gardens she tended, her confidence growing alongside her happiness, and she moved through the manor and estate with the assurance of a woman who knew herself deeply loved and valued, and she worked alongside Edmund in ways that made them true partners rather than merely husband and wife, consulting with him on estate matters and tenant concerns, hosting gatherings that brought warmth and life back to rooms that had been shuttered and cold for too many years. And in private, their love deepened with each passing day, acquiring layers and dimensions that only time and intimacy could create. On warm summer evenings they would retreat to the library that had been the birthplace of their tentative friendship, and Edmund would pull her close on the settee they now shared, rather than occupying separate chairs, and he would whisper against her hair that he had fallen in love with her during those quiet evenings when they read in companionable silence, that he had been terrified by the strength of his feelings and had tried desperately to maintain the emotional distance their arrangement had promised, but had failed utterly because she had broken through every defense he had built, and Beatrice would turn in his arms to kiss him softly, and confess that she had loved him from the moment he gave her his mother's pearls at Christmas, that she had seen in that gesture the heart he tried so hard to hide, that she had spent months afterward aching with love. She dared not speak for fear of rejection, and they would hold each other in the lamplight and marvel at how much time they had wasted in fear and pride, how close they had come to never discovering this happiness, and they would remember, with gratitude touched by lingering terror, those 6 days when fever nearly stole their future before it had truly begun, when Edmund's refusal to let her go had quite literally saved her life, and these memories made every ordinary moment precious, every touch sacred, every day together a gift they would never take for granted. Autumn returned to Hartwell Manor with its familiar palette of gold and crimson exactly 1 year after that grey morning, when Beatrice and Edmund had spoken vows in a ceremony devoid of love or hope, and the anniversary of their wedding passed quietly with private acknowledgement between them of how far they had travelled from that cold beginning. And it was only 3 weeks after that anniversary that Beatrice began to suspect the truth. Her body was telling her, through subtle signs that became gradually impossible to ignore, and when the doctor confirmed what she had already known in her heart, she found herself standing alone in the library, with her hand pressed against her still flat stomach and tears streaming down her face, tears of joy and wonder, and a love so fierce it frightened her. And when Edmund returned from the fields that afternoon, she was waiting for him in that same library where so much of their story had unfolded, and he knew immediately upon seeing her face that something of profound significance had occurred, and she took his hands in hers and said simply, "We are going to have a child," and watched as the news transformed his expression from concern to disbelief to a joy so profound and so terrified that she understood instantly that his happiness was inseparable from his fear, that having so nearly lost her once, he now lived with the constant awareness of how fragile life was, how quickly joy could be stolen, and she watched him struggle to find words as emotions too large for language moved across his face, and finally he pulled her against his chest and held her with a tenderness that acknowledged her precious fragility, while his voice, rough with feeling, said, "I am terrified." And she held him back and said, "I know, so am I. But we will face this together as we face everything now." And they stood that way for a long while in the library that had witnessed the tentative beginning of their love, surrounded by the books his mother had collected and Beatrice had restored, and when they finally drew apart, Edmund placed his hand gently against her stomach, with such reverence that fresh tears spilled from her eyes, and in the weeks that followed, as her body began to change, and their child grew within her, Edmund's fear gradually transformed into fierce protective devotion, and they would sit together in the evenings, planning and dreaming aloud, discussing names with careful consideration, imagining the child who would arrive with the spring. And one night, as firelight played across the library walls, Beatrice said softly, "We have come so far from what we were." And Edmund pulled her closer against his side and replied, "We nearly lost everything before we even began. I think of those first months, and can barely recognize the man I was, so cold, so determined to feel nothing." And Beatrice turned to look up at him and said, "But you did feel. You felt so much you frightened yourself. I think perhaps we were both falling in love during those silent evenings, and neither of us had courage to acknowledge it." And Edmund kissed her forehead and said, "Our child will never know such coldness, will never doubt for a moment that they are loved beyond measure. They will be raised in warmth and laughter and the certainty of being wanted." And Beatrice felt her heart swell with gratitude for this man who had been given to her through arrangement and obligation, and had become through patience and crisis and choice the greatest love of her life, and she placed her hand over his where it rested on her stomach and said, "They will know love because they will see it every day in how we love each other." And Edmund's response was to hold her closer still, as autumn darkness gathered outside the windows, and the fire burned low, and neither spoke again for a long while, content simply to sit together in the library where their story had truly begun, planning a future that had once seemed impossible and now stretched before them full of promise and hope, and the ordinary, extraordinary miracle of life continuing forward into new generations. 5 years had passed since that cold autumn morning, when Edmund and Beatrice had spoken vows in a ceremony empty of love, and the transformation that time had wrought upon Hartwell Manor was so complete that visitors who had known the estate during its years of cold isolation could scarcely believe they walked through the same rooms For where there had once been silence and shadows, there was now laughter that echoed through hallways, the sound of small feet racing across polished floors, the bright voices of children who had never known a moment without warmth and devotion. And on a golden afternoon in late September, Edmund and Beatrice stood together on the terrace overlooking the gardens, watching their 3 children at play. The eldest, a daughter of 4 with her mother's dark hair and her father's grey eyes, who commanded her younger brothers with gentle authority as they chased each other between the rose beds that Beatrice had planted during her the first summer of true happiness, and Edmund stood with his arm around his wife's waist in a gesture so natural and constant that neither of them noticed it anymore, though visitors invariably remarked upon it, commenting with barely concealed wonder that they had never in all their lives seen a couple so openly devoted, so clearly and completely in love. And it was true that Edmund still reached for Beatrice's hand a dozen times each day, as if needing the constant reassurance of her physical presence, that his eyes followed her across rooms with an attention that had not diminished but rather deepened with the years, that he touched her constantly, in small ways that spoke of tenderness and need, and a love that had become the very foundation of his existence. And Beatrice returned his devotion with equal measure, her face still lighting with genuine joy each time he entered a room, her hand still seeking his in moments both significant and ordinary, her trust in him absolute and visible in every glance and gesture. The children were watched over by a nursemaid, who kept a respectful distance, allowing them freedom to play while ensuring their safety. And as Edmund and Beatrice observed their daughter help her youngest brother navigate a difficult step, their eyes met with shared understanding and gratitude for these lives they had created, these small souls who would never know the cold isolation that had marked their parents' early months, who were being raised in the certain knowledge that they were wanted and loved beyond measure. And in the quiet moments when the children were abed, and Edmund and Beatrice would retreat to the library that remained their sanctuary, they would sometimes speak of those 6 days when fever had nearly stolen their future before it had properly begun. And Beatrice would say, as she had said countless times before, "You held me to this world when I would have slipped away. Your refusal to let me go quite literally saved my life." And Edmund would pull her close and reply with words that had become their private litany. "I would hold you through anything, through fever and fear and whatever trials this life brings. For the rest of my life and for all my lives, should we be blessed with more than one, I will never let you go." And these words, spoken in lamplight with their children safe above them and the estate prosperous around them, carried the weight of absolute truth, a vow more binding than those they had spoken in that grey church 5 years past. And they would hold each other in the library, where their love had first taken root during silent evenings of barely acknowledged longing, and remember, with gratitude touched always by lingering wonder, how close they had come to missing this happiness, how a marriage begun in cold obligation and mutual protection from society's expectations had transformed through patience and crisis, and the courage to be vulnerable into a love that astounded them both, with its depth and constancy. And Edmund would kiss his wife's forehead and think as he thought every day that he had been given more than he deserved, and that this woman and these children and this life full of warmth and laughter was a gift beyond price. And Beatrice would rest her head against her husband's shoulder and feel the same profound gratitude for a future that had once seemed impossible and now stretched before them, rich with promise and joy. Dear listener, you who have traveled alongside Edmund and Beatrice through cold beginnings and fevered crisis to this place of lasting joy, perhaps you recognize in their story something universal and true about the nature of love and transformation. For theirs is not merely a tale of 2 people who found happiness against the odds, but rather a meditation on how often we construct elaborate defenses against the very thing we most need, how we mistake protection for strength and isolation for safety, and how sometimes it requires the stark confrontation with loss to teach us that vulnerability is not weakness, but rather the only path to genuine connection. Edmund married Beatrice to silence gossip and satisfy obligation. She accepted him to escape scandal and secure her future, and both believed they could maintain the careful distance that would protect their wounded hearts from further damage. Yet what they discovered during those months of silent companionship in the library was that the human heart cannot be commanded to remain closed, that love grows in the smallest gestures and the quietest moments, That presence and attention and the gradual lowering of walls create intimacy, whether we intend it or not. And when fever came and threatened to steal away what Edmund had only just begun to acknowledge he wanted, his response was instinctive and absolute. He could not let her go, and in those 6 days of vigil, he spoke aloud what fear had kept locked within him. He declared his love to a woman who might not survive to hear it, and that act of desperate honesty became the foundation of everything that followed. There is wisdom in their story for all of us who have built walls, who have chosen safety over risk, who have convinced ourselves that we can live half-lived lives and call it prudence. For the truth is that we are not promised endless time. We are not guaranteed another chance to speak what remains unspoken or to reach for what we have denied ourselves out of fear. Edmund and Beatrice wasted months in cold silence, both loving and both afraid, and they were given the gift of crisis that forced honesty. But you need not wait for fever or disaster to show your heart, to speak your truth, to acknowledge the love that grows despite your best efforts to prevent it. Look around you at the connections you have denied, the walls you have built, the ways you protect yourself at the cost of genuine intimacy, and ask yourself whether the safety you have purchased is worth the price of isolation, whether the life you are living is the one you truly want, or merely the one you have settled for because wanting more seems too dangerous. Love in its truest form requires courage. It demands that we risk rejection and pain and loss, but it offers in return something that nothing else can provide: the profound comfort of being fully known and fully loved, of sharing your life with another soul who sees you completely and chooses you anyway, of building together something larger and more beautiful than either of you could create alone. May you find the courage to lower your walls before crisis forces them down. May you speak your truth while there is still time. May you reach for love even when fear counsels retreat. And may you discover, as Edmund and Beatrice discovered, that what begins in obligation or convenience or protection can transform into something transcendent if you allow it room to grow. This has been a Schmoody production, and if this story has touched something within you, if you recognize yourself in these characters or find hope in their transformation, please consider subscribing to this channel where we explore love in all its complexity and celebrate the courage it takes to open your heart, despite the risks. May you rest peacefully tonight with hope in your heart. May you wake tomorrow with renewed courage to reach for the love you deserve. And may you remember always that it is never too late to choose vulnerability over protection, connection over isolation, and love over fear. The chandeliers of Haverton House cast their merciless golden light across the ballroom's polished floors, and in that cruel illumination, every flaw became magnified, every deficiency laid bare for society's examining eye. Eleanor Hartley had long since made peace with her position by the tall windows overlooking the garden, where the heavy damask curtains provided a measure of shadow and the cool glass offered relief from the oppressive heat of 300 bodies in forced gaiety. She stood precisely where wallflowers had stood for generations, close enough to appear part of the festivities, yet distant enough that her absence from the dancing would not disrupt the swirling patterns of silk and satin that moved across the floor like some great, glittering organism from which she had been quietly excluded. 24 years old now, in her 4th season, though her mother had ceased calling it a season and now referred to it with brittle cheer as keeping Eleanor company in town, she had developed the particular stillness of those who have learned that movement only draws unwanted attention to what one lacks. The music swelled, a waltz that sent couples spinning in perfect synchronization, and Eleanor catalogued them with the detached observation that had become her chief entertainment. Miss Pettigrew, golden-haired and dimpled. Her 3rd dance with Lord Ashworth, Lady Caroline Stanhope, whose classical features had inspired more than one amateur poet this season. Miss Rothschild, whose father's fortune rendered her merely pretty face transcendent in the eyes of every second son seeking salvation from debt. Eleanor knew she possessed none of what drew the male eye. Her hair was an indeterminate brown that no amount of artful arrangement could render fashionable, her features regular but unremarkable, her figure neither voluptuously curved nor fashionably willowy, but something disappointingly in between. Too plain for marriage. She had overheard her Aunt Marguerite remark to her mother last season, the words drifting through a partially closed door with the clarity of an executioner's pronouncement. Her mother had not disagreed, had only sighed and said, perhaps a country vicar or a widower in need of a sensible helpmeet for his children. Eleanor had felt something inside her crystallize at those words, the last soft hopes of girlhood hardening into the brittle armor of acceptance. She had intelligence, she had read extensively, she could converse knowledgeably on subjects that made other young ladies' eyes glaze with incomprehension. But what currency had such qualities in a marriage market where the tender was beauty, youth, and practiced feminine charm? The breeze through the partially opened window carried the scent of roses from the garden below, sweet and somehow mournful, and Eleanor closed her eyes briefly, allowing herself this single moment of something dangerously close to self-pity before straightening her spine and fixing her expression into the pleasant neutrality that had become her social mask. The evening would end as all such evenings ended, her dance card empty save for one dutiful turn with her brother, her parents' disappointment palpable in the carriage ride home, and another night added to the growing collection of evidence that Eleanor Hartley was destined for a quiet life of genteel spinsterhood, a maiden aunt to whichever of her siblings produced children first, her own dreams of partnership and passion filed away like outdated correspondence, acknowledged but no longer actively mourned. The disturbance began as a ripple at the ballroom's entrance, a subtle alteration in the atmosphere that Eleanor registered even from her distant position by the windows, the way one senses an approaching storm before the first clouds appear on the horizon. Conversations faltered mid-sentence, fans paused in their languid arcs, and heads turned with the synchronized precision of a flock of birds changing direction, all attention suddenly fixed upon the tall figure who had just been announced with a formality that bordered on reverence, His Grace, the Duke of Greystone. Sebastian Aldridge entered as he did all things with an economy of movement that suggested both absolute confidence and profound disinterest in the impression he created, though the impression itself was undeniable. He was tall, lean in the way of men who forgot to eat when absorbed in more interesting pursuits, his dark hair unfashionably long and his evening clothes immaculate, yet somehow conveying the sense that he tolerated them rather than took pleasure in their elegance. But it was his face that had earned him his reputation for coldness. Aristocratic features rendered severe by an expression of such studied indifference that it approached disdain, grey eyes that observed the assembled company with the detached interest of a naturalist examining specimens of limited fascination. Eleanor had never been introduced to him, moved as they did in entirely different spheres, but she knew his history as everyone did 32 years old, one of the wealthiest men in England, brilliant by all accounts with interests spanning classical philosophy to modern agriculture, and stubbornly, magnificently unmarried, despite the desperate machinations of every ambitious mother who had presented a daughter for his consideration over the past decade. He attended society functions rarely, and then with such visible reluctance that his presence became noteworthy, precisely for its scarcity, and his departure was typically marked by a collective sigh of relief from those who had spent the evening trying to interpret his silence as either profound thought or cutting judgment. The crowd parted for him as he moved into the ballroom, not with the eager deference shown to popular or charming nobility, but with something closer to wariness, as though they feared contamination from his chill. Lady Pemberton materialized at his elbow with her eldest daughter, the statuesque Miss Amelia Pemberton, whose beauty had been celebrated in verse. Eleanor watched as the Duke inclined his head with mechanical politeness, spoke perhaps 3 words, and managed to convey such absolute disinterest that Lady Pemberton retreated with heightened colour and wounded pride. Missus Rothschild attempted next, positioning her daughter in his path with theatrical subtlety. The Duke's grey eyes passed over the girl as though she were part of the room's furniture, notable perhaps for aesthetic contribution, but requiring no personal engagement. One by one, the ambitious mothers tried and failed, their daughters' practiced smiles faltering under the frost of his regard, and Eleanor found herself experiencing an unexpected sympathy for this cold, isolated man who seemed as much a prisoner of his position as she was of hers, though his cage was gilded with gold, where hers was merely painted with the thin veneer of polite inclusion. He had stopped now near the center of the ballroom, apparently content to observe rather than participate, and Eleanor thought she recognized something in his careful stillness, in the way he held himself apart, the same protective distance she herself maintained, the same preemptive retreat from rejection, dressed in the more dignified clothing of choice. Eleanor had perfected the art of invisibility over 4 seasons. the ability to fade into wallpaper and drapery so completely that her presence became merely atmospheric, and so when the Duke of Greystone's grey eyes swept across the ballroom with that particular quality of detached assessment she had observed in his earlier survey of the assembled company, she felt no flutter of anticipation, no foolish hope that his gaze might settle upon her indeed. She was in the process of studying the garden below, contemplating whether she might slip outside for a moment of solitary peace, when she became aware of a disturbance in the social fabric around her, a sudden charged silence that made her turn back toward the ballroom just in time to see him moving directly toward her position by the windows, his stride purposeful in a way that his earlier meandering had not been, and the shock of recognition that she was his destination struck her with the force of physical impact. He stopped before her with mathematical precision, neither too close nor too distant, and bowed with a formality that belonged to an earlier, more rigid age. "Miss Hartley," he said, his voice low and without inflection, "would you do me the honor of this dance?" The ballroom had not fallen completely silent. That would have been too theatrical, too obvious, but Eleanor could feel the weight of 300 pairs of eyes upon them, could sense the sudden suspension of conversations, the redirection of attention toward this incomprehensible development, and her first coherent thought was that he had mistaken her for someone else, that he had confused her with one of the more notable young ladies, and would realize his error with mortifying swiftness. "I believe you are mistaken, Your Grace," she said quietly, offering him the escape of misidentification, but his expression did not change, did not register either confusion or correction. "I am not mistaken," he replied with the same flat certainty he might have used to state a mathematical proof. "Miss Eleanor Hartley, daughter of Sir Richard Hartley, you are she, and I am requesting this dance." There was no warmth in his face, no hint of the admiration or interest that typically accompanied such requests. Indeed, there was nothing in his demeanor to explain this extraordinary choice, and Eleanor found herself suspended between bewilderment and the first stirrings of something uncomfortably close to humiliation, the terrible suspicion that she had become the object of some incomprehensible aristocratic whim, a wager perhaps, or worse, an act of charitable condescension. But her pride, that stubborn core of dignity that had sustained her through 4 seasons of rejection, would not permit her to refuse and create a scene that would mark her as graceless as well as plain, and so she placed her gloved hand in his extended one and allowed him to lead her onto the floor just as the orchestra began the opening strains of a waltz. And if she had felt invisible before, she now felt searingly, unbearably visible, aware of every whisper, every incredulous stare, every speculation that followed them onto the dance floor like a wake of disturbed water behind a passing ship. His hand settled at her waist with correct but impersonal pressure. His other hand held hers with the same detached precision, and they began to move through the figures of the waltz in complete silence, his face as expressionless as a marble statue, his grey eyes fixed somewhere past her left shoulder, and Eleanor felt the music flow around them without touching them, felt the mechanical nature of their movements, proper and perfectly executed, but utterly devoid of the grace that came from genuine partnership, and she thought wildly that they must appear as awkward as she felt, 2 wooden figures moving through rehearsed motions, though when she caught a glimpse of them in one of the ballroom's gilt mirrors, she saw that they looked, if anything, merely formal, correctly matched in their movements if not their understanding. She wanted to demand an explanation, wanted to ask what game he played and why he had chosen her as his instrument, but the dance required all her concentration. She had so little practice, after all, and his closed expression offered no invitation to inquiry, and so they completed the waltz in that terrible silence, her heart beating hard, not with pleasure but with confused distress. And when the final notes faded, he released her immediately, stepped back, executed another of those rigid bows, murmured, "Thank you, Miss Hartley," with no more emotion than if he thanked a servant for bringing him tea, and then he turned and walked away, leaving her standing alone in the center of the dance floor, bewildered and inexplicably wounded, while all around her society began to whisper and speculate about what they had just witnessed, and Eleanor, who had learned to disappear, now found herself the focus of an attention far more uncomfortable than neglect had ever been. The morning after the Pemberton ball arrived with leaden clouds and the first whisper of summer rain, and Eleanor woke to discover that she had become, through no action or desire of her own, the subject of intense and uncomfortable speculation throughout London society, a transformation as bewildering as it was unwelcome. Her mother appeared at breakfast with an expression Eleanor had not seen in 3 years, bright, calculating interest, and announced that no fewer than 4 calling cards had already been delivered before 9 o'clock, an unprecedented occurrence in a household where visitors had become increasingly rare as Eleanor's prospects dimmed with each passing season. "The Duke of Greystone," her mother said, handling the topic with the delicacy of one approaching a skittish horse, "is known to be most particular in his attentions." One must wonder what prompted such marked distinction. The unspoken question hung between them like morning mist. Why you? Eleanor had no answer, could offer nothing but the same bewildered confusion that had kept her awake through the long hours of darkness, replaying that silent waltz, searching for meaning in the Duke's expressionless face and finding nothing but her own reflected incomprehension. Her younger sister Caroline, safely engaged to a respectable gentleman and therefore free to speak with the casual cruelty of the secure, voiced what Eleanor knew others would be whispering in drawing rooms throughout Mayfair. Perhaps it was a wager. Lord Ashford is known to make the most extraordinary bets, and the Duke is in his circle. Or perhaps, she paused with theatrical consideration, it was an act of charity, a gesture of Christian kindness toward the less fortunate. The words struck with the precision of carefully aimed arrows, and Eleanor felt something harden in her chest, a familiar protective shell reforming around the vulnerable places that had briefly, foolishly, entertained the possibility that the Duke's attention had meant something other than incomprehensible, aristocratic whim. When she ventured out that afternoon for her customary walk in the park, an activity she had always undertaken with the blessed anonymity of the overlooked, she found herself the object of covert glances and barely concealed whispers, ladies inclining their heads together as she passed, their fans rising to shield mouths that shaped her name, and the Duke's with equal measures of disbelief and speculation. Mrs. Thornbury, who had not acknowledged Eleanor's existence in 2 full seasons, stopped her carriage to offer honeyed words about what a lovely couple they had made on the dance floor, though her eyes held the sharp gleam of one searching for weakness, for the flaw that would explain this inexplicable development. Most disturbing of all was the sudden appearance of gentlemen who had previously looked through her as though she were constructed of glass. Mr. Fitzwilliam requested permission to call. Lord Ashford's younger brother engaged her in conversation about the weather with an earnestness that bordered on comedy, and even the insufferable Mr. Pemberton, who had once described her in her hearing as regrettably plain, inquired with transparent casualness whether she would be attending Lady Morrison's musical the following week. They approached her not with genuine interest, Eleanor understood with bitter clarity, but with the cautious curiosity of men who wondered if the Duke of Greystone had perceived some hidden value they had overlooked, some quality invisible to ordinary eyes but apparent to his superior discernment, and the humiliation of being suddenly visible only because a more important man had briefly noticed her was in some ways more painful than the years of being invisible had been. By week's end, Eleanor had heard herself described as the Duke's charitable project, as the subject of some obscure aristocratic experiment, and most cutting of all, as proof that even the coldest men sometimes perform acts of inexplicable pity, and she determined with the fierce pride that was perhaps her only genuine wealth that she would forget the entire incident, would return to her comfortable invisibility, and would refuse absolutely to allow herself to wander about grey eyes and unexplained waltzes and the terrible, treacherous hope that perhaps, impossibly, it had meant something more. A week of determined avoidance had passed, during which Eleanor declined social invitations with the excuse of a mild indisposition and spent her days in the quiet refuge of books and solitary walks, attempting to reconstruct the comfortable invisibility that had been her protection and her prison, and it was during one such escape that she found herself at the British Museum on a Wednesday afternoon when fashionable society was occupied elsewhere, standing before the Elgin marbles in a gallery blessedly empty, save for 2 elderly scholars arguing in hushed tones about provenance in the far corner. The marble figures rose before her with their damaged grace, bodies frozen in eternal motion, and she stood contemplating the Parthenon frieze with its procession of draped figures, finding something profoundly peaceful in their ancient silence. In the way they had existed for millennia without concern for the opinions of London society, and she was so absorbed in tracing the flow of carved drapery with her eyes that she did not hear footsteps approaching until a voice behind her said with startling clarity, "The paradox is that they appear more alive in their incompleteness than they might have in perfection." Eleanor turned sharply and found herself facing the Duke of Greystone, who stood at a respectful distance with his hands clasped behind his back, his grey eyes fixed not upon her but upon the marble frieze, and her first instinct was flight, an overwhelming desire to escape before this incomprehensible situation could extend itself further. But something in his stance, the way he appeared genuinely absorbed in contemplation rather than in her, kept her rooted in place. "Your Grace," she said carefully, offering the minimum courtesy required, and he inclined his head in acknowledgement but did not shift his gaze from the sculptures, as though her presence were unremarkable, as though they were merely two individuals who happened to share an interest in classical antiquity rather than the subject of a week's worth of speculation and gossip. The missing pieces allow the imagination to complete them, Eleanor found herself saying, drawn despite her wariness into the observation he had begun, and perhaps what we imagine is more vital than what the sculptor actually created. Now he did look at her, and for the first time since their silent waltz, she saw something flicker in those carefully controlled eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or recognition. "You argue that incompleteness is superior to wholeness?" he asked, not with challenge but with genuine curiosity, the same tone one scholar might use with another, and Eleanor felt something shift in the space between them, a movement from the personal into the realm of ideas, where she had always felt most certain. "I argue that perfection can be static," she replied, emboldened by the intellectual nature of the exchange, while imperfection invites participation, demands that the observer bring themselves to the work and complete it with their own understanding. They stood in silence for a moment, both regarding the frieze, and Eleanor was acutely aware that this conversation bore no resemblance to the painful formality of their dance, that something genuine was passing between them for the first time, an exchange of actual thoughts rather than social performance. "Miss Hartley," he said finally, turning to face her fully, and his expression was still controlled but no longer entirely blank, "I wonder if I might request permission to call upon you and your family." The question landed like a stone in still water, sending ripples of confusion and alarm through Eleanor's fragile peace, and she felt her protective walls rising instinctively, the suspicion that she was still somehow the object of an incomprehensible game. "I cannot imagine why you would wish to do so, Your Grace," she said with a directness that bordered on rudeness, but he did not flinch from it, did not retreat into aristocratic offense. "Because in a ballroom full of performances," he replied quietly, "you spoke the truth about damaged marble, and I find I have had quite enough of performances." Then he bowed, more briefly than formality required, and walked away before she could form a response, leaving her standing alone before the ancient stones, her heart beating with something that was not quite hope, but was no longer entirely resignation, and wondering with vertiginous uncertainty whether she had just witnessed the beginning of something genuine or merely a more sophisticated version of the incomprehensible attention that had plagued her for a week. The Duke of Greystone arrived at the Hartley residence on Thursday afternoon precisely at 3 o'clock, announced by the butler with a gravity that suggested he were heralding royalty rather than a social call, and Eleanor watched from the drawing-room window as his perfectly appointed carriage drew to a halt, noting the way her mother's hands fluttered to her hair and her father straightened his waistcoat with uncharacteristic nervousness, the air itself seeming to vibrate with barely suppressed excitement at this unprecedented elevation of their household's social standing. When Sebastian entered the drawing-room, he brought with him that same quality of controlled reserve she had observed at the ball, his movements precise and formal, his bow to her parents executed with exactitude, and Eleanor felt the familiar weight of performance settling over the gathering like a heavy curtain, transforming what might have been a simple visit into an elaborate theatrical production in which everyone knew their lines had tremendous importance, but no one was entirely certain of the script. Her mother served tea with hands that trembled slightly, chattering about the weather and the season and the quality of the roses this year with the desperate brightness of one trying to fill silence before it could become awkward, while her father adopted an expression of benevolent authority that sat uncomfortably on features more accustomed to mild worry about household accounts. Sebastian accepted tea he did not drink, responded to pleasantries with appropriate but minimal replies, and maintained throughout an air of such stiff propriety that Eleanor found herself wondering if she had imagined the genuine conversation at the museum, if that moment of intellectual connection had been merely a brief aberration in an otherwise impenetrable facade. It was her father who finally, clearing his throat with purpose, suggested that perhaps the Duke might enjoy seeing Eleanor's watercolors in the morning room, a transparent ploy to provide them some measure of privacy, and Eleanor led Sebastian from the drawing room with the creeping sensation that she was walking towards something irrevocable, though what that might be she could not name. In the relative quiet of the morning room, with her mediocre landscapes arranged on the walls as though they possessed some merit worth displaying, Sebastian turned to face her fully and said with careful formality, "Miss Hartley, I wonder if you have given thought to our conversation at the museum," and she replied with equal care that she had thought of little else, though she remained uncertain as to its meaning or his intentions. He moved to examine her paintings with what appeared to be genuine interest, pausing before a rendering of the lake at her uncle's estate, and said quietly, "You paint what you observe, not what is fashionable to paint," which she could not determine was compliment or criticism, until he added, "I find that quality increasingly rare and increasingly valuable." Then he turned to face her with an expression that was not quite vulnerable, but was no longer entirely armored, and requested permission to escort her to upcoming events, to continue their acquaintance in a more formal capacity, to explore whether the understanding they had briefly achieved might be cultivated into something more substantial, and Eleanor heard herself agreeing despite every instinct of self-preservation that warned her against hoping, against trusting, against believing that the Duke of Greystone could possibly see in plain Eleanor Hartley anything worth such devoted attention, and as he took his leave with proper formality and a glance that lingered perhaps a moment longer than strictly necessary, she wondered with equal measures of terror and trembling possibility whether she was being courted or merely studied, whether this was the beginning of something genuine or simply a more elaborate performance than any she had witnessed before. The weeks that followed assumed a quality of surreal theatre that left Eleanor perpetually disoriented, as though she had stepped through a looking-glass into a world where all the rules that had governed her existence had been quietly rewritten without her consultation, and it began at the Pemberton ball, where Sebastian appeared at her side within minutes of her arrival, and claimed not one but 3 dances on her card, his elegant script transforming the empty ivory pages into a declaration that society could not ignore, and she felt the weight of 100 eyes upon them as they moved through a quadrille, with the same formal precision that had characterized their first waltz, though now there was something almost comfortable in their shared silence, as though they had agreed without words that they need not perform conversation for the benefit of observers. Within a fortnight, his presence at every event she attended had become so reliable that her mother began consulting his known schedule when deciding which invitations to accept, and Eleanor found herself the unlikely center of attention she had spent 4 seasons carefully avoiding, her dance card, that annual document of her social failure, now bearing not only Sebastian's name in multiple slots, but also the names of other gentlemen who suddenly discovered her worthy of notice, as though the Duke's attention had bestowed upon her some previously invisible quality that rendered her visible to eyes that had looked through her for years. Mr. Pemberton, who had never once acknowledged her existence, requested a country dance, and spoke with great earnestness about his admiration for intelligent women, while Lord Ashworth's second son, who had openly mocked her plain appearance the previous season, now found occasions to promenade with her in Hyde Park and praise the understated elegance of her manner, and Eleanor received these attentions with a bewilderment that bordered on anger, understanding with perfect clarity that she had not changed, that nothing about her appearance or character was different from what it had been when these same gentlemen had dismissed her as beneath their notice, and the realization that her worth in their eyes derived entirely from Sebastian's inexplicable interest made her feel simultaneously elevated and diminished, valued and invisible. At the Marchmont Musicale, Sebastian arrived late and made his way directly to her side despite the performance already underway, settling into the chair beside her with a murmured apology that drew disapproving glances from those who valued propriety over precedence, and she felt the warmth of his presence like a physical thing, solid and undeniable, and wondered with increasing desperation what game he was playing and what rules governed it, whether this extraordinary attention would evaporate as mysteriously as it had begun and leave her more isolated than before, or whether something genuine underlay the careful formality of their public interactions. When the soprano concluded her aria and the audience shifted for interval refreshments, Sebastian offered his arm and guided her toward the terrace, where the June evening spread soft and fragrant, and she gathered her courage to ask the question that had haunted her through 3 weeks of unprecedented attention. But before she could speak, he said quietly, his eyes fixed on the darkening garden rather than on her face, "I realize my presence may be complicating your season, Miss Hartley, and I wonder if you wish me to withdraw." And the vulnerability beneath the formal words struck her with unexpected force, the suggestion that he too felt uncertain, that this strange dance they were performing had no clear steps for either of them, and she found herself answering with a honesty that surprised her. "I wish only to understand what this is, Your Grace, for I confess I am entirely at sea." And in the gathering dusk, she thought she saw him smile, brief and almost sad, before he replied, "As am I, Miss Hartley, as am I." The confrontation came at the Westbury garden party on a late June afternoon, when the roses hung heavy with perfume and the heat lay thick upon the assembled guests, and Eleanor found herself at the limits of her endurance with confusion and half-answers, and the terrifying suspension of not knowing whether the ground beneath her feet was solid or simply another illusion that would dissolve and leave her falling. And when she saw Sebastian standing alone near the hedge maze, his profile stark against the green, she felt something harden in her chest and propel her forward with a determination that overrode every instinct of propriety and caution, and she approached him directly, without preamble, and said in a low voice that trembled only slightly, "Your Grace, I must know your purpose," and watched his shoulders stiffen as though she had struck him, his eyes when they met hers containing something almost like panic before the familiar mask of cool reserve settled back into place. He began to offer some formal deflection, some carefully constructed response about the pleasure of her company, but she interrupted with uncharacteristic boldness, the words tumbling forth with all the accumulated frustration of weeks spent suspended in uncertainty. "I am not a fool, despite what society may believe about plain women, and I will not continue this peculiar dance without understanding what music we are meant to be following, for I cannot determine if I am being courted or studied like one of your museum pieces, and I will not be made a spectacle for purposes I cannot fathom." And the raw honesty of her declaration seemed to strip something away from him, peeling back the layers of ducal composure to reveal something underneath that was startlingly human and unmistakably wounded. For a long moment he simply looked at her, and she saw his jaw tighten as though he were physically restraining words that wanted to escape. And then he said quietly, each word carefully measured, "I tire of performances, Miss Hartley," and the weariness in his voice was so profound that she felt it in her own bones. "I have spent my entire life surrounded by people who perform, who smile and flatter, and calculate every word for maximum advantage, who see in me only a title and a fortune, and an opportunity for advancement, who would say anything and be anyone if it might secure their position." And his eyes, when they locked with hers, held something fierce and almost desperate. "You, Miss Hartley, do not perform, you do not calculate, you do not transform yourself into whatever you believe. I wish to see you are simply, honestly, entirely yourself, and you cannot possibly understand how rare that is, how valuable, how desperately I—" But he stopped abruptly, as though realizing he had ventured too close to some precipice, and the vulnerability that had flickered across his features vanished beneath renewed reserve, and he stepped back with a formal bow that re-established all the distance between them, saying with forced composure, "Forgive me, I have said too much. I should not have." And before she could respond, before she could reach for that glimpse of genuine feeling he had inadvertently revealed, he had turned and walked away toward the main gathering, leaving her standing alone by the hedge maze with her heart pounding and her mind racing, understanding for the first time that perhaps his mystery was not indifference but its opposite, not coldness but an excess of feeling so carefully controlled that it appeared as ice, and the possibility that the Duke of Greystone might be as frightened and uncertain as she was transformed everything she thought she understood about their strange, tentative connection. The days following the garden party encounter found Eleanor in a state of restless curiosity that would not be satisfied by speculation alone, and she discovered within herself a determination to understand the man who had so thoroughly disrupted her settled expectations, for his words by the hedge maze had revealed depths she had not anticipated and sparked questions that demanded answers. And so she began with careful discretion to inquire into Sebastian Aldridge's history, asking her cousin Margaret, who knew everyone's business, mentioning casually to her mother's friend Lady Thornbury that she had heard the Duke was once engaged, observing conversations at tea parties where the older matrons spoke of families they had known for decades, and gradually, piece by careful piece, a picture emerged that transformed her understanding entirely. Sebastian's childhood, she learned from Lady Thornbury's surprisingly sympathetic account, had been marked by a coldness that made his current reserve seem almost warm by comparison, for his mother, the late Duchess, had been a woman of extraordinary beauty and equally extraordinary vanity, who measured worth entirely by appearances and social position, who had displayed her handsome son like a prized possession while remaining utterly indifferent to his actual nature. And his father, the old Duke, had been a man of rigid propriety and exacting standards, who valued duty and dignity above all human warmth. And between these two forces, Sebastian had been shaped like iron in a forge, taught that feeling was weakness, and that the only safety lay in perfect, impenetrable control. The broken engagement came later. Margaret confided over tea in the Hartley drawing-room, her voice dropping to a whisper as she recounted what she knew of Lady Arabella Winters, a diamond of the first water 6 years past, whose beauty had been celebrated in sonnets, and whose pursuit of the young Duke had been relentless and ultimately successful, for Sebastian at 26 had apparently believed himself in love and had offered for her hand with a sincerity that shocked those who knew his usual reserve, only to discover 3 weeks before their wedding that Arabella had been conducting a simultaneous flirtation with Lord Carrington and had told her confidant within Sebastian's hearing, though she did not know he was present, that she found the Duke intolerably dull, but his fortune and position more than compensated for the tedium of his company, and Margaret's eyes were soft with sympathy as she described how Sebastian had ended the engagement with perfect formality and then withdrawn almost entirely from society, appearing thereafter only when duty absolutely demanded, and maintaining such icy distance that even the most ambitious mothers eventually ceased presenting their daughters for his consideration. Eleanor absorbed these revelations with a growing ache in her chest, understanding now the source of his careful walls and his suspicion of performance, recognizing in his history a mirror of her own experience of being valued or not valued for qualities that had nothing to do with her essential self, and she thought of his words about authenticity and rarity, and began to comprehend that what had drawn him to her was precisely what society dismissed, that her inability to be other than herself was not the liability she had always believed, but rather the quality he had been seeking without knowing where to find it. And this understanding shifted something fundamental in how she saw their strange connection, transforming it from incomprehensible puzzle to tentative beginning, and she found herself hoping with an intensity that frightened her that perhaps two people wounded by similar betrayals might find in each other not just recognition but genuine refuge. The turning point came at Whitmore Hall in early July, where both Eleanor and Sebastian found themselves among the guests invited for a week-long house party in the countryside, and though they had exchanged polite greetings upon arrival and observed each other across crowded drawing rooms, they had not spoken privately since that charged encounter by the hedge maze, and Eleanor felt the weight of her new knowledge about his history pressing against every interaction, seeing now in his careful reserve not coldness but old wounds imperfectly healed. And on the third day of the party, a summer storm rolled in with dramatic suddenness, sending guests scattering from the lawn games and outdoor pursuits, and Eleanor, seeking refuge from the forced gaiety and suffocating company, slipped away to Whitmore's extensive library, believing herself alone in that sanctuary of leather and paper and blessed silence. The rain hammered against the tall windows with a fury that matched something restless in her own chest, and she had just selected a volume of poetry when she heard a sound from the far corner and turned to discover Sebastian standing by the window, watching the storm with an expression she had never seen on his face before, something unguarded and melancholy and achingly human, and for a moment they simply looked at each other, And then he said quietly, "I did not mean to intrude on your solitude," but made no move to leave, and she found herself saying with equal quietness, "Nor I on yours." And yet neither of them departed, and instead she moved to stand near the window, not quite beside him but close enough that the space between them felt charged with possibility, and they watched the rain together in silence until he spoke again, his voice low and almost hesitant. "Do you ever feel, Miss Hartley, that you are utterly alone even in rooms full of people, that you might vanish entirely and no one would notice the absence, only the gap where a title or a fortune or a useful connection had been?" And the raw vulnerability in the question took her breath, and she answered with matching honesty, "Every day of my life, Your Grace." And then, abandoning caution, added, "Until recently, when someone looked at me and appeared to see something beyond what I was not beautiful, not charming, not whatever it is that makes other women valuable, and I cannot determine if that was real or if I imagined it, because I wanted so desperately for it to be true." He turned from the window then, and his eyes, when they met hers, held such intensity that she felt pinned by it, and he said, "It was real." And then, as though a dam had broken, the words spilled forth, "I have spent my life being valued for everything but myself, for my title, my wealth, my position, for what I could provide or elevate or legitimize, and I learned to protect myself by remaining distant, by revealing nothing that could be exploited or manipulated or used against me, and it made me safe, but it also made me unspeakably lonely. And then I saw you at that ball, standing apart with a book you had half hidden behind your fan, reading poetry while everyone else performed their elaborate dances of ambition, and you looked so honestly yourself, so utterly without pretense, and I thought perhaps here is someone who might understand what it is to be perpetually unseen." And Eleanor felt tears prick her eyes as she recognized in his confession the mirror of her own experience, and she reached out without thinking and touched his hand where it rested on the window frame and said softly, "I see you." And he turned his hand to clasp hers, and they stood there while the storm raged outside, and something equally transformative, but infinitely more welcome, began between them. The first genuine warmth kindling in the space where fear and isolation had reigned, and neither spoke for a long time, simply holding to that connection as though it were an anchor in uncertain seas, understanding that they had found in each other something both of them had believed impossible: recognition, acceptance, the beginning of genuine refuge. As autumn arrived and London prepared for the little season, the connection between Eleanor and Sebastian deepened into something that neither quite dared to name, but both increasingly felt in every moment they spent together. For after Whitmore Hall something had shifted fundamentally, and the careful distance that had characterized their earlier interactions gave way to a tentative but growing intimacy that manifested in 100 small ways that would have been unremarkable to observers, but which carried profound significance to two people unaccustomed to genuine connection. They walked together in the parks during the golden afternoon light, their conversations stretching from philosophy to poetry to observations on human nature, and Sebastian began to share opinions he had kept locked away for years, while Eleanor discovered a wit in herself that his appreciation called forth. And more than once she made him laugh, a genuine, surprised sound that transformed his usually severe features into something startlingly warm. And each time it happened, she felt absurdly triumphant, as though she had achieved something rare and precious. He brought her books with passages carefully marked in his precise hand, annotations in the margins that revealed his thoughts, and she responded in kind, returning them with her own notes, creating a private dialogue that continued beyond their meetings. And once he wrote beside a particularly moving verse, "This made me think of our conversation about authenticity," and her heart had stuttered at the intimacy of being remembered so specifically, of occupying space in his thoughts when they were apart. The physical distance between them diminished incrementally as well, never improper, but increasingly familiar, his hand at her elbow as they navigated uneven ground during a country walk, steady and warm even through the fabric of her sleeve, or the way they stood close enough in galleries that their shoulders nearly touched as they examined paintings. And once, when she stumbled slightly on a loose stone, he caught her with both hands at her waist, and for a breathless moment they stood frozen, his eyes dark and intense on hers, before propriety reasserted itself, and they continued walking, though Eleanor felt the ghost of that touch for hours afterward. She bloomed under his attention like a plant, finally receiving sunlight after years in shadow, discovering that she was not so plain when reflected in eyes that valued what they saw, and she caught herself taking more care with her appearance, not to transform herself, but to present her best authentic self, wearing colors she truly liked rather than what was fashionable, and the increased confidence showed in how she carried herself, in the directness of her gaze and the readiness of her smile. Sebastian's legendary coldness thawed progressively in her presence, the severe lines of his face softening when he saw her enter a room, and the sharp edge of disdain that had characterized his interactions with society became merely polite distance, except when speaking with her, when something genuine and unguarded would surface briefly before he caught himself, and she began to understand that his reserve was not natural temperament, but learned protection, armor, he was slowly, carefully beginning to remove in the safety of her company. Yet for all this growing closeness, neither spoke the words that might define what was forming between them, both perhaps too accustomed to disappointment to risk naming hope, both waiting for some sign from the other that would justify vulnerability. And so the autumn weeks passed in this state of suspended possibility, intimate and distant at once, a relationship that felt monumental in its significance to them both, while appearing to observers merely as a prolonged and oddly matched courtship, and Eleanor found herself suspended between contentment in what they shared and yearning for something more, something neither had yet found courage to claim. The proposal came in late October, when the leaves had turned to copper and gold, and the air carried that peculiar crispness that speaks of summer's definitive end, and Sebastian requested a formal interview with Eleanor's father on a Tuesday morning, arriving at the Hartley townhouse with a gravity of purpose that made the butler straighten instinctively and announce him with unusual solemnity. And Mr. Hartley received him in his study with barely concealed anticipation, for even that practical man had observed the Duke's consistent attentions over the past months and understood what such a request might signify. The interview lasted perhaps 20 minutes, during which Sebastian made his offer with the precision of someone conducting important business, spoke of his estate and income, of the settlements he proposed, which were so generous that Mr. Hartley blinked twice in succession, of his respect for Eleanor and his belief that they would suit admirably, and every word was correct and proper and entirely appropriate, and Mr. Hartley agreed with an alacrity that might have been unseemly in a man less overwhelmed by the prospect of his perpetually unmarried daughter becoming a duchess, and when Sebastian emerged from the study his expression revealed nothing, though his hands were not entirely steady, as he requested that Miss Hartley might grant him a private audience in the drawing-room. Eleanor entered to find him standing by the window, in that way he had, backlit and somehow separate, and her heart hammered against her ribs with such force she felt certain he must hear it. And he turned as she closed the door and for a moment simply looked at her with an intensity that made her breath catch, and then he crossed the room with measured steps and took her hand with a formality that was somehow at odds with the way his thumb brushed once across her knuckles, and he said, "Miss Hartley, Eleanor, I have spoken with your father and received his blessing to ask for your hand in marriage," and the words, though expected, still sent a shock through her system, and he continued, his voice low and controlled, but with something urgent beneath the careful surface. "I believe we would deal remarkably well together. You and I, we understand each other in ways that I have found rare to the point of miraculous, and I can offer you position and security and freedom to pursue your intellectual interests, and I would endeavor to be a husband who values what you are, rather than lamenting what you are not." And it was a speech clearly prepared, each word chosen with care, and it contained so much respect, compatibility, understanding, partnership, and yet the one word she suddenly desperately wanted to hear was notably, achingly absent, for he spoke of everything except love, and some part of her wanted to ask directly if affection might grow between them, or if this was to be merely a meeting of compatible minds. But fear sealed her throat, because what if the answer was the latter? What if this was all he could offer? And was she prepared to refuse it simply because she wanted more, wanted everything, when she had long ago resigned herself to nothing? She looked at his face, at the careful control that did not quite hide the tension in his jaw or the vulnerability in his eyes as he awaited her answer, and she thought of the months they had spent together, of the warmth that had grown between them like something fragile and precious, and she thought that perhaps companionship and respect and intellectual partnership were not everything, but they were far more than most marriages contained, certainly more than she had ever expected to find, and she told herself that it would be enough, that she could be content with what he offered without reaching for what he had not promised, and so she said, her voice only slightly unsteady, "Yes, Your Grace Sebastian, I will marry you," and watched something like relief crash across his features before the careful control reasserted itself, and he raised her hand to his lips in a gesture that was formally correct, but lingered just a moment longer than propriety required, and thus they were engaged, and Eleanor tried to ignore the small voice in her heart that whispered of wanting more than sufficiency, more than contentment, wanting to be loved with the same intensity with which she increasingly feared she loved him. The announcement of the engagement appeared in the Morning Post on a grey November morning and sent ripples through London society that manifested in drawing rooms and ballrooms as a peculiar mixture of envy, confusion, and barely concealed schadenfreude, for the match between the notoriously cold Duke of Greystone and the perpetually overlooked Eleanor Hartley defied every expectation and satisfied none of the romantic narratives that the Ton preferred, and within hours the speculation began in earnest. Some whispered that the Duke had finally succumbed to pressure to produce an heir and had chosen a plain, grateful wife who would not make emotional demands. Others suggested with malicious creativity that perhaps Miss Hartley possessed some hidden talent or fortune that was not immediately apparent, while still others simply waited with vulture-like patience for the match to reveal itself as the mistake they were certain it must be, for surely such an ill-matched pair in terms of rank and appearance could not possibly find happiness, and the general consensus seemed to be that they would watch this peculiar union with great interest to see precisely how and when it would fail. Eleanor's mother, oblivious to or perhaps willfully ignoring these undercurrents, threw herself into wedding preparations with a fervor that might have been touching had it not been so overwhelming, planning an elaborate ceremony that seemed designed to prove to all of society that her daughter had indeed captured a duke and would be married with all the pomp that such a triumph deserved, and she descended upon modistes and florists and caterers with lists and demands, while Eleanor sat through endless fittings and consultations, feeling increasingly like a doll being dressed for display rather than a bride preparing for marriage. And with each passing day, the wedding transformed from an intimate union into a grand performance, precisely the kind of society spectacle that she knew Sebastian despised. Indeed, Sebastian grew progressively more reserved as the engagement period continued, his earlier warmth retreating behind the familiar mask of ducal coldness whenever they were surrounded by the machinery of wedding preparation or the watchful eyes of society, and Eleanor observed with growing unease how he stiffened when her mother discussed the guest list that had swelled to include seemingly half of London, how his jaw tightened when his own family members made pointed comments about duty and lineage and the importance of appropriate behavior for a duchess, and she began to recognize in these moments the shadow of his parents' influence, the weight of expectations that had shaped him into someone who had learned to hide everything genuine behind propriety and reserve. She found herself watching him during social calls and engagement celebrations, seeing how he performed the role of satisfied bridegroom with technical perfection, but without any of the warmth that had characterized their private moments, and a cold fear began to grow in her chest that perhaps they were indeed repeating the pattern of his parents' marriage, that perhaps the intimacy they had built would not survive the weight of society's expectations and family obligations, that they would become like so many aristocratic couples she had observed, polite strangers sharing a title and a house but nothing of genuine substance. The dinners with his family were particularly revealing and disturbing, for the Dowager Duchess regarded Eleanor with a cold assessment that found her wanting in every particular except malleability, making pointed comments about how a duchess must conduct herself and maintaining the dignity of the Greystone name. And Eleanor watched Sebastian retreat further with each criticism, becoming more remote and formal, as though demonstrating to his mother that he understood the rules, that he would not embarrass the family with unseemly displays of affection or by treating his plain wife as though she were somehow special. In private moments, which grew increasingly rare amid the whirlwind of preparation, Eleanor wanted desperately to reach for him, to ask if he too felt the growing chasm between them, to recapture the connection they had built so carefully during the autumn, but she found herself afraid afraid that acknowledging the distance might make it permanent, afraid that he would confirm her worst suspicion, that perhaps this marriage was indeed merely practical, that the warmth she thought they had shared was only ever meant to be a temporary courtship phase before settling into the cold reality of aristocratic union. And so she remained silent, protecting her increasingly fragile heart while watching the man she had agreed to marry disappear behind the Duke. And as the wedding day approached with inexorable momentum, she felt herself suspended between hope and despair, between the memory of who they had been together in quiet libraries and gardens, and the reality of who they seemed to be becoming under society's relentless gaze. The crisis arrived on a grey December afternoon, during what should have been a routine fitting at Madame Archambault's exclusive establishment on Bond Street, where Eleanor stood upon a raised platform surrounded by mirrors, while seamstresses pinned and adjusted the wedding gown that her mother had commissioned. An elaborate confection of silk and lace that seemed designed to transform Eleanor into something she was not, something grand and ducal and entirely foreign to her nature, and her mother had stepped out briefly to confer with the modiste about the veil, leaving Eleanor alone in the fitting room, or so she thought until she heard voices drifting from the adjacent chamber, where the wall did not quite reach the ceiling, and she recognized with a sinking sensation the voice of Lady Pemberton, one of society's most accomplished gossips, speaking in that particular tone of malicious delight that accompanied truly choice speculation. "I must say, I have finally determined the Duke's reasoning," Lady Pemberton announced to her companion, and Eleanor stood frozen upon her platform as the voice continued, each word dropping like poison into her consciousness. "He has chosen her precisely because she is plain and unremarkable, a woman who will never expect love or warmth, or any of the tiresome emotions that more beautiful women might demand. A wife who will be so grateful for the title and position that she will never complain about his coldness, never expect him to exert himself beyond the basic duties of providing an heir." The other woman, whom Eleanor could not identify, murmured something inaudible, and Lady Pemberton laughed, a sound like breaking glass, and continued with evident relish. "It is actually rather clever when one considers it. Miss Hartley is exactly the sort of convenient, undemanding choice that a man like Greystone would make, someone who understands her good fortune and will not have the temerity to expect actual affection from a duke, and she gets to be a duchess, which is far more than someone of her appearance could ever have hoped for. So everyone benefits from the arrangement, and really one cannot fault either party for accepting the practical realities of their situations." Eleanor felt the words strike her with physical force, each syllable confirming the fears that had been growing in her heart throughout the engagement, and she stood trembling upon the platform while the seamstresses continued their work, oblivious to the fact that their client's world was crumbling, and she stared at her reflection in the surrounding mirrors, at her too pale face and unremarkable features, and the elaborate gown that could not transform the plain reality beneath, and thought that perhaps Lady Pemberton was entirely correct, that perhaps she had been desperately foolish to believe that Sebastian's attentions meant anything beyond practical convenience, that perhaps his proposal had nothing to do with the connection she thought they had forged, and everything to do with her being the sort of woman who would not expect or demand the love he was incapable of giving. The fitting continued in a haze of misery as Eleanor mechanically turned when directed and raised her arms when required, while her mind replayed every moment of their courtship through this new and devastating lens, and she saw now how it might all be interpreted not as growing affection, but as calculated selection, how his choice of her might indeed be less about her particular qualities and more about her particular deficits, about choosing someone whose gratitude and low expectations would make her manageable and undemanding. And the worst part was that she could not even fault the logic, for she had accepted his proposal knowing that he had not spoken of love, had told herself that respect and compatibility would suffice, and perhaps she had been participating all along in precisely the transaction that Lady Pemberton described, trading her expectations of love for the security of position, except that somewhere along the way she had been foolish enough to fall genuinely in love with him, while he perhaps had never felt anything beyond mild preference for her company and relief at finding someone who would not require him to feel more. And by the time her mother returned and the fitting concluded and Eleanor was released to return home, she felt hollowed out and uncertain, questioning everything she thought she understood about Sebastian and herself, and the marriage she had agreed to enter in just 3 weeks' time. Eleanor retreated behind walls constructed of propriety and self-protection, and in the days following the fitting she found herself unable to meet Sebastian's eyes with the openness that had once characterized their private moments. For every time she looked at him, she heard Lady Pemberton's voice dissecting their engagement with such clinical precision, reducing what she had believed might be genuine connection to mere convenient transaction, and so she armored herself in formality and distance, responding to his inquiries with polite brevity, accepting his escort to necessary social functions with correct gratitude but without warmth, maintaining precisely the demeanor of a woman who understood that she was entering a practical arrangement and had no foolish expectations of anything more, and if her heart ached with each careful deflection, if she longed to reach for the intimacy they had begun to build during those autumn weeks, she reminded herself sternly that it was better to protect herself now than to continue building hopes on foundations that Lady Pemberton had revealed to be entirely imaginary. Sebastian noticed the change immediately, for he had become attuned to Eleanor's quieter expressions during their courtship, had learned to read meaning in the subtle shifts of her demeanor, and her sudden retreat into formality struck him with the force of rejection, even as he misinterpreted its cause entirely, assuming that she had come to accept the reality of what their marriage would be, a dignified partnership of mutual respect, but nothing more intimate, and perhaps she had realized that the warmth between them during their private moments had been merely the pleasant prelude to courtship, and that now, approaching the actual reality of ducal marriage with all its attendant obligations and scrutiny, she understood that such warmth must be set aside in favor of appropriate conduct, and if this interpretation wounded something in his chest that he had been carefully not examining too closely, he told himself it was for the best, that he had been foolish to imagine that someone like Eleanor would want anything from him beyond the security and position he could provide, and so he responded to her retreat by reconstructing his own carefully maintained walls, becoming once again the cold Duke of Greystone, who performed his social obligations with perfect correctness and nothing of genuine feeling. Their interactions became exercises in painful courtesy, each maintaining flawless propriety, while the distance between them widened into a chasm that neither knew how to bridge, for Eleanor believed she was protecting herself from eventual heartbreak by accepting the practical nature of their arrangement, while Sebastian believed he was respecting her obvious desire for a proper ducal marriage, unburdened by inappropriate emotional demands, and so they circled each other with exquisite politeness, discussing wedding details and guest lists and settlement arrangements with the detached efficiency of solicitors, negotiating a contract rather than two people preparing to bind their lives together. The wedding preparations continued with relentless momentum, despite the growing misery of both principals, for Eleanor's mother remained oblivious to any tension in her determination to orchestrate a social triumph, and the households of both families moved forward with fittings and menu selections and seating arrangements, while Eleanor and Sebastian participated with mechanical compliance, and during the few moments when they were left alone together, they found they had nothing to say, or rather too much that could not be said, and so they sat in silence that grew more oppressive with each passing day, and Eleanor thought that this must be what the rest of her life would resemble, sitting across from a man she loved, who regarded her with distant courtesy and nothing more, while Sebastian stared at the woman he had asked to be his wife, and felt her slipping away into some unreachable distance, and told himself that this was what he had always expected, that warmth and genuine connection were not meant for men like him, that he should be grateful she was willing to proceed with the marriage at all, and not be greedy for more than she was prepared to offer. And so they drifted toward their wedding day like two ships caught in separate currents, each believing themselves alone in their unhappiness, each protecting a heart that the other would have cherished had they only found the courage to speak. Sebastian stood in his study at Greystone House, staring at the decanter of brandy he had poured, but not yet drunk, while the winter afternoon faded beyond the windows, and the room settled into shadows that he did not bother to dispel by calling for lamps, and he was attempting through sheer force of will to convince himself that the hollow ache in his chest was merely the natural apprehension of a man approaching matrimony, and not the more devastating recognition that he had somehow managed to ruin the best thing that had ever happened to him before it had properly begun. When the door opened without preamble, and Marcus Pemberton, Viscount Ashworth, entered with the easy presumption of a friendship that dated back to their school days, and gave Sebastian one of the few connections in his life that was untainted by calculation or obligation. "You look like hell," Marcus observed with characteristic bluntness, crossing to the fireplace and turning to regard Sebastian with an expression that mingled concern with exasperation, and Sebastian made some dismissive gesture that was meant to discourage further inquiry, but Marcus had never been easily discouraged and continued with the relentless determination of someone who had decided an intervention was necessary regardless of its welcome. "I have been watching you these past 2 weeks, watching both of you actually, and I must tell you that if I did not know better, I would assume I was witnessing 2 people being marched to their executions rather than to the altar, and I cannot stay silent any longer when I see you making the same damned mistake you made 7 years ago, hiding behind duty and propriety and cold correctness, when what is required is honesty and courage, and the willingness to risk your pride for something that actually matters." Sebastian felt something flash through him, anger or panic or perhaps relief that someone had finally named what he had been so carefully not acknowledging, and he turned away from his friend's too perceptive gaze and said with attempted coldness that fooled neither of them, "I have no idea what you mean. The arrangements are proceeding perfectly well, and Miss Hartley has given no indication of any dissatisfaction." But Marcus made a sound of pure frustration and crossed the room to stand directly in Sebastian's line of sight, and said with unusual intensity, "Do you love her, Sebastian? Because I rather think you do. I have seen the way you look at her when you think no one is watching, have seen you actually smile in her presence, which is more than I have witnessed in years, and yet here you are retreating behind your walls and allowing her to retreat behind hers, and pretending that you are both content with some bloodless arrangement of convenience, when anyone with eyes can see that you are both miserable." The words struck Sebastian like physical blows, demolishing the careful edifice of denial he had been constructing, and he felt something crack open in his chest as recognition came flooding through the understanding that Marcus was entirely correct, that somewhere during those autumn weeks of shared conversations and quiet walks and moments of genuine connection, he had fallen utterly and irrevocably in love with Eleanor Hartley, with her intelligence and authenticity, and the way she looked at the world with such careful observation, with her quiet strength and her refusal to perform for society's approval, and the particular quality of peace he felt in her presence. And the realization was both devastating and terrifying, because it meant that he had everything to lose, that if she did not feel the same, then his careful existence would become unendurable, and he found himself sinking into the chair by the fire and saying in a voice that emerged rough and uncertain, "What if she does not want my love? What if she has retreated because she has realized that she cannot bear the thought of actually being bound to me beyond the formal requirements? What if I speak and lose even the cold comfort of her presence?" And Marcus regarded him with something like compassion and said quietly, "And what if you remain silent and lose everything that matters because you were too afraid to risk being hurt? You are making the same mistake you made with Catherine, assuming you know what the other person feels, without ever having the courage to truly ask, except that Eleanor is nothing like Catherine and deserves better than your cowardice, and so do you. You deserve the chance to actually be happy instead of merely correct, but that requires you to be honest about what you feel and brave enough to ask her what she feels in return, and you have exactly 2 days before you bind yourself to her with vows that should mean something more than legal obligation." Sebastian sent the note the following evening requesting the private audience with such formal correctness that Eleanor nearly refused out of sheer self-preservation, but something in the careful script, a slight irregularity in letters that were usually perfectly formed, suggested an unsteadiness that compelled her acceptance, and so she found herself descending into her family's modest garden as twilight deepened into true night. The air carrying the last warmth of the October day mingled with the green scent of boxwood and late-blooming roses, and moonlight filtered through the nearly bare branches of the old oak that had witnessed generations of her family's private moments. And Sebastian stood beneath it, with his back to her, his posture rigid with tension that was visible even in silhouette, and when he turned at the sound of her approach, she was struck by the stark vulnerability in his face, all his usual careful control stripped away to reveal something raw and frightened and desperately determined. "Miss Hartley Eleanor," he began, and his voice emerged rough and uncertain in a way she had never heard from the controlled Duke of Greystone, and he took a step toward her and then stopped as though afraid to come closer, and the words that followed came haltingly, unpracticed, as though he was speaking a language he had never been taught and was discovering as he went. I have spent the past 2 weeks in a particular kind of hell, watching you retreat from me and believing I understood why, believing that you had come to accept that our marriage would be merely a practical arrangement and that the warmth we had begun to build was inappropriate to such an arrangement, and I told myself that I should be grateful you were willing to proceed at all, that I had no right to want more than you were prepared to offer. But then Marcus Viscount Ashworth forced me to examine what I have been so carefully avoiding, acknowledging, and I find I cannot marry you in 2 days' time without speaking this truth, even if it costs me everything, even if you cannot return the feeling, even if it makes the rest of our lives together unbearably awkward. He drew a breath that she could see shake through him, and the moonlight cast shadows across his face that made him look both younger and more careworn, and he continued with increasing intensity. I love you, Eleanor. I have loved you for weeks, though I was too much a coward to name it even to myself. I love your intelligence and your refusal to perform for others' approval and the way you see the world with such careful attention. I love the peace I feel in your presence and the way you make me wish to be better than the cold creature I have trained myself to become. And I know I have no particular gift for expressing such things. I know I am difficult and withdrawn, and burdened with a title that brings more obligation than joy. But I am asking no. I am begging to know your true feelings, not what you think you should feel or what would be appropriate for a ducal marriage, but what you actually feel in your heart, because I find I cannot bear the thought of binding you to me through duty alone, when what I want, what I desperately want, though I have no right to demand it, is to be chosen by you, not from obligation but from genuine desire. Not because I am a duke who can provide security, but because I am Sebastian, who loves you more than I knew it was possible to love anyone, and so I am asking, Eleanor, will you tell me, truly, could you ever come to care for me as I care for you, or have I ruined everything by being too afraid to speak until it was nearly too late? His words hung in the night air between them, and Eleanor saw that his hands were trembling slightly at his sides, and she realized that this man, who faced society with such icy control, was standing before her utterly defenseless, having stripped away every protection to offer her his heart, with no guarantee that she would not crush it, and the courage that required the tremendous courage of risking everything when he had already been hurt by someone who had valued him only for what he could provide, struck her with such force that she felt tears spring to her eyes, even as something that had been clenched tight in her chest for 2 weeks suddenly loosened and began to unfurl like a flower turning toward unexpected sun. Eleanor felt the words strike through her like light-piercing clouds that had obscured the sun for so long she had forgotten what warmth felt like, and she realized with sudden clarity that they had been circling the same wound, two people so convinced of their own insufficiency that they could not recognize being genuinely valued, and she moved toward him without conscious decision, closing the distance he had been too afraid to bridge, and when she spoke, her voice emerged thick with tears but also with something like joy breaking through. You foolish man, do you truly not know? Have you not seen that I have been in agony these past weeks, that I retreated not because I accepted our arrangement as merely practical, but because I was utterly terrified by how much I had come to feel for you, because I overheard speculation at the dressmaker's that you had chosen me precisely because I would be grateful and undemanding, that I was convenient rather than desired, and the words struck every fear I have carried my entire life, that I am too plain to inspire genuine devotion, that any man who married me would be settling for less than what he truly wanted, and I could not bear the thought of loving you with everything in me while you saw me merely as the least troublesome option. And she saw shock register in his face, followed by something that might have been anguish, and she continued with increasing intensity. I have loved you for weeks, Sebastian, perhaps since that afternoon in the library when you spoke of loneliness, and I recognized in you the same isolation I have known, certainly since you began leaving annotations in the books we shared, and I realized that you actually saw me, that you valued my thoughts rather than merely tolerating them, and I have been so desperately afraid because I have watched beautiful women throw themselves at you for years and you remained unmoved, and I could not understand why you would suddenly want someone like me unless there was some calculation I could not perceive, some reason that had nothing to do with genuine feeling. and now she was close enough to see the unshed brightness in his eyes, and she reached up to touch his face with trembling fingers and said with quiet fierceness, "But I do love you. I love you so much that these past 2 weeks have been a special kind of torture, watching you retreat behind your walls and believing I had no right to scale them, and I have been terrified of loving someone who could never love me back, of spending my life wanting more than you could give. But if you truly mean what you say, if you actually love me not as a convenient choice but as Eleanor, as the woman I am rather than simply as someone who will not make demands upon your emotions, then I choose you with my whole heart. I choose Sebastian rather than the Duke. I choose the man who looks at Greek sculptures with such careful attention and who makes dry observations that make me laugh, and who has shown me more genuine kindness in these months than I have known in years. And yes, I will marry you not from duty, but from desire. Not because you can provide security, but because I cannot imagine my life without you in it. Because you have become necessary to my happiness in ways I did not know were possible." The last words emerged as barely more than a whisper, and then his hands came up to frame her face with such tenderness that fresh tears spilled down her cheeks, and he said her name like a prayer before lowering his mouth to hers in a kiss that was nothing like the chaste brush of lips that propriety might have permitted, but rather a claiming and a surrender simultaneously, a conversation conducted without words that spoke of hunger and relief, and promises that transcended anything that could be expressed in language. And Eleanor felt herself melt into him as his arms came around her properly for the first time, and she understood with sudden certainty that this recognition of being seen and valued and chosen for exactly who she was what she had been waiting for without knowing it was possible. And when they finally drew apart, they were both trembling and breathless, and Sebastian pressed his forehead to hers and said roughly, "We have been such fools, both of us, so convinced of our own unworthiness that we nearly destroyed the best thing either of us has ever found." And Eleanor laughed through her tears and said, "Then let us be fools no longer. Let us be brave enough to trust what we have discovered." And they stood wrapped in each other beneath the old oak tree, as moonlight painted silver patterns through the branches, and the night air carried the scent of roses and the particular sweetness of understanding finally achieved. And Eleanor thought that perhaps being overlooked for so long had been necessary precisely so she would recognize true value when it appeared, and that the plainness society had judged her for was actually clarity, the ability to see past surfaces to what genuinely mattered, and that gift had allowed her to perceive the extraordinary man hidden beneath the cold Duke's exterior, just as his similar gift had allowed him to perceive her worth when others saw only unremarkable appearance, and their matching wounds had become their strength rather than their weakness, because they understood each other's fears without requiring explanation. And as Sebastian held her as though she was precious beyond measure, Eleanor felt something fundamental shift in how she understood herself, felt the years of believing she was insufficient finally begin to release their hold, replaced by the revolutionary recognition that she was enough, had always been enough, had simply been waiting for someone who possessed the wisdom to see it. The morning of the wedding arrived with November, sunlight slanting through high windows in a quality of light that seemed almost sacramental, as though the world itself recognized the solemnity of what was about to occur. And Eleanor stood in her chamber as her mother fastened the final buttons of her gown, not the elaborate confection of silk and lace that had been originally planned, but a simpler dress of ivory satin that Eleanor had quietly insisted upon, elegant in its restraint, beautiful in a way that felt true to who she actually was rather than who society might have wanted her to become. And when she looked at her reflection, she saw not the plain wallflower who had begun the season in resignation, but a woman whose face bore the unmistakable radiance of being genuinely loved, and she thought how strange it was that happiness should prove so much more transformative than any amount of rouge or elaborate coiffure could ever accomplish. The ceremony itself took place not in the grand cathedral that a duke's wedding typically demanded, but in the smaller chapel Sebastian had requested, with only family and closest friends in attendance. And as Eleanor walked down the aisle on her father's arm, she saw Sebastian waiting at the altar with an expression of such unguarded emotion that several guests drew in audible breaths. For the Duke of Greystone had entirely abandoned his usual icy composure and stood watching her approach as though she was something miraculous. And when she reached him and he took her hand, his fingers trembled slightly against hers, and he whispered for her ears alone, "You are so beautiful." And she knew he meant it, in the way that truly mattered, and the vows they spoke carried a weight of genuine meaning that made them feel less like recitation and more like sacred promises. And when the vicar pronounced them married and Sebastian kissed her, it was with a tenderness that made several ladies reach for handkerchiefs, while others whispered that they had never seen the Duke look so utterly transformed. The reception that followed in the garden of Sebastian's London residence proved equally remarkable, not for its grandeur, though everything was elegant and tastefully arranged, but for the unmistakable happiness that radiated from the esposa, bride and groom. For Sebastian kept Eleanor's hand in his throughout the afternoon, and smiled at her with such frequency that his usual stern expression seemed to belong to a different man entirely, and Eleanor laughed with a freedom she had never displayed in society before, and guests who had come prepared to whisper about the oddness of the match, instead found themselves unexpectedly moved by the genuine devotion so plainly visible between husband and wife, and Lady Hartwell remarked to her companion that she had attended perhaps 50 weddings in her life, but never one where the couple seemed so perfectly suited or so obviously in love, and even the most cynical observers had to acknowledge that whatever the Duke's reasons for choosing Eleanor Hartley, they clearly had nothing to do with convenience or settling for less than what he wanted. And as twilight settled over the garden, and Sebastian led Eleanor inside toward the carriage that would take them to Greystone Manor for their wedding trip, she turned back once to look at the assembled guests and felt a profound gratitude, not for the title or the security or any of the practical advantages the marriage provided, but for the extraordinary gift of being chosen by someone who saw her clearly and loved what he saw. And Sebastian handed her into the carriage and settled beside her, and took her hand again, as though already accustomed to the right to touch her freely, and as they drove away from London toward their future together, Eleanor thought that their real life was only now beginning, that everything before had been merely preparation for this moment of finally becoming who they were meant to be, together. 3 years had passed, with the particular swiftness that characterizes time spent in genuine contentment, and the early autumn afternoon found Eleanor in Sebastian's study at Greystone Manor, the country estate that had become their true home, seated at the desk they now shared, annotating a manuscript while he stood at the window reviewing correspondence, and the easy silence between them held the comfortable quality of two people who had long since ceased to need constant conversation to feel connected. And when she shifted in her chair to ease the growing weight she carried, he glanced over immediately with that particular expression of concern mixed with wonder that had become habitual these past months, and she smiled at him with the quiet assurance that came from knowing herself thoroughly loved, and he crossed to her and placed his hand gently on the curve where their child grew, and said with soft amazement as he did nearly every day, "I still cannot quite believe this is real, that you are mine and we have built this life together." And she covered his hand with hers and replied, "We are each other's, and yes, somehow we have managed to create something I never imagined possible when I stood by those ballroom windows, convinced I would spend my life alone." And he kissed her forehead and returned to his work, and Eleanor reflected on how their reputation had transformed in society's eyes from the inexplicable cold match to the unexpected love story, for they had been observed together at enough functions that even the most skeptical had been forced to acknowledge the devotion so plainly evident between them, and invitations to Greystone were now sought after because guests recognized they would witness something increasingly rare, a marriage characterized by genuine partnership and affection. And Eleanor had discovered that being valued by Sebastian had somehow made her visible to others in new ways, though she cared far less about society's opinion now that she possessed what actually mattered, and she thought how strange and wonderful it was that the very qualities that had made her unmarketable as a debutante, her intelligence, her directness, her refusal to perform, were precisely what Sebastian had needed, and his similar qualities that society had judged as coldness had been protection around a heart that felt deeply but had learned to guard itself, and they had recognized each other across a crowded ballroom, not despite their wounds but because of them, and that recognition had become the foundation for everything they had built together. Dear reader, perhaps you too have stood in spaces where you felt invisible, have been judged by surfaces and found wanting, have wondered if the particular shape of who you are could ever be valued rather than merely tolerated. And if so, let this story offer you a different truth, that real love possesses a singular gift for recognizing what others overlook, that the plainest choices by society's shallow measures can prove the most beautiful by the only standard that ultimately matters, which is genuine connection between two people who see each other clearly and love what they see. And the greatest courage is not in making yourself acceptable to those who judge by appearance, but in remaining authentically yourself, until someone with the wisdom to perceive true value finally arrives. For Sebastian and Eleanor might have spent their lives alone, if either had tried to become what society expected rather than staying true to who they actually were, and their stubborn authenticity, despite its social cost, was precisely what allowed them to recognize their perfect match when they encountered it. And so, if you find yourself dismissed or overlooked, consider that you may simply be waiting for the rare individual perceptive enough to see past surfaces to substance, and those individuals are worth waiting for because connection built on genuine recognition of who you are will always prove more sustaining than any amount of attention based on performance or pretense. And may you find what Eleanor and Sebastian discovered: someone who makes you more yourself rather than less, who sees your particular shape and calls it beautiful, who chooses you not despite your plainness, but because your clarity and theirs create something luminous together. And may you have the courage to wait for that real thing rather than accepting lesser substitutes. And may you rest tonight in the knowledge that somewhere there exists someone who will look at you the way Sebastian looked at Eleanor across that ballroom, seeing not what society dismisses, but what actually matters. And may that meeting come to you with perfect timing, and may you recognize it when it arrives, and may your life be rich with the kind of love that transforms wounds into wisdom and loneliness into belonging, and may you always remember that being overlooked by those who cannot perceive value is no measure of your worth. And may you find peace in knowing that authentic connection, when it finally comes, will be worth every moment you spent waiting, and may your rest be sweet and your dreams full of hope. The chandeliers of Hartwick House blazed with 1,000 candles, their light refracting through crystal prisms to cast dancing shadows across the polished marble floor, where couples whirled in time to the orchestra's waltz, and Eleanor Hartwell stood at the periphery of it all, her gloved hands clasped before her pale blue gown, watching as she had watched for 10 years now, her gaze fixed upon a single figure across the expanse of silk and satin and swirling bodies. Lord Adrian Blackwood stood near the far column, his dark evening clothes immaculate, his posture, that particular combination of ease and alertness that had first captured her attention when she was 18, and foolish enough to believe that noticing someone might mean they would notice you in return. He was speaking with Lord Wessex and his wife, his head inclined slightly in that way he had when listening, and Eleanor knew without being able to hear him that his voice would be low and measured, each word chosen with care, because she had observed him from distances like this for a decade and had learned the vocabulary of his gestures, the grammar of his movements, even as he had never learned hers. The ache that lived beneath her ribs, that old familiar companion, tightened as she watched him laugh at something Lady Wessex said, his rare smile transforming his usually severe features into something that made her heart perform its practiced leap and fall. She had become fluent in the language of loving someone who did not see her, in the particular pain of standing in the same room as the object of one's devotion and being as invisible as the servants who moved through the crowd with trays of champagne. 10 years of balls and assemblies and dinner parties where their paths crossed with the regularity of celestial bodies that never quite aligned, where he would enter a room and her awareness of him would sharpen every sense she possessed, and he would pass her with the same polite disinterest he showed the wallpaper. Eleanor had long since stopped hoping he would ask her to dance. Hope was a luxury she had surrendered somewhere around the 5th year, replaced by this duller thing, this resigned longing that had settled into her bones like winter cold into old houses. She watched as he excused himself from the Wessexes, watched as he moved through the crowd with that particular grace that seemed effortless, but which she suspected was as carefully maintained as everything else about him, and she knew with the certainty born of pattern that he would not glance her direction, would not acknowledge her presence, and would continue through this evening and all the evenings to come, treating her as he always had, as if she were not there at all. The music swelled, couples turned in their elegant rotations, and Eleanor felt the weight of accumulated invisibility press down upon her shoulders as she accepted what she had accepted 1,000 times before. That loving someone from afar was not noble or romantic, but simply a quiet, persistent heartbreak that one learned to carry like a stone in one's pocket, present and heavy and unchanged. 10 years earlier, Eleanor Hartwell had stood in this very ballroom, smaller than it had seemed, or perhaps she had simply been larger in her innocence, filled with the kind of hope that makes 18-year-old girls believe the world is constructed specifically for their happiness, wearing a white gown that her mother had commissioned, specially for her debut, her hair arranged in careful curls that had taken her lady's maid 2 hours to achieve, and her heart beating with the peculiar mixture of terror and anticipation that accompanies all significant beginnings. The season had stretched before her like an unwritten book, each page blank with possibility, and she had moved through the receiving line with her parents, curtsying to Lady Hartwick and her daughters, and then suddenly he was there, introduced by their hostess as Lord Adrian Blackwood, second son of the Earl of Thornbury, recently returned from 2 years abroad, and Eleanor had looked up into his face and felt something shift fundamentally in her chest, as if a door she had not known existed had suddenly opened onto a landscape she had never imagined. He was 24 then, already established in society despite his status as a younger son, with dark hair that fell across his forehead in a way that suggested he had recently run his hand through it, and eyes of such a deep grey they appeared nearly black in the candlelight, and when he bowed over her hand and murmured the conventional pleasantries expected of such an introduction, she had felt the warmth of his fingers through her glove and thought wildly, inexplicably, that she would remember this moment for the rest of her life. "Miss Hartwell, I hope you will enjoy your first season," he had said, his voice carrying that measured quality she would come to recognize, each syllable placed with precision, and she had managed to reply something appropriate, though later she could never recall what words she had used, only that her voice had sounded strange to her own ears, breathless and higher than usual. The introduction had lasted perhaps 30 seconds, a polite bow, those few words, and then he had moved on to greet the next person in line, and Eleanor had continued forward into the ballroom with her parents, but something had already taken root inside her, some seed of recognition or longing or fate that she could not name, but could feel growing with each breath she took. Throughout that first ball, she had been aware of him in the way one is aware of true north when holding a compass, some internal mechanism always oriented toward his position in the room, and she had watched covertly as he danced with several young ladies, as he conversed with various gentlemen, as he moved through the evening with an ease that suggested he belonged to this world in a way she did not yet. And she had thought that perhaps later he would ask her to dance, that their introduction had meant something, that the door she had felt opening would lead somewhere. But he had not approached her again that night, had not sought her out among the other debutantes, had passed her twice in the crush of the crowd without any sign of recognition, and when her father had finally suggested they take their leave, Eleanor had glanced back one final time to see Adrian Blackwood standing near the terrace doors, his profile illuminated by moonlight, beautiful and remote as a figure in a painting, and she had felt the first whisper of what would become her constant companion over the next decade, the ache of wanting someone who did not want her in return. The decade had accumulated like sediment, a layer upon layer of balls and soirees and garden parties, where Eleanor had watched Adrian Blackwood move through society with the careful grace of someone who had mastered the art of being present while remaining fundamentally apart, and she had become a scholar of his habits, an unwilling expert in the minutiae of his existence, gleaned from observation and overheard conversation and the particular torture of proximity without connection. She knew that he preferred Mozart to Handel, that he took his tea without sugar, that he had a habit of touching the signet ring on his left hand when engaged in serious conversation, that he danced precisely twice at most balls, once with whatever unmarried daughter of his hostess required the social courtesy, and once with a respectable widow or married woman to deflect the matchmaking ambitions of ambitious mothers, and that he never, in 10 years of shared social circles, asked Eleanor herself to dance. She had watched him converse with gentlemen about politics and horse breeding and estate management, had observed the way women fluttered their fans and angled their bodies toward him in transparent invitation, and had seen him navigate the treacherous waters of society with a skill that suggested he had charted every current and hidden reef, and through it all he had maintained his careful distance from her, as consistent and reliable as the North Star, and just as unreachable. Her friends had tried to help in the way friends do, with gentle suggestions wrapped in concern, and Catherine Thornbury had said over tea in the third year that perhaps Eleanor might benefit from considering other gentlemen, that Lord Blackwood seemed quite determined in his bachelorhood, and Elizabeth Waverley had been more direct in the 7th year, declaring that Eleanor was wasting her youth on a man who clearly had no interest, and just last month her cousin Margaret had asked with exasperation why Eleanor persisted in attending events she knew he would frequent if she found his presence so distressing. But Eleanor could not explain what she barely understood herself, could not articulate why her heart insisted on its foolish loyalty, why the thought of deliberately avoiding him felt worse than the pain of seeing him ignore her, why some stubborn part of her soul refused to release this impossible attachment, even as her rational mind catalogued all the evidence of its futility. She had tried in the 4th year to accept the attentions of Mr. Whitmore, had allowed him to call and to escort her on walks and to sit beside her at dinners, but when he had spoken of his admiration for her, she had felt only a vast emptiness where reciprocal feeling should have resided. And when she had seen Adrian across the room at the Beaumont ball and felt that familiar constriction in her chest, she had realized with quiet despair that her heart recognized only one master, regardless of how cruelly he ignored its service. The years had taught her to hide her affliction better, to smile appropriately and dance with other partners and engage in conversation without her attention, obviously wandering to wherever Adrian stood in the room, but they had not taught her how to stop loving him, and as she stood now at 28, with another season drawing to a close and another year of invisibility recorded in the ledger of her disappointed heart, Eleanor wondered if perhaps her friends were right, if perhaps it was time to accept that some longings were never meant to be fulfilled, and that she would carry this useless love to her grave like a woman buried with a treasure no one wanted to claim. The conversation happened on a Tuesday afternoon in late April, when the cherry blossoms had begun to fall from the trees in the garden, like snow made of petals, and Eleanor had been reading in the morning room when her mother entered with her father following behind, their expressions carrying that particular weight that announces significant pronouncements, and even before they sat across from her in the matching chairs, upholstered in cream silk, Eleanor felt something in her stomach tighten with foreknowledge of unwelcome news. Her father cleared his throat in the manner he always employed before discussing matters of consequence, and her mother folded her hands in her lap with a composure that did not quite reach her eyes, and they began with the usual preambles about her well-being and their concern for her future, their love for her and their desire to see her settled, and Eleanor set down her book and prepared herself for what she had known, in some deep place beneath her conscious thought, must eventually come. "Lord Pemberton has expressed his interest in paying you particular attention," her mother said, her voice carrying that bright quality women adopt when presenting difficult truths as pleasant opportunities, and her father added that Pemberton was a respectable man, financially sound, with estates in Yorkshire that provided a comfortable income and a London residence suitable for the season, and that at 28, Eleanor could no longer afford to dismiss such advantageous prospects without serious consideration. The words hung in the air between them like a sentence pronounced, and Eleanor understood with absolute clarity what was being communicated beneath the careful language that she had become a burden, that her persistent spinsterhood reflected poorly on the family, that her parents' patience with her inexplicable reluctance to marry had reached its natural terminus, and that this was not truly a discussion, but rather a declaration dressed in the clothing of parental consultation. She thought of the past 10 years, of the seasons that had accumulated like falling leaves, of the proposals she had gently declined from Mr. Whitmore and Captain Sheffield, and even young Lord Hartley, who had been sweet but utterly unsuitable, and she understood that her parents had been more than generous in allowing her to refuse these matches, had indulged what they surely perceived as female capriciousness, or perhaps an overly romantic disposition that needed time to mature into practical acceptance, but that their generosity had limits, and she had finally reached them. "Lord Pemberton is everything appropriate," her mother continued, leaning forward with an urgency that betrayed her studied calm, "and you are not growing younger, Eleanor, and we will not always be here to provide for you. And what will become of you then, without a husband, without protection, dependent upon your brother's charity, or forced to take employment as a governess or companion?" Her father's face softened with something like pity as he added that they only wanted her happiness, her security, that they could not bear to think of her alone and unprotected in a world that showed little mercy to unmarried women of advanced age. And Eleanor felt the walls of her life contracting around her like a room growing smaller with each breath. She wanted to argue, to explain that she had been waiting, hoping that there was a reason for her refusals, even if she could not articulate it without sounding like a foolish girl clinging to fantasies. But what defense could she offer against 10 years of evidence that Adrian Blackwood had no interest in her, no awareness of her devotion, no intention of ever offering her the life her parents now insisted she accept from someone else? The choice before her was brutally simple: surrender her impossible hope and accept security with Lord Pemberton, or maintain her vigil for a man who had never once looked at her with anything beyond polite indifference, and risk becoming the very burden her parents feared she would be. And sitting there in the morning room, with the scent of dying cherry blossoms drifting through the open window, Eleanor felt something crack inside her chest, some fragile structure that had been holding her together through a decade of accumulated disappointment, and she heard herself say in a voice that sounded nothing like her own that she would receive Lord Pemberton when he called, that she would consider his suit with the seriousness it deserved, and her parents smiled with relief, while Eleanor looked past them to the garden beyond, and wondered if this was what surrender felt like. This quiet acquiescence to a future she had never wanted, but could no longer avoid. Lord Pemberton began calling on Thursday afternoons with the regularity of clockwork, arriving precisely at 3, with flowers or small volumes of poetry that he presented with a formal bow and a smile that never quite reached his pale blue eyes. And Eleanor received him in the drawing-room where her mother sat at an appropriate distance, doing needlework and pretending not to monitor every word exchanged, while her father occasionally passed through to nod approvingly at Pemberton's presence, and the whole performance felt like a play in which Eleanor had been assigned a role she had no desire to perform, but could not refuse without consequences she was not prepared to face. Pemberton was exactly what her parents had promised, kind in a distant sort of way, appropriate in every gesture and comment, financially secure, with properties that he described in meticulous detail as though acreage and annual yields might inspire romantic feeling, and utterly, completely, devastatingly devoid of anything that made Eleanor's heart quicken or her breath catch or her soul recognize itself in another human being. He spoke of weather and crops and the latest parliamentary debates with the same measured cadence, never saying anything that might challenge or surprise or reveal depths beneath his carefully maintained surface, and when he laughed it was a polite sound produced at socially appropriate moments rather than anything resembling genuine mirth. And Eleanor found herself counting the minutes until he would take his leave, and she could stop pretending that she found his company anything other than exhausting in its very pleasantness. They took walks in the garden where Pemberton commented on the cultivation of roses and the proper maintenance of gravel paths, while Eleanor tried to imagine this as her future, this endless procession of conversations about nothing that mattered. And they attended the theatre, where he explained the plot as though she could not follow it herself, and afterwards discussed the production's merits and flaws with the detached analysis of someone reviewing an agricultural report, and they took tea at her aunt's house, where Pemberton charmed the older ladies with his impeccable manners and appropriate deference, while Eleanor smiled until her face ached and wondered if this hollowness she felt was normal, if perhaps all women experienced this disconnect between what they were told they should want and what their hearts actually craved. She tried to appreciate his qualities the way one might try to appreciate a well-constructed piece of furniture. He was solid, reliable, built to last, designed to serve his purpose without flaw or deviation, but furniture did not inspire love, and when he took her hand to help her into the carriage or touched her elbow to guide her through a doorway, she felt nothing beyond the mild discomfort of contact with someone whose touch carried no electricity, no recognition, no promise of anything beyond social transaction. Her mother asked eagerly after each visit how the courtship progressed, and Eleanor provided the expected reassurances while carefully avoiding any admission of the emptiness that grew larger with each passing Thursday, and her father nodded with satisfaction and spoke of settlements and wedding dates as though these were already decided. Matters, and Eleanor felt herself being carried along by currents too strong to resist, a woman drowning in propriety and expectation, while everyone watching believed she was simply learning to swim. She knew she should feel grateful Pemberton was offering her security, status, and a future free from the fears her parents had articulated so clearly. But gratitude felt impossible when she sat across from him at tea and tried to imagine 40 or 50 years of this careful, courteous distance, tried to picture herself in his bed, bearing his children, growing old in his houses, and finding at the end of her life that she had traded the pain of unrequited love for the different but equally devastating pain of a heart that had never truly been engaged at all. And beneath all her polite smiles and appropriate responses, Eleanor felt something inside her screaming that this was wrong, that she was betraying herself in some fundamental way. But she had no alternative to offer, except a decade of evidence that the man she truly wanted had never wanted her in return. The Marchmont ball arrived on a Friday evening, when the air held that particular quality of early summer warmth, and Eleanor attended with Lord Pemberton at her side, his hand proprietorial at her elbow, as they entered the ballroom where chandeliers cast golden light across the assembled company, and she had dressed with more care than usual in a gown of deep emerald silk that her mother insisted brought out the color of her eyes, though Eleanor suspected the effort was less for Pemberton's benefit than for her own desperate need to feel something other than the numbness that had settled over her like fog in the 3 weeks since his courtship had begun. And when he asked for the second dance of the evening, she accepted with the practiced smile she had perfected, the one that suggested pleasure without promising anything her heart could not deliver, and they took their places in the set, while the musicians raised their instruments, and Eleanor prepared herself for another performance of contentment she did not feel. She moved through the figures with mechanical precision, her hand in Pemberton's as they turned and separated, and came together again, and he was speaking about something, his sister's upcoming visit, or perhaps the condition of the roads between London and his Yorkshire estate. But Eleanor found herself unable to focus on his words because she had become suddenly, acutely aware of a presence at the edge of the dance floor, a figure standing near the musicians with a glass of wine held loosely in one hand. And even before she turned her head to confirm what her body already knew with the certainty of a decade's worth of practiced awareness, she felt the weight of Adrian Blackwood's gaze upon her like a physical touch. It was impossible, of course, because in 10 years he had never watched her, had never allowed his eyes to linger on her face or follow her movements across a room. He had maintained such careful distance that she had sometimes wondered if he even registered her presence at these gatherings, or if she had become simply part of the wallpaper of ballrooms, another unmarried woman, in a sea of faces that meant nothing to him. But when the dance brought her around to face the direction where he stood, Eleanor looked directly at him and found his eyes already fixed on her with an intensity that made her miss her step and stumble slightly, and Pemberton caught her arm with concern, while Adrian's expression shifted into something Eleanor could not name, something that looked almost like pain before he turned away and disappeared into the crowd near the card rooms. The rest of the dance passed in a blur of confusion and racing thoughts, Eleanor's mind trying to reconcile what she had seen with everything she knew to be true about Adrian's indifference, and she wondered if perhaps she had imagined it, if the weeks of Pemberton's courtship had finally driven her to invention, to seeing what she desperately wanted to see rather than what actually existed. But the image of Adrian's face remained branded behind her eyes, the tightness around his mouth, the way his fingers had whitened around the stem of his wineglass, the unmistakable focus of his attention that had been absent for so many years that its sudden presence felt like a violation of natural law. When the music ended, Pemberton escorted her to the refreshment table and went to procure lemonade, leaving Eleanor standing alone near a potted palm, and she found herself scanning the room with a desperation she knew was unwise, searching for Adrian among the clusters of guests, needing to know if she could catch that look again, if it had been real or merely a trick of candlelight and wishful thinking. And when she finally spotted him across the ballroom speaking with Lord Hertford and his wife, he was perfectly composed, perfectly indifferent, giving no indication whatsoever that moments ago he had been watching her dance with something that had looked remarkably like longing. And Eleanor pressed one hand against her stomach, where something had begun to flutter like a bird trapped against glass, a feeling she had thought long dead, now suddenly, inexplicably, painfully alive. A week later, Eleanor found herself at the Thornbury estate for a weekend party that her mother had insisted she attend with Pemberton as her acknowledged suitor, and by Saturday afternoon, The relentless cheerfulness of the gathering had become unbearable. The endless rounds of archery and lawn games, and musical performances in the drawing room, all demanding a level of enthusiasm, Eleanor could no longer manufacture, and so she slipped away during the interval between luncheon and tea, when most guests had retired to their rooms to rest. Making her way through corridors she half remembered from childhood visits, until she found the library tucked away in the east wing, where silence and the smell of old leather bindings promised sanctuary from the performance and contentment she had been maintaining since her arrival. The room was empty as she had hoped, its tall windows letting in the grey light of an overcast afternoon, and Eleanor moved along the shelves, trailing her fingers across spines embossed with gold lettering, seeking nothing in particular except the comfort of being alone with something real, something that did not require her to smile or nod or pretend that her heart was not in a state of confused upheaval since the Marchmont ball, when Adrian had looked at her with an expression she still could not decipher, and she had just pulled down a volume of Wordsworth's poems when she heard the door open behind her and turned to find Adrian Blackwood standing in the entrance, looking as startled to see her as she was to see him, his hand still on the door handle as though he might retreat at any moment, and for several seconds they simply stared at each other, while Eleanor's pulse accelerated in a way that made her feel foolish and transparent and impossibly young, despite her 28 years. He recovered first, entering the room and closing the door with a soft click that seemed to seal them into a space too small and too quiet for the charged silence that stretched between them, and Eleanor found she could not look away from his face, even as she felt heat rising in her cheeks. And finally, he spoke in a voice that was rougher than his usual polished tones, asking if she had come seeking refuge from the festivities as well, and she managed to nod and say something about needing a moment away from the noise, her own voice sounding strange and breathless to her own ears, and he moved further into the room, though he maintained a careful distance between them. As he said, he understood the impulse, that large gatherings could be exhausting even when they were supposed to be pleasurable, and Eleanor wondered if he felt the absurdity of this exchange as acutely as she did. This banal conversation about social fatigue, when they had barely spoken 10 words to each other in a decade, and now stood alone together in a quiet room, with her heart beating so hard, she was certain he must hear it. She asked without thinking if he came here often, immediately recognizing the ridiculousness of the question, and he smiled faintly and said he had always found the Thornbury Library to be well curated, particularly their collection of philosophy and natural history. And then there was another silence that felt different from the first, heavier somehow, as though the ordinary words they had exchanged were placeholders for something neither of them could say, and Eleanor clutched the Wordsworth volume against her chest like a shield, while Adrian stood near a reading table with his hands at his sides, looking at her with an expression she still could not interpret, in something between confusion and pain, and a longing that might have been merely a reflection of her own desperate hopes. And then he said abruptly that he should leave her to her reading, that he had not meant to intrude, and before Eleanor could respond or protest or ask him to stay, he had turned and walked back to the door, pausing only briefly with his hand on the handle to look back at her one more time with those unreadable dark eyes, before stepping through and pulling the door closed behind him, leaving Eleanor alone in the library, trembling from head to foot, with the Wordsworth still pressed against her ribs, and the certainty that something had just happened, though she could not name what it was, only that the air where he had stood seemed to still hold the shape of his presence, and her hands shook so badly when she tried to open the book that she had to set it down on the nearest table and press her palms flat against the wood to steady herself, and she stayed there for a long time, listening to her own ragged breathing and trying to understand why a brief, awkward conversation about nothing at all had left her feeling as though she had been turned inside out and exposed to a light too bright to bear. The weeks that followed the Thornbury Library encounter brought a shift in the very fabric of Eleanor's social existence, as though some invisible hand had rearranged the seating charts and guest lists and spatial configurations of every gathering to place her in Adrian Blackwood's orbit with a frequency that felt both deliberate and impossible, and she began to wonder if she was imagining the pattern or if something had indeed changed in the careful architecture of distance he had maintained for so long. Because at the Waverley dinner party, she found herself seated 3 chairs down from him at a table that seated 20, close enough that she could hear his voice when he spoke to Lady Waverley about agricultural reforms, and close enough that twice during the fish course she looked up to find his eyes on her before he quickly looked away. And then at the musicale hosted by the Duchess of Somerset, Eleanor had taken a seat near the back of the music room, only to have Adrian arrive late and take the only remaining chair, which happened to be directly beside hers, so close that when he sat down, the fabric of his coat brushed against her sleeve, and she could smell whatever soap or cologne he used, something clean and faintly cedar-scented that made her breath catch in her throat, and they sat through an entire performance of Schubert Lieder without speaking, while Eleanor's awareness of his presence beside her made it impossible to focus on the music, every small shift of his posture or clearing of his throat registering in her consciousness with disproportionate significance. And afterward, when the guests rose to take refreshment, he had turned to her and asked in a voice carefully stripped of inflection whether she had enjoyed the performance, and she had said yes, though she could not have recalled a single melody if her life had depended on it. At the card party at the Hendersons, Eleanor found herself at a whist table partnered with Adrian against Lord and Lady Fairmont, and for 2 hours they played cards with the kind of wordless coordination that suggested either great skill or great attunement to each other's thoughts. And when Adrian laid down the winning trick in the final hand, his fingers brushed against hers as they both reached for the cards at the same moment, and the contact lasted perhaps 2 seconds. But Eleanor felt it like an electric shock that travelled up her arm and lodged somewhere beneath her ribs, and she saw in his face a flicker of something that might have been the same shock of recognition before he withdrew his hand and stood to thank their opponents with perfect composure, while Eleanor remained seated, trying to steady her, breathing, and wondering how it was possible for a touch so brief to feel so monumental. The pattern continued through June as the season reached its height, with Adrian appearing at the Blackwoods garden party, where Eleanor was playing croquet with Pemberton and several others, Adrian standing on the sidelines watching the game with an expression she could not read, and then at the theatre where Eleanor sat in her family's box and looked across to see Adrian in the box opposite, his attention ostensibly on the stage, but his gaze sliding toward her during the intervals with that same quality of intensity she had first noticed at the Marchmont ball, and each encounter left Eleanor more confused and more certain simultaneously, confused about what these moments meant, but certain that something was happening, some shift in the tectonic plates of their long stalemate. And yet through all of it, Adrian never asked her to dance, never sought her out for private conversation, never gave any indication beyond these accumulated moments of proximity and charged glances that he saw her as anything other than another acquaintance in their shared social circle, and Eleanor found herself caught in a kind of exquisite torture, hyper-aware of his presence whenever they occupied the same space, but unable to name what she was witnessing or whether it meant anything beyond her own desperate interpretation. And at night she lay awake, reviewing each encounter like a scholar, examining ancient texts for hidden meaning, searching for certainty in the angle of his gaze, or the tone of his voice, or the way his hand had trembled slightly when it touched hers over the whist cards. But certainty remained elusive, and Eleanor was left suspended between hope and madness, wondering if she was finally seeing what had always been there, or if she was constructing an elaborate fantasy from the raw materials of coincidence and wishful thinking. The announcement came during breakfast on a Tuesday morning in late June, when Eleanor sat across from her mother in the sunlit breakfast room, picking at toast she had no appetite for, while her father read the morning paper and made occasional commentary about parliamentary proceedings, and her mother set down her teacup with the kind of deliberate precision that always preceded statements of significance, and said that Lord Pemberton had spoken to Eleanor's father the previous evening and had indicated his intention to make a formal proposal within the fortnight, and Eleanor's mother's face was alight with satisfaction as she continued that this was everything they had hoped for. Pemberton was an excellent match with a fine estate and unimpeachable character, and Eleanor should consider herself fortunate that such a man had shown her such devoted attention, and Eleanor felt the walls of the breakfast room contract around her, as though the air itself had become thinner and harder to breathe, because a fortnight meant 2 weeks, meant 14 days, before she would have to give an answer to a question she had been avoiding looking at directly for months, and her mother was still speaking about wedding preparations and the necessity of ordering new gowns, and how they must begin compiling guest lists immediately, so that everything would be ready when the betrothal was announced, and Eleanor managed to nod and murmur something appropriate, while her mind spun with a dizzying mixture of panic and resignation, and that treacherous flicker of hope that refused to be extinguished, no matter how many times she told herself she was being foolish. The days that followed passed in a blur of social obligations that felt increasingly surreal, as though Eleanor were watching herself move through drawing rooms and gardens and ballrooms from a great distance, observing this woman in expensive dresses who smiled and conversed and accepted compliments about her upcoming happiness, while inside she felt like she was slowly drowning. And through it all, Adrian Blackwood continued to appear at the edges of her awareness, seated across from her at the Dalton dinner party, where their eyes met over the centerpiece of white roses and held for 3 heartbeats before he looked away, standing near the refreshment table at Lady Morrison's soirée, where Eleanor caught him watching her speak with Pemberton with an expression that looked almost like anguish before his features smoothed into polite neutrality, and Eleanor began to feel as though she were losing her grip on reality, because how could she reconcile 10 years of studied indifference with these recent weeks of charged glances and orchestrated proximity? And late at night, when she could not sleep, she would lie in her bed staring at the ceiling and reviewing every encounter since the Marchmont ball, trying to determine whether she was witnessing something real or constructing an elaborate delusion from the desperate materials of her own longing. Because what if these moments she had been cataloguing and analyzing and investing with such significance were nothing more than coincidence and her own fevered imagination? What if Adrian had not changed his behavior at all, and she was simply seeing what she wanted to see, because the alternative was accepting a marriage to a kind man she did not love and relinquishing forever the dream she had carried for a decade? And the uncertainty was more painful than the original rejection had been, because at least the rejection had been clear and constant, whereas this ambiguity left her suspended between hope and despair, with no solid ground beneath her feet. Eleanor found herself analyzing her own thoughts with the detachment of a natural philosopher, examining a specimen, wondering if this was what madness felt like, this obsessive circling around the same questions without resolution, this inability to trust her own perceptions or distinguish between reality and wishful projection, and she thought perhaps she should speak to someone about what she was experiencing. But who could she tell? Because to voice her confusion would require admitting that she had spent 10 years harboring feelings for a man who had never shown her the slightest interest, and that now, when she was on the verge of accepting another man's proposal, she thought, perhaps, maybe possibly, the first man might feel something for her, after all, based on nothing more substantial than a few glances and accidental touches and moments of proximity that could be explained by the simple mathematics of a finite social circle. And spoken aloud it would sound absurd even to her own ears, the desperate rationalization of a woman who had wasted her youth on an unrequited attachment and now could not let it go even when happiness of a different sort was being offered to her. Her mother spoke daily about the proposal that was coming, reminding Eleanor how fortunate she was and how Lord Pemberton would make an excellent husband, and how Eleanor must not let this opportunity pass, and each reminder felt like another weight added to a scale, already tipping dangerously toward obligation and duty and the extinguishing of hope, and Eleanor began to steel herself for what she knew must come, the acceptance of Pemberton's suit and the final burial of the fantasy she had nurtured since she was 18 years old, because surely it was time to be sensible, time to choose security over the painful uncertainty of these past weeks, time to become the woman her mother wanted her to be, rather than continuing to chase shadows and interpret glances, and imagine that Adrian Blackwood's carefully controlled expressions contained hidden messages meant only for her. The Ashford ball fell on the first Friday of July, when the heat of summer had settled over London like a weighted blanket, and the ballroom, despite its high ceilings and open windows, felt close and stifling, filled with the mingled scents of hothouse flowers and perfume, and the particular musk of too many bodies moving through complicated dance figures. And Eleanor stood near the edge of the room in a gown of pale blue silk that her mother had insisted would complement her complexion, watching Lord Pemberton dance with Lady Ashford's youngest daughter and feeling as though she were watching her life from outside her own body, observing this woman who would soon accept a proposal from a good man and settle into the comfortable, predictable existence that awaited her, and the weight of it pressed down on her chest until she could not draw a full breath, and she murmured something to her mother about needing air, and slipped through the French doors onto the terrace before anyone could stop her or offer to accompany her. And the night air was scarcely cooler than the ballroom, but at least it was moving, carrying with it the scent of roses from the garden below and the distant sound of the orchestra playing a waltz she did not recognize. She descended the stone steps into the garden where lanterns hung from tree branches, casting pools of golden light across the gravel paths and the carefully manicured beds of summer flowers, and she walked deeper into the shadows, away from the terrace, where other guests had gathered to escape the heat, seeking the darker reaches of the garden, where she might be alone with her thoughts for a few precious minutes before duty called her back. And she found herself near the fountain at the garden's center, where the water made soft musical sounds as it fell, and the moonlight turned everything silver and strange. And she stood there with her hands pressed against the cool stone rim of the fountain, thinking that in 2 days Pemberton would call and speak to her father, and the thing would be done, and the door on whatever foolish hope she had been, harboring, would close forever. She did not hear Adrian approach until he spoke her name from behind her, and she turned so quickly she nearly lost her balance. And there he was, standing in a shaft of moonlight, with his evening clothes perfectly arranged, and his expression unreadable in the shifting shadows. And he said, "Forgive me, I did not mean to startle you." But his voice held a quality she had never heard in it before, something raw and urgent that made her heart begin to race. And she said, "Lord Blackwood," because she could think of nothing else to say, and the formal address felt absurd given the circumstances. But what else was there between them, except formality and distance and all these years of careful avoidance? He took a step closer, and she saw that his hands were clenched at his sides, as though he were restraining himself from some action. And he said, "I saw you leave," and there was an admission in those 4 words that felt dangerous and thrilling and terrifying all at once. And Eleanor said, "I needed air," which was true but incomplete, and they stood there in the moonlight, beside the fountain, with the sounds of the ball drifting down from the house, and the night wrapped around them like a cocoon, separating them from the world they had just left. And Adrian said in a voice that seemed to be pulled from somewhere deep in his chest, "Why are you accepting Pemberton?" And the question hung between them, charged with everything they had never said to each other in 10 years of studied politeness and careful distance. Eleanor felt something crack open inside her chest, something that had been locked away and guarded for so long that its sudden exposure felt like violence, and she said, "That is hardly your concern." But her voice shook on the words betraying her, and Adrian took another step forward until they were close enough that she could see the muscle working in his jaw and the way his eyes looked almost black in the dim light. And he said, "Is it not?" And it was not quite a question and not quite a statement, but something in between. And Eleanor said, "You have shown no interest in my affairs for a decade, Lord Blackwood. I cannot imagine why you would begin now." And she heard the bitterness in her own voice and hated herself for it, but could not call it back. And Adrian flinched as though she had struck him and said, "You think I have shown no interest." And his voice was rough and strange and filled with something that sounded like pain. And Eleanor said, "What else am I to think?" And they were closer now, though she could not say which of them had moved. Close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from his body and smell that cedar scent she had noticed at the musicale, and see the rapid rise and fall of his chest as though he had been running, though he stood perfectly still. He opened his mouth as though to speak, then closed it again, and she saw the war happening behind his eyes, saw him reach for words and fail to find them, or find them and decide against speaking them, and the silence stretched between them taut as a wire. And Eleanor thought wildly that she should return to the ballroom, that standing here alone with him in the dark garden was improper and dangerous, and she was promised to another man, or as good as promised, but her feet would not move and her eyes would not leave his face. And finally Adrian said, "Eleanor, just her name, nothing more," but he said it like a prayer or a curse or both, and then he turned and walked away from her back toward the lights of the house, leaving her standing alone beside the fountain, with her heart hammering against her ribs and her mind reeling, and the ghost of her name on his lips echoing in the darkness. Lord Pemberton called on the Sunday afternoon, following the Ashford ball, arriving precisely at 3 o'clock, as he had indicated he would in the note he had sent the previous day. and Eleanor sat in the drawing room in a gown of rose-colored muslin that her mother had selected, watching him settle into the chair across from her with the careful deliberation that characterized all his movements, and her parents had withdrawn with a show of discretion that fooled no one, leaving Eleanor alone with a man who had come to determine the course of her future. And Pemberton cleared his throat and began to speak about his estate and his prospects, and his deep regard for Eleanor's character and accomplishments, and she listened with a strange detachment, as though she were floating somewhere near the ceiling, observing this scene rather than living it, watching this kind, decent man offer her security and respect and a comfortable life. And when he finally asked the question that had been building through 10 minutes of preamble, when he said, "Miss Hartwell, would you do me the very great honor of consenting to become my wife?" Eleanor heard herself say, "Not yes, but might I have some time to consider?" And she saw the flicker of surprise cross his face, though he recovered quickly and said, of course she must take whatever time she required, though he hoped she would not keep him waiting over long. And after he left, her mother came into the drawing room with eyes bright with expectation, and Eleanor had to say that she had asked for time to think, and her mother's face fell into an expression of confused disappointment, and she said, "But why on earth would you need time, Eleanor? He is everything we could have hoped for." And Eleanor had no answer that would satisfy, because how could she explain that she needed time to kill whatever foolish hope still lived in her chest, time to reconcile herself to the death of a dream she had carried for 10 years, time to become the sensible woman who could accept a good man's proposal without reservation. The days that followed were a special kind of torture as Eleanor moved through her daily routines, while her mind circled endlessly around the same worn paths, reviewing every interaction with Adrian Blackwood from their first meeting a decade ago to that charged encounter in the Ashford garden, trying to construct a coherent narrative from fragments and glances and moments that might mean everything or nothing. And she would lie awake at night, cataloguing the evidence on both sides. The years of indifference weighed against these recent weeks of proximity. His question in the garden about why she was accepting Pemberton set against his immediate retreat when she challenged him, and no matter how many times she reviewed the data she could reach, no certain conclusion except that she was driving herself toward madness with this obsessive analysis. She thought about the library encounter and the way he had looked at her across the Dalton dinner table, and that moment at the musicale when their hands had touched, and she tried to determine whether these instances represented a pattern of genuine feeling or merely the inevitable friction that occurs when two people move through the same limited social sphere, and the uncertainty was corrosive, eating away at her ability to think clearly about anything else. And she began to understand that this was precisely why she needed to accept Pemberton's proposal, because she could not continue to live in this state of suspended animation, waiting for a sign that might never come from a man who had given her no reason to hope except for a handful of ambiguous moments that could be explained by coincidence and her own desperate wishful thinking. Eleanor's mother grew increasingly anxious as the days passed without a decision, asking each morning whether Eleanor had reached a conclusion and reminding her that Lord Pemberton was a patient man. But his patience was not infinite, and other young women would be only too happy to accept what Eleanor seemed determined to refuse, and her father called her into his study one evening and spoke more gently than her mother, but with equal concern, saying that he wanted Eleanor's happiness above all things, but she must understand that opportunities like this did not come often, especially for a woman of 28 who had shown no interest in any of the other men who had paid her court over the years. And Eleanor sat in her father's study, feeling the walls close in, and knowing he was right, knowing that she was being foolish and romantic and utterly impractical, knowing that she should accept the security being offered rather than gambling everything on a fantasy. On the 7th day after Pemberton's proposal, Eleanor sat at her writing desk and composed a note asking him to call the following afternoon. And as she sealed the letter, she felt something inside her chest go cold and still, as though a door were closing on a room she would never enter again. And she told herself this was wisdom, this was maturity, this was what it meant to be a grown woman who understood that life required compromise and that love, as she had imagined it, was a fiction sold to young girls in novels, and she would accept Pemberton's proposal, and she would be grateful for his kindness, and she would build a life that was comfortable if not passionate, and in time she would forget that she had ever hoped for anything different. And this resolution should have brought relief, but instead it felt like grief, like mourning something that had never actually existed except in her own imagination, and she sat at her desk with the sealed letter in her hand and wept. Eleanor called on her sister Beatrice the following Tuesday afternoon, seeking distraction from her own thoughts and perhaps some of the uncomplicated warmth that had always existed between them, and Beatrice lived in a comfortable townhouse in Mayfair with her husband, Mr. Thomas Whitmore, who managed his family's shipping interests and had known Adrian Blackwood since their school days, though Eleanor had never thought to ask about this connection until now, when it suddenly seemed significant in ways she could not articulate, and she arrived at 2:30 to find Beatrice delighted to see her and immediately ordering tea and settling Eleanor in the drawing room with promises that they would have a lovely afternoon together, and they spoke of inconsequential things for perhaps 20 minutes before the butler entered and announced that Lord Blackwood had arrived to see Mr. Whitmore on a matter of business, and Eleanor felt all the blood drain from her face as Beatrice said cheerfully that Thomas was in his study, and would Adrian mind waiting in the drawing room for just a moment while she fetched him. And then Adrian was standing in the doorway, looking as shocked to see Eleanor as she was to see him, and Beatrice performed the social niceties with the easy grace that came naturally to her, seemingly oblivious to the sudden tension that had filled the room like smoke, and she excused herself to find her husband leaving Eleanor and Adrian alone in a drawing room that suddenly felt very small, while outside the windows the sky had darkened with the promise of rain, and they stood there in the terrible silence that seemed to have become their natural mode of communication. And finally Eleanor said, "I did not know you had business with my brother-in-law," because she had to say something, and that seemed safer than anything else she might voice. And Adrian said, "It is a small matter regarding a shipment," and his voice was carefully controlled, but she could hear the strain beneath it, and he remained standing near the door as though he might bolt at any moment, while Eleanor sat rigidly in her chair with her hands folded in her lap and her heart beating so hard she thought surely he must hear it. The first drops of rain began to fall against the windows as they maintained their awkward positions, and Eleanor thought wildly that this was some kind of cosmic punishment, and to be trapped in a room with the one person she most needed to avoid in the very week she had decided to close the door on whatever foolish hope she had been harboring. And she said, "The weather has turned," which was perhaps the most inane observation she had ever made. But Adrian nodded gravely, as though she had offered some profound insight, and he finally moved away from the door, coming to stand near the fireplace, where he picked up a small porcelain figurine and examined it with what seemed like desperate concentration. And the rain began to fall harder now, drumming against the glass in a rhythm that matched Eleanor's pulse. And she thought about the letter she had sent to Pemberton, asking him to call tomorrow, thought about the answer she had prepared to give, and she looked at Adrian's profile as he studied that ridiculous figurine, and felt something twist painfully in her chest. He set the figurine down and turned to face her, and for a moment their eyes met and held, and Eleanor saw something in his expression that she had never seen before, something raw and unguarded, and he said, "Miss Hartwell, I must apologize for my behavior at the Ashford ball. I had no right to question your decisions." And she said, "You had every right to ask." And then, because she was tired of careful words and diplomatic evasions, she said, "Though I confess I do not understand why you did." And she watched him struggle with this, watched the war play out across his features, and finally he said, "Because I cannot bear it." And the words seemed torn from him against his will, and Eleanor said, "Cannot bear what?" though she thought she knew, or hoped she knew, or feared she knew. And Adrian said, "The thought of you with him, with anyone." And then he stopped, as though he had said too much, and looked away from her toward the rain-streaked windows. And the silence that followed was different from the silences that had come before, charged with confession and possibility and terror. Eleanor rose from her chair and moved toward him without conscious decision, and she said, Adrian, using his given name for the first time in 10 years, and he looked at her with an expression of such longing and despair that she felt her breath catch, and he said, "I should not have said that I have no right." But Eleanor said, "Why do you have no right?" And her voice was shaking now, and they stood there in Beatrice's drawing room, with the rain falling outside and the afternoon light fading to grey. And Adrian said, "Because I have spent 10 years staying away from you, because I believed it was the right thing, the honourable thing, because I thought." And he stopped again as though the words were too difficult, and Eleanor said, What did you think? And she was close enough now to see the lines around his eyes, and the tension in his jaw, and the way his hands were clenched at his sides. And he said, I thought you deserved better than what I could offer, and there was such pain in his voice that Eleanor felt tears prick at her eyes. And she said, better than what? And Adrian said, better than a second, son with limited means and a family history best forgotten, better than a man who could give you nothing but his heart. And the confession hung between them as the rain continued to fall. The words hung in the air between them like something fragile and precious that might shatter if either of them moved too quickly, and Eleanor found she could not speak for a moment and could not do anything but stare at Adrian as the rain continued its relentless percussion against the windows and the grey afternoon light cast shadows across his face. And she thought of 10 years of watching him from across ballrooms, 10 years of carefully composed indifference, 10 years of believing herself invisible to the one person she most wished would see her, and now he stood before her saying he had stayed away because he thought she deserved better, and the revelation was so unexpected and so utterly incomprehensible that she felt dizzy with it, felt the room tilt slightly, as though the very foundations of her understanding had shifted. She said, your heart, and her voice was barely a whisper, and Adrian looked away from her toward the rain-streaked windows as though he could not bear to meet her eyes. And he said, I have watched you for 10 years, Miss Hartwell, and there was such rawness in his voice that Eleanor felt something crack open in her chest, and he continued speaking in fragments, his words tumbling out in a way that was so unlike his usual careful control, and he said, at every ball, every dinner, every musicale I have watched you and told myself I was doing the right thing, by staying away, that I was being honorable by not pursuing what I had no right to pursue. And Eleanor said, what do you mean, no, right? What are you talking about? Because none of this made sense, because if he had been watching her, then surely he must have known that she had been watching him too. And Adrian turned back to face her, and she saw that his composure was crumbling, saw the careful mask he had worn for a decade beginning to crack, and he said, I heard your father once speaking with Lord Ashford at his club. I was not meant to hear, but I did, and your father said that you deserved a man of substance and position, that you should not be wasted on some second son, with nothing to offer. And Eleanor felt ice flood through her veins as understanding began to dawn. And she said, when was this? And Adrian said, 10 years ago, just after we were introduced at your first ball. And the timeline clicked into place with horrible clarity, and Eleanor thought of that first meeting, thought of the way Adrian had seemed interested and then had simply vanished from her orbit, thought of 10 years of distance that she had attributed to indifference when it had been something else entirely. She wanted to be angry, but the emotion that rose in her was more complex than that, a terrible mixture of grief and frustration and a painful kind of hope, and she said, so you decided for me, and Adrian flinched at the words, and he said, I decided to give you the chance to find what you deserved. I could not trap you in a limited life when you could have so much more. And Eleanor said, and what if what I deserved was the right to make my own choices? And her voice was shaking now, and Adrian said nothing, but she could see the struggle in his face, and she pressed on because 10 years of silence had earned her the right to demand answers. And she said, did you never think to ask me what I wanted? Did you never consider that perhaps your assumptions about what I deserved might not align with my own desires? And Adrian said, I thought I was protecting you. And Eleanor said, from what? From the possibility of happiness, from the chance to choose my own path. And the words came out harder than she intended, but she could not contain the tumult of emotions that his confession had and unleashed. The rain intensified outside, becoming a downpour that obscured the street beyond the windows, and Eleanor moved closer to Adrian until only a few feet separated them, and she could see that his hands were trembling slightly, though he kept them rigid at his sides. And she said, you speak of watching me for 10 years, but did you ever truly see me? Did you see that I was watching you as well? And Adrian's eyes widened slightly at this, and Eleanor felt a terrible vulnerability in admitting what she had never admitted to anyone, but she continued because the moment demanded honesty, no matter how exposing. And she said, I have spent 10 years believing myself unworthy of your notice, 10 years thinking there was some fundamental flaw in me that made me invisible to you, and all this time, and her voice broke slightly, and she had to stop and gather herself before she could continue. And when she spoke again, her words were quieter but no less intense, and she said, All this time you were staying away because you thought you were being noble." And Adrian said Eleanor, using her given name for the first time, and the sound of it in his voice was almost unbearable. And he said, "I am sorry, I did not know, I never imagined that you—" And he could not seem to finish the sentence. And Eleanor said, "That I what?" And Adrian said, "That you might have wanted my attention, that you might have cared whether I noticed you." And the admission was so painfully honest that Eleanor felt tears threaten, and she said, "How could you not know?" And Adrian said, "Because I was so focused on staying away, on doing what I thought was right, that I blinded myself to everything else." And they stood there in the grey light with the rain falling and 10 years of misunderstanding between them, and Eleanor thought that this was both the worst and the best moment of her life. Worst because of all the time that had been lost, and best because finally, the truth was being spoken. The letter arrived 3 days after that rain-soaked afternoon in Beatrice's drawing room, delivered by a footman in plain livery, who waited only long enough to place it in Eleanor's hands before departing, and she recognized Adrian's handwriting immediately from the few times she had seen it on calling cards and dinner place settings over the years, and she took the letter to her room, with her heart racing and hands trembling slightly as she broke the seal. And what she found inside was not what she had expected, not a declaration or a confession, but something more fragmented and painful, an apology that seemed to circle around its true meaning without ever quite landing on solid ground. And he wrote, "Miss Hartwell, I must beg your forgiveness for the impropriety of my words. During our recent conversation, I had no right to burden you with sentiments that can only cause confusion and distress." And Eleanor read this line 3 times, trying to understand whether he was apologizing for the confession itself or for the timing of it. And he continued, "I have spent these past days in considerable turmoil, reviewing choices made long ago, and wondering if the path I chose was truly the noble one or merely the cowardly one." And this admission struck her as almost more revealing than anything he had said in Beatrice's drawing room. And further down the page he wrote, "I told myself for 10 years that staying away from you was an act of honor, that by keeping my distance, I was protecting you from a life of limitation and disappointment, but I begin to suspect that I was protecting only myself from the vulnerability of pursuing what I most desired and being found wanting." And Eleanor felt something twist in her chest at these words, felt the pain of them and the honesty, and she read on as Adrian's careful handwriting continued. "I do not write this to seek absolution or to place any obligation upon you. I write only because the truth once begun must be finished, and the truth is that I have thought of you every day for 10 years, have carried the memory of our first meeting like a talisman, have measured every choice against the question of whether it would make me worthy of you, even as I convinced myself that pursuing you would be selfish." And Eleanor sat on the edge of her bed with the letter in her hands, and tears beginning to blur her vision, and she read the final lines. "You said I decided for you, and you were right. I presumed to know what was best, and in doing so, robbed us both of the chance to discover what might have been possible. I do not ask for your forgiveness, for I do not deserve it. But I wanted you to understand that my distance was never indifference, and my silence was never lack of feeling." And the letter was signed simply Adrian without title or formality, and Eleanor read it again immediately and then again, parsing each phrase for hidden meanings and finding in the spaces between the words a decade of longing that matched her own. And she thought about the assumptions that had governed both their lives, thought about her father's careless words overheard in a club, and Adrian's decision to let those words determine the course of 2 lives, and she felt anger rising in her again, but also a terrible sadness for all the years that had been lost to misunderstanding and presumption. And she read the letter a 4th time, focusing on the phrase, "I begin to suspect that I was protecting only myself," and recognized in it the painful self-awareness of someone confronting their own cowardice. And she thought about Pemberton's patient courtship and her mother's hopeful planning and the life she had been preparing to accept just days ago. And she thought about Adrian standing in the grey light of Beatrice's drawing room saying, "I cannot bear the thought of you with him with anyone," and she knew with sudden crystalline clarity that she could not marry Pemberton, could not bind herself to safety and kindness when the possibility of something true, however difficult, however uncertain, now existed. And she folded the letter carefully and placed it in the drawer of her writing desk, where she would return to it dozens of times in the days that followed, reading and rereading until she knew every word by heart, trying to decode not just what Adrian had written, but what he had not written, trying to understand what he wanted from her, if anything, trying to determine whether this letter was a confession or a farewell, and she found no clear answer in the careful phrases and fragmented admissions, but she knew that something fundamental had shifted between them, and that whatever happened next, they could not return to the careful distance that had defined 10 years of their lives. Eleanor stood before the door of Adrian's townhouse on a grey Tuesday afternoon, when propriety demanded she should be anywhere else, her heart hammering against her ribs as she raised her hand to knock, and she thought of the letter folded in her reticule, thought of the 3 sleepless nights she had spent reading and rereading those carefully constructed sentences that circled around truth without ever quite landing on it, and she knew that seeking him out like this was scandalous, knew that arriving at a bachelor's residence without chaperone or prior arrangement could ruin her reputation beyond repair. But she found that she did not care anymore because 10 years of propriety and careful distance had brought her nothing but loneliness and the spectre of a marriage to a man she could never truly love. And when the butler opened the door, his face registered shock at finding a lady of quality standing unaccompanied on the steps, and Eleanor said, "I must see Lord Blackwood immediately," with a firmness that surprised even herself. And the butler stammered something about his lordship not being at home to visitors, but Eleanor saw the flicker in his eyes that told her Adrian was indeed present, and she said, "Please inform Lord Blackwood that Miss Hartwell is here, and that I will not leave until he receives me." And she stepped past the butler into the entrance hall before he could protest, and she heard voices from somewhere deeper in the house, and then footsteps approaching, and Adrian appeared at the top of the stairs, still in shirt-sleeves without his coat, and his face went pale when he saw her standing there, and he said, "Eleanor, what are you doing here? You should not." And she cut him off, saying, "I need answers, real answers, not fragments and apologies and carefully worded admissions that mean everything and nothing." And Adrian descended the stairs, quickly telling the butler to leave them, and when they were alone in the hallway, he said, "You cannot be here if anyone should discover." And Eleanor said, "I do not care about discovery, I care about truth." And her voice was shaking, but she held her ground. And Adrian looked at her with an expression that contained equal parts anguish and longing, and he said, "Please let me call for a carriage, let me send you home before." And Eleanor said, "Before? What before we speak honestly for once? Before you tell me plainly what all these fragments mean?" And she pulled the letter from her reticule and held it up between them, and she said, "You write of staying away and of protection and of unworthiness, but you do not write of what you actually feel. You do not say clearly what any of this means." And Adrian reached for her arm as though to guide her toward the door, but stopped himself before touching her, and he said, "I have told you more than I should have told you, things that can only complicate your life when you have a perfectly good offer from Pemberton." And Eleanor felt fury rise in her at this, and she said, "Do not speak to me of Pemberton, do not deflect and dodge when I am asking you directly to tell me the truth." And Adrian said, "What truth do you want, Eleanor? What more can I possibly say?" And she moved closer to him until they stood only a foot apart in the dim hallway, and she said, "Tell me plainly, without equivocation, without noble excuses, what you feel when you look at me." And the question hung between them like something alive and dangerous, and Adrian's composure, which had been fracturing since the rainy afternoon, finally shattered completely, and he said, "I love you. I have loved you since the moment we met 10 years ago. I have loved you through every ball and dinner and musicale. I have loved you while watching you dance with other men, while listening to you laugh at their jokes, while knowing that I had no right to speak." And his voice broke on the final words, and Eleanor felt tears spring to her eyes, because this was what she had needed to hear, not apologies or explanations, but the simple, raw truth. And she said, "Then why did you stay away? Why did you waste 10 years? And Adrian said, "Because I thought it was what you deserved, because I convinced myself that loving you meant letting you find someone better." And Eleanor said, "You arrogant fool, you presumptuous, misguided man." And there was no heat in the words, only a kind of desperate sadness. And she said, "Did it never occur to you that I might have wanted a choice in the matter, that I might have preferred a modest life with someone I loved to a grand life with someone I did not?" And Adrian stared at her as though her words were incomprehensible, and he said, "You could not have wanted, you never showed any sign." And Eleanor laughed bitterly and said, How could I show anything when you never looked at me, when you made it abundantly clear that I was beneath your notice? And Adrian said, beneath my notice? You were never beneath my notice. You were so far above it that I could hardly breathe when you entered a room. And the admission seemed to cost him something, and Eleanor felt the last of her composure crumble, and she said, then why, Adrian, why all this distance, all this careful avoidance? And he said, because I was afraid, because I knew that if I allowed myself to pursue you, I would be condemning you to less than you deserved. I could not bear to be the one who limited your life. And Eleanor closed the remaining distance between them and said, you have already limited my life by your absence. You have given me 10 years of believing myself unworthy of love. And Adrian reached for her, then finally touching her face with trembling fingers, and he said, you are worthy of everything. I am the one who is not worthy. And Eleanor said, let me decide, that let me have the choice you took from me 10 years ago. And they stood there in the hallway with the truth, and finally spoken between them, raw and painful, and somehow transformative. Adrian led Eleanor into his study, because they could not remain standing in the hallway where any servant might pass and see them in such intimate proximity, and once the door was closed behind them, he moved to the window and stood with his back to her for a long moment, as though gathering the courage to speak the whole truth. And when he finally turned, his face was marked with a kind of exhausted resignation, as though he had carried a weight for so long that the prospect of setting it down was both relief and terror. And he said, I need to tell you how this began, how I made the choice that cost us 10 years. And Eleanor stood very still near the door, waiting for whatever revelation would come. And Adrian said, it was at the Ashford ball the night we first met, and you were 18, and I was 24, and I had been in society long enough to be cynical about its rituals and calculations. And he paused, running a hand through his hair in a gesture of distress, and he continued, your father introduced us very briefly, just a polite acknowledgement, and you smiled at me, and I felt something shift in my chest, something I had never felt before. And Eleanor remembered that moment, remembered the flutter of hope she had felt at his handsome face, and the way his eyes had met hers for just an instant before he bowed and moved away. And Adrian said, I watched you the rest of that evening, watched you dance and laugh with your friends, and I knew that I wanted to pursue your acquaintance, but I also knew the obstacles. And he moved away from the window, pacing. Now, as the words came faster, and he said, I am a second son, Eleanor. My older brother inherited the estate and the title, and I have only a modest income from my mother's settlement and a position managing affairs for my brother. And Eleanor started to speak, but he held up a hand, asking her to let him finish. And he said, later that same evening I was in the card room, and your father was there with several other gentlemen, and they were discussing their daughters and their prospects as fathers do. And his voice took on a bitter edge, and he said, your father spoke of you with such pride, such obvious love, and he said that you deserved the very best, that he would never consent to see you married to anyone who could not provide you with security and position. And Adrian stopped pacing and looked directly at Eleanor, and he said, he mentioned specifically that he had no patience for second sons with uncertain prospects that his daughter would marry well or not at all. And Eleanor felt something cold settle in her stomach as she began to understand the foundation of Adrian's decision, and he said, I convinced myself that your father was right, that pursuing you would be selfish when I had so little to offer. And he laughed without humor, adding, I told myself it was noble to stay away, that loving you meant wanting what was best for you, even if that meant you belonged to someone else. And Eleanor could hear the self-recrimination in his voice, and Adrian continued, so I made a decision that night at that first ball. I decided I would not pursue you, would not call on you, would not allow myself to become attached when I knew that your father would never approve, and that I could never provide the kind of life you deserved. And he moved closer to her, his eyes searching her face, and he said, but the decision to stay away did not diminish what I felt. It only made it more painful, and every time I saw you at a ball or dinner, I had to renew my resolve, had to remind myself why I could not approach you. Eleanor felt tears streaming down her face now at the waste of it all, at the terrible logic that had governed both their lives. And Adrian said, I watched you year after year, watched you dance with other men, watched you grow from 18 to 28, and I told myself I was doing the right thing, that by keeping my distance I was protecting you from limited life. And his voice broke slightly as he added, I never imagined that you might have wanted something different, that you might have preferred modest comfort with someone you cared for to grand comfort with someone you did not." And Eleanor understood now. The full scope of his mistake, understood how a single overheard conversation had shaped 10 years of loneliness for them both. And Adrian said, "When I saw you with Pemberton, something in me finally broke. I could not maintain the pretense anymore, could not continue to tell myself that my distance was noble when it felt like dying." And he reached for her, hands tentatively as though afraid she might pull away, and he said, "I am so sorry, Eleanor, for all the years I stole from us, for all the assumptions I made without ever asking what you wanted." And Eleanor gripped his hands tightly, feeling the truth of his confession settle over her, like something heavy and transformative. Eleanor felt something break loose inside her chest as she listened to Adrian's apology, and the emotion that surged through her was not the relief or joy she might have expected, but instead a white-hot fury that made her pull her hands from his and step back, and she said, "You are sorry," with a voice that shook with barely contained rage, and Adrian looked startled by the sudden shift in her demeanor, and she continued, "You are sorry for stealing 10 years from us, for making decisions about my life without consulting me, for presuming to know what I wanted better than I knew myself." And her voice rose as the full weight of what had been lost crashed over her, and she said, "You heard one conversation, one single evening of my father expressing his hopes for my future, and from that you constructed an entire edifice of noble sacrifice without ever considering that I might have different desires, different dreams, different values than what you assumed." And Adrian said, "Eleanor, please, I thought I was protecting you." But she cut him off, saying, "You were protecting yourself from the possibility of rejection, from having to risk actually asking me what I wanted, from having to trust that I might choose you, despite your modest circumstances." And the truth of her own words struck her even as she spoke them, and she saw Adrian flinch as though she had struck him physically. And she said, "Do you know what these 10 years have been like for me? Do you have any comprehension of what it means to love someone who will not even look at you, who treats you as though you are invisible?" And tears were streaming down her face now, but her voice remained steady and sharp. And she continued, "I convinced myself that there was something wrong with me, that I was unworthy of your notice, that my feelings were pathetic and foolish, because why else would you be so determined to avoid me?" And Adrian said, "I never meant for you to feel that way, I never imagined." And Eleanor said, "No, you did not imagine. You did not ask, you simply decided what was best and acted accordingly." And she paced away from him toward the window, where he had stood moments before, and she looked out at the grey afternoon and said, "I could have married years ago, there were other offers. Not as grand as Pemberton, perhaps, but respectable men who might have made me content." And she turned back to face him, adding, "But I did not accept them because some foolish part of me kept hoping that you would see me, would speak to me, would give me any sign that I was not alone in what I felt." And Adrian's face was pale and stricken, and he said, "I did see you, Eleanor, I saw you constantly. I memorized every dress you wore, every dance you shared with other men, every smile you gave to people who were not me." And Eleanor said, "Then why did you not speak? Why? Did you let me suffer in silence?" And Adrian said, "Because I thought silence was kinder than offering you a life of limitation." And Eleanor moved close to him again and said, "You arrogant, presumptuous man," and this time there was both anger and something else in her voice, something that might have been the beginning of understanding. And she said, "I never wanted grand estates or titles or wealth. I wanted someone who saw me truly, who valued my mind and my heart, who made me feel alive." And her voice dropped to barely more than a whisper as she added, "I wanted you, Adrian. I have wanted you since that first night, when you bowed and walked away, and I have wanted you through every lonely year since." And she saw his eyes fill with tears, and she said, "But you never gave me the choice. You decided for both of us, that we would be better apart, that your love required distance rather than presence." And Adrian reached for her again, and this time she let him take her hands, and he said, "I was wrong, Eleanor, I was so terribly wrong, and I do not know how to repair what I have broken." And Eleanor looked at their joined hands and felt the anger begin to transform into something else. And she said, "I do not know either. I do not know if 10 years can be forgiven or forgotten." And Adrian said, "I am not asking for forgiveness. I am asking only for a chance to try to build something now with the time we have left." And Eleanor felt exhausted suddenly, as though the fury had burned through her, leaving only a profound weariness. And she said, "I need time to think. I need to understand what this means." And Adrian nodded and said, "I will give you all the time you need." And they stood there in his study with the truth finally spoken between them, raw and painful, and somehow necessary. 3 weeks passed before Eleanor received the invitation to the Winterbourne ball, and when she saw the familiar crest on the cream-colored card, she felt her hands begin to tremble, because this was the same venue where she and Adrian had first met a decade ago, the same ballroom where he had bowed politely and walked away, planting the seed of a longing that would define 10 years of her life. And she had already refused Lord Pemberton's suit in a conversation that left her mother in tears and her father grimly silent, and she had spent the week since her confrontation with Adrian in a state of suspended uncertainty, because they had not spoken again after she left his study, though she had received one brief note saying only, "I will wait for your answer for as long as it takes." And now she stood in her dressing room while her maid fastened the buttons of her gown, which was a deep midnight blue that made her skin look luminous in the candlelight, and she thought about not attending, thought about sending her regrets and staying home in the safety of her room. But something in her insisted that she must go, that whatever was to happen between her and Adrian must be faced rather than avoided. And so she descended the stairs and climbed into the carriage, and made the familiar journey to the Winterbourne estate, where the windows blazed with light and music, spilled out into the winter evening. And when she entered the ballroom, it was as though she had stepped backward in time to that night 10 years ago, when she had been 18 and full of hope. And the same chandeliers cast the same golden glow, and the same musicians played in the gallery, and the same crush of elegant bodies moved in patterns of dance and conversation. And Eleanor stood at the edge of the room, scanning the crowd with her heart beating so hard she could feel it in her throat. And then she saw him standing near the windows in conversation with another gentleman. But his attention was not on his companion, because his eyes were moving across the ballroom, searching, and when his gaze found her, she saw him go very still, and he excused himself from his conversation and began to move toward her with a deliberate, purposeful stride that made the crowd seem to part before him. And Eleanor could not move, could not breathe, could only watch as he crossed the distance between them, with his eyes never leaving her face. And when he reached her, he bowed with the same formal courtesy he had shown 10 years ago, but this time he did not walk away. And instead he said, "Miss Hartwell, would you grant me the honor of this dance?" And his voice was steady, but she could see the tension in his shoulders, the uncertainty in his eyes. And she said yes, because what else could she say when this was the moment she had imagined for a decade? And he took her hand and led her onto the dance floor. And as the music began, they moved together in the steps of a waltz that felt both achingly familiar and entirely new. And he held her with perfect propriety, but she could feel the warmth of his hand through her glove, could feel the solid presence of him after years of distance, and they danced in silence for several measures, while around them the other couples swirled, and the chandeliers threw patterns of light across the polished floor. And then Adrian leaned closer, his mouth near her ear, and said in a voice meant only for her, "I have loved you since we met, Eleanor, from that first moment, 10 years ago. In this very room I have loved you, and I have been a fool and a coward, and I do not deserve your forgiveness, but I am asking for a chance to prove that I can be worthy of what you have already given me." And Eleanor felt tears prick her eyes as she said, "You whispered that you loved me, but you never showed me, never gave me any sign." And Adrian said, "I am showing you now in front of everyone here. I am claiming what I should have claimed a decade ago." And she looked up at him and saw in his face such naked hope and fear that her anger finally began to dissolve into something that might eventually become forgiveness. And she said, "This is only a beginning, Adrian. We have much to repair." And he said, "I know, and I will spend whatever time it takes." And they continued to dance as the ballroom spun around them, and Eleanor felt for the first time in 10 years that she was precisely where she was meant to be. The morning after the Winterbourne ball, Eleanor woke to find a note delivered with her breakfast tray, and the handwriting was Adrian's careful script, asking if he might call upon her that afternoon. And when he arrived precisely at 3 o'clock, her mother received him with a coolness that bordered on hostility, because Eleanor had confessed her refusal of Pemberton and her feelings for Adrian, and her mother could not understand why her daughter would choose a second son with modest means over a wealthy lord. But Eleanor sat in the drawing room with Adrian, while her mother served as reluctant chaperone, and they spoke of small things at first, the weather and the previous evening's festivities, but there was an ease between them, now that had been absent, before a sense that the worst had been revealed and survived, and when Adrian left, he asked if he might call again the next day, and Eleanor said yes, and so began a pattern that would define the following weeks. He came each afternoon, sometimes bringing books he thought she might enjoy or flowers from his modest garden, and they took chaperoned walks through the park, where the early spring flowers were beginning to emerge from winter's grip, and they discovered in each other a compatibility that went beyond the attraction that had sustained Eleanor through 10 years of longing, for they shared views on literature and philosophy and politics, and Adrian made her laugh with observations that were both clever and kind, and Eleanor found that she could speak her mind freely without fear of censure or dismissal, and he listened to her opinions with genuine interest, treating her thoughts as worthy of consideration rather than merely indulging feminine whimsy. Her father remained skeptical, calling Adrian to his study one afternoon for what Eleanor could only imagine was an interrogation about his prospects and intentions, and when Adrian emerged an hour later, he looked somewhat pale but determined, and he told Eleanor later that her father had made clear his disappointment that she had refused a more advantageous match, but Adrian had stated his intentions plainly and promised to provide for Eleanor to the best of his ability, and her father had grudgingly given permission for the courtship to continue, though he had not given his blessing. As the weeks accumulated into a month and then 2, Eleanor watched her mother's resistance gradually soften, for it was impossible to witness Eleanor's transformation and not recognize that this was something more than girlish infatuation, and Eleanor, who had moved through the world with a quiet sadness for so long now, seemed to radiate light, and she smiled more easily and spoke more freely, and there was a vitality in her that had been dormant, and even Eleanor's mother, who valued social advantage above most things, could not deny that her daughter was happier than she had ever been. One evening in May, as the gardens burst with bloom, Adrian asked Eleanor to walk with him in her family's modest grounds, and her mother permitted it with only her younger sister as distant chaperone, and they moved along the gravel paths while the sunset painted the sky in shades of rose and gold, and Adrian stopped beneath an old oak tree and took both of Eleanor's hands in his, and he said, "I know that I have already told you I love you, but I have not asked you properly if you might consent to be my wife." And Eleanor felt her breath catch because, even though she had known this moment was coming, it still struck her as almost miraculous that after 10 years of silence they had arrived here. And Adrian continued, "I cannot offer you grand estates or titles, or the kind of luxury that Pemberton could have provided, but I can offer you my whole heart and my complete devotion, and a life built on truth and partnership." And Eleanor said, "Yes, Adrian, yes, of course, yes," because there was no other answer she could give to the only question that had ever mattered, and he slipped a ring onto her finger, a simple band with a small sapphire that had belonged to his grandmother, and they stood together in the fading light while her sister discreetly turned away, and Adrian kissed her for the first time, a gentle meeting of lips that carried the weight of 10 years of longing, finally realized. And Eleanor thought that no moment in her life had ever felt more perfectly right. The preparations for the wedding were modest, for Adrian's circumstances did not permit extravagance, but Eleanor cared nothing for elaborate displays, and she worked with quiet joy to plan a ceremony that would be simple and meaningful, and her mother gradually embraced the inevitable, even helping to select Eleanor's gown and plan the wedding breakfast, and her father walked her down the aisle of the small church, with an expression that suggested he still had reservations but had accepted his daughter's choice. And when Eleanor saw Adrian waiting at the altar, his face radiant with love and certainty, she felt the last remnants of those 10 painful years finally release their hold on her heart, and they spoke their vows before God and witnesses, and they became husband and wife, and Eleanor knew that while they could not recover the time that had been lost, they could build something true and lasting with the years they had been given. 5 years had passed since Eleanor and Adrian spoke their vows in that small church, and now they stood together in the garden of their modest home, watching their 2 children chase each other through the flower beds, while the afternoon sun cast everything in shades of amber and gold, and Adrian's arm was around Eleanor's waist with a casual intimacy that still sometimes made her heart catch, because even now She remembered the years when such closeness seemed impossible, and their daughter Catherine, who was 3 years old, stumbled on the uneven ground, and her brother Thomas, who was nearly 5, caught her hand and helped her up with a gentleness that reminded Eleanor so much of Adrian that she felt tears prick her eyes, and Adrian must have noticed because he pulled her closer and said, "What is it, my love?" And she shook her head and said, "Only happiness, nothing more." Which was true, because these 5 years had been filled with a contentment so complete that sometimes she could hardly believe it was her life she was living. Their home was not grand, a comfortable manor house with enough rooms for their growing family and gardens that Eleanor tended herself with help from a modest staff. And Adrian's work kept them secure, if not wealthy, and Eleanor had discovered that she cared nothing for the ballrooms and social competitions that had once defined her world, because she had something infinitely more valuable in the quiet evenings when she and Adrian sat by the fire, reading aloud to each other, or discussing the events of the day, or simply existing in companionable silence, and in the mornings when he kissed her goodbye before leaving for his work, and in the nights when they lay together in the darkness, speaking of dreams and memories and the future they were building together. Sometimes Eleanor thought about those 10 lost years and felt a pang of regret for the time they could have had. But mostly she had made peace with the past, because she understood now that perhaps they had both needed those years to become the people who could build this life together, and Adrian had learned that love sometimes required risk and vulnerability rather than noble sacrifice. And Eleanor had learned that her own worth was not determined by others' recognition, but by her own truth and courage. Dear listener, if you have stayed with us through this story, then perhaps you understand what Eleanor and Adrian discovered in their years of separation and their ultimate coming together, that assumptions made in silence can steal decades of joy, and that the courage to speak truth even when it feels impossible can redeem what seemed irretrievably lost, and that sometimes the kindest thing we can do for those we love is not to decide for them what they need, but to offer them the honest choice and trust them to know their own hearts. Consider how often we make decisions based on what we believe others want or need or deserve. How often we silence our own truth because we have convinced ourselves that our silence is somehow noble or protective, and how many years we lose to fears that are never spoken aloud and therefore never challenged or resolved. And understand that while Eleanor and Adrian found their way back to each other, not every story ends with such grace, and the years lost to misunderstanding and presumption cannot always be recovered. If there is someone in your life whose regard you crave, if there is a truth you have been holding in silence because you fear the consequences of speaking, if there are years accumulating while you wait for the perfect moment or the certain outcome, then let this story be a gentle encouragement to choose courage over caution, honesty over assumption, and the risk of rejection over the certainty of regret. For Eleanor spent 10 years believing herself unseen when she was seen and loved all along, and those years cannot be reclaimed no matter how happy the ending. May you find the strength to speak the truths that matter. May you trust that those who truly love you can handle your honesty even when it is difficult, and may you build your life on foundation of authentic connection rather than careful distance, and may you rest tonight knowing that it is never too late to begin again, that hearts can heal even from years of misunderstanding, and that love, when finally acknowledged and claimed, can illuminate all the dark places we thought would remain in shadow forever. This has been a story from Love and Deep Space, where we believe in the transformative power of truth and the redemptive possibility of love. And if this tale has touched your heart, then we invite you to subscribe and join us for more stories of courage and connection and the journeys we take toward the lives we are meant to live. And until we meet again, may you walk in honesty and rest in peace, and know that you are worthy of being seen and loved exactly as you are. The rain fell cold and merciless upon the stone steps of St. Margaret's Chapel, each droplet striking the ancient granite with the sharp insistence of a creditor's knock, and Lady Eleanor Ashford stood in her ivory wedding gown, feeling the dampness seep through the thin satin slippers her late mother had worn decades before, her hands trembling not from the autumn chill, but from the terrible certainty of what this day truly meant. Beside her, tall as a monument and twice as cold, stood Adrian Blackwell, the Duke of Ravensmore, his dark hair sleek against his head, his grey eyes fixed somewhere beyond the gathered witnesses and beyond the weeping clouds, perhaps calculating figures and tonnage and profit margins, even as the vicar droned through vows that should have bound 2 souls, but instead merely transferred assets from one ledger to another. Eleanor could hear the whispers rippling through the pews behind them, the sympathetic murmurs of those who knew her father had been dead scarce 6 months. The more pointed observations about the Duke's sudden interest in matrimony, coinciding so conveniently with Lord Thomas Ashford's passing and the question of who would inherit his vast shipping empire, those merchant vessels that plied routes from London to the East Indies, their holds heavy with tea and silk and spices, that had built a fortune substantial enough to tempt even a duke whose ancient title could not mask the scent of financial desperation. She knew, of course, she had always known. When Adrian had called upon her 3 weeks after her father's funeral, his condolences as perfunctory as a business correspondence, when he had requested permission to court her with all the passion of a man ordering boots from his cobbler, when he had proposed in her father's study surrounded by the maps and manifests that represented the true object of his desire, Eleanor had understood with painful clarity that she was not a bride but a key, a means of access to the merchant fleet and trading contracts that she had inherited, the price the Duke was willing to pay being merely his name and title in exchange for her fortune. The ceremony proceeded with mechanical efficiency, each ritual observed, each word spoken, but there was no tremor of emotion in the Duke's voice when he pledged to honor and cherish, no warmth in his fingers when he slipped the cold gold band onto her hand, and when he lifted her veil to seal their union with a kiss, his lips barely grazed her cheek in a gesture so perfunctory it might have been a handshake. Eleanor signed the marriage register with her maiden name for the final time, watching as Adrian signed with bold, decisive strokes, the same hand that would soon sign orders and contracts for her father's ships, and then it was done. She was the Duchess of Ravensmoor, a title that should have filled her with pride, but instead felt like a shroud. The carriage that bore them away from the chapel was as silent as a hearse, the rain streaming down the windows, obscuring the faces of the onlookers who had gathered to witness the union of ancient nobility and new wealth, and Eleanor sat across from her husband watching his profile as he stared out at the grey landscape, his expression revealing nothing, not satisfaction at his acquisition, not regret at the coldness of their bargain, nothing but the same calculating distance she had seen from the first, and she understood that whatever life awaited her at Ravensmoor Hall, it would not include the foolish dreams of affection she had once harbored as a girl when her father still lived, and the future had seemed bright with possibility rather than dark with transaction. But before our lover's fate is revealed, subscribe so you never miss a chapter of romance and scandal, and tell us in the comments, where are you watching from? Now, let's begin. Ravensmoor Hall rose from the moorland like a monument to all things austere and unforgiving, its grey stone walls the colour of storm clouds, its countless windows reflecting the dying light with the cold glitter of indifferent eyes. And as the carriage rolled up the long gravel drive lined with ancient oaks that had shed their leaves in surrender to autumn's advance, Eleanor felt something inside her contract with a chill that had nothing to do with the weather and everything to do with the realization that this vast, unwelcoming edifice was now her home, her prison, the place where she would live out her days as a transaction rather than a wife. The housekeeper, Mrs. Davison, a woman whose spine was as straight as the hall's columns and whose expression revealed nothing but dutiful courtesy, greeted them in the entrance hall, where marble floors stretched in every direction and the ceiling soared 2 stories above, making Eleanor feel smaller than she had ever felt in her life, and when the Duke, for she could not yet think of him as Adrian, could not think of him with any intimacy whatsoever, instructed Mrs. Davison to show the Duchess to her chambers, emphasizing the word in a way that made clear these would be her chambers and hers alone. Eleanor followed the housekeeper up the grand staircase with the resignation of a prisoner being led to her cell. The rooms were beautiful in their way, furnished with obvious expense if not warmth, the bed hung with heavy curtains in deep burgundy, the windows overlooking the wild moorland that stretched endlessly toward a horizon already darkening with evening, and as a pair of maids unpacked her trunks with efficient silence, Eleanor stood at the window and wondered if her father had known, when he built his shipping empire, when he accumulated his fortune through years of tireless work, that it would ultimately serve only to make his daughter a commodity valuable enough to tempt a duke who needed capital more than he needed companionship. She did not see Adrian again until dinner, and when she descended to the dining room at the appointed hour, she found him already seated at the head of a table so long it seemed designed to emphasize distance rather than bridge it. And he rose with perfunctory politeness as she entered, gestured to the chair that had been placed far enough away that conversation would require effort, and throughout the meal, course after course of expertly prepared food that tasted like ashes in her mouth, he spoke only of business matters, of a meeting scheduled in London, of a shipment expected from India, of tonnage and tariffs and profit margins, asking her nothing about her comfort, her opinions, her adjustment to her new home, looking at her when necessary, but somehow managing to look through her at the same time, as though she were made of glass, as though she were merely another fixture of the hall he had acquired, along with the shipping contracts. Eleanor observed him as she picked at her food, noting despite herself that he was handsome in the way of classical statuary, all sharp lines and aristocratic angles, his dark hair catching the candlelight, his grey eyes intelligent and keen when they focused on anything other than her, and she wondered what manner of man could be so cold. What childhood or circumstance had taught him that a wife was merely another asset to be managed, another entry in a ledger, and when the interminable meal finally ended, and he excused himself to his study without even the courtesy of a good night, she climbed the stairs to her solitary chamber and lay awake in the darkness, listening to the house settle around her, vast and empty, and echoing with a loneliness so profound it seemed to have seeped into the very stones, and she understood that whatever life she had imagined for herself had died with her father, and what remained was merely this: existing in proximity to a man who had married her for her inheritance and would likely never see her as anything more than the price he had paid for his financial salvation. 3 weeks passed in this manner, 21 days that blurred together into a pattern of such rigid predictability that Eleanor could have navigated Ravensmoor Hall blindfolded, her mornings beginning alone in the small breakfast room where pale sunlight struggled through leaded windows, her meals taken in solitude while Adrian had already departed for his early morning rides across the moor. The rides, she knew, had less to do with pleasure than with avoiding her company, and she would sit with her tea growing cold, listening to the clock in the hallway mark each quarter hour with solemn precision, before retreating to the gardens where autumn had begun its work in earnest, stripping the roses of their final blooms, sending leaves skittering across the gravel paths like whispered warnings of the winter to come. Her afternoons she spent in the small parlour that Mrs. Davison had designated as suitable for the Duchess, her embroidery hoop a prop more than a passion, her needle-making stitches that had no purpose beyond filling the hours that stretched before dinner like an empty sea, and occasionally she would hear Adrian's voice echoing from some distant corridor as he spoke with his steward. Mr. Thornton, their conversation always centered on manifests and cargo schedules, tonnage calculations and port fees, the language of commerce that had become the only language her husband seemed to speak. Dinner remained the single daily occasion when they occupied the same room for more than a passing moment, but even this ritual had calcified into something that resembled companionship, only in the most technical sense. Adrian would arrive precisely at 7, having spent the intervening hours closeted in his study with ledgers and correspondence, and throughout the meal he would read letters from his shipping agents, occasionally commenting aloud about a delayed vessel or favorable market conditions, asking Eleanor nothing about her day, her comfort, her thoughts, and his eyes when they flickered toward her containing no more warmth than they might offer a portrait on the wall, and she began to understand that to him she had already served her purpose, the marriage contract signed, the shipping empire transferred, and what remained was merely the tedious formality of cohabitation. She noticed small cruelties that perhaps he did not even recognize as such, the way he spoke of expanding the trade routes her father had built, as though claiming credit for another man's lifetime of work, the way he discussed potential ventures without consulting her, though it was her inheritance that funded them, and one afternoon, wandering through corridors she had not yet explored, Eleanor discovered a storage room where furniture too damaged or outdated for display had been relegated to dusty obscurity, and there, leaning against tea crates and broken chairs, she found her father's portrait, the painting that had hung in his study for 20 years, his kind eyes and gentle smile now facing a wall as though his memory itself had become inconvenient. In its place in the main hall, she had noticed that morning, Adrian had hung framed maps of shipping routes, charts that showed the Far East trade lanes marked with precise notations in her father's hand, the routes themselves preserved and honored, while the man who had created them was hidden away like an embarrassment. And Eleanor had stood before that storage room for a long time, something hardening inside her chest, a small hurt that joined the accumulation of other small hurts, each one alone perhaps forgivable, but together forming a weight that pressed against her heart with increasing heaviness, until she wondered if this was to be her entire life, a ghost in her own home, married to a man who saw her as nothing more than the key that had unlocked his financial salvation. Eleanor discovered quite by accident that invisibility, while painful, afforded certain freedoms, for when one is not truly seen, one can move through spaces unnoticed, and it was during one such unnoticed passage through the corridors of Ravensmoor Hall that she overheard Mrs. Davison explaining to a new maid about the household accounts, mentioning that the estate ledgers were kept in the library's eastern alcove, and though Eleanor had no particular design in seeking them out, she found herself drawn to the library the following afternoon when Adrian was closeted with Mr. Thornton discussing timber contracts, and there in the alcove she discovered not only the current household accounts but older ledgers as well, records that stretched back 5 years, and what she read in those careful columns of figures told a story far more revealing than any conversation she had shared with her husband. The numbers painted a portrait of steady decline, of an estate hemorrhaging money despite every economy, of debts mounting like storm clouds on a summer horizon, of a duke whose title and lands meant nothing against the cold mathematics of insolvency, and Eleanor sat in the window seat with the ledgers spread around her and understood with crystalline clarity that Adrian had not merely desired her father's fortune, he had desperately needed it, had been perhaps months away from ruin, from losing Ravensmoor Hall and everything his family had held for generations, and this knowledge did not excuse his coldness, but at least explained it, cast his calculated courtship and emotionless efficiency in a different light, the light of a drowning man grasping for salvation rather than a mercenary claiming spoils. She returned the ledgers to their place and continued her wandering through the library, running her fingers along leather spines, and there in a cabinet she had not previously explored, she found a collection of her father's correspondence, letters he had written to Adrian during the courtship, and reading them was like hearing his voice again, his pride in the business he had built from nothing, his hope that his daughter would be well cared for, his detailed explanations of trade routes and partnerships and the innovations he had planned but would never live to implement. And Eleanor sat with tears streaming down her face, mourning not just her father but the knowledge he had given her, the hours he had spent teaching her about ships and navigation, about reading weather patterns and calculating cargo loads, about the delicate diplomacy required to maintain relationships with merchants in Canton and Bombay and Port Said, all the wisdom he had poured into her because he had no son, and she had been eager to learn, and she realized with bitter clarity that Adrian had never once asked if she knew anything about the empire he had married her to obtain, had simply assumed she was decorative and ignorant, another asset to be managed rather than a partner who might contribute. The following morning, emboldened by frustration and grief in equal measure, Eleanor encountered Mr. Thornton in the hallway and inquired, with careful politeness, about the route being planned for the India run, and when he explained the intended passage, she suggested, almost diffidently, that her father had always preferred a slightly more southern course during autumn months to avoid the worst of the monsoon patterns, and Mr. Thornton had smiled at her with the same polite condescension one might offer a child discussing adult matters, assured her that the Duke's plans were most carefully considered, and moved on, leaving Eleanor standing in the corridor with her hands clenched at her sides, her expertise dismissed, her knowledge rendered invisible just as she herself had been rendered invisible, and she understood that this was to be another loss, not only her father and her home and any hope of affection from her husband, but also her competence, her intelligence, and the parts of herself that her father had valued and nurtured, all of it set aside because she inhabited a body that men had been taught not to take seriously, and the frustration burned in her chest like swallowed fire, contained but consuming nonetheless. The evening arrived with the kind of bitter wind that rattled the window panes and sent servants scurrying to build up fires in every grate, and Eleanor entered the dining room at precisely 7 o'clock, as had become their unvarying custom, expecting the usual perfunctory meal, the usual silence broken only by the rustle of Adrian's correspondence. But the moment she crossed the threshold, she sensed something different in the atmosphere, a tension that hummed like a plucked string, and she found Adrian already seated, his posture rigid, a telegram crumpled beside his plate, and a glass of wine his second, she noted, for another sat empty, held in his hand, with enough force that his knuckles had gone white. He looked up as she entered, and for once his eyes actually focused on her face rather than sliding past toward some middle distance, though what she saw in them was not warmth but a kind of barely controlled agitation, and through dinner he ate nothing, simply poured himself a third glass, and then a fourth, drinking with mechanical precision, while staring at the telegram as though he could change its contents through sheer force of will. And finally, Eleanor, unable to bear the oppressive silence, asked with careful neutrality whether the news was troubling, and Adrian's laugh was sharp and bitter as he pushed the telegram across the table toward her. She read it quickly, her father's training allowing her to grasp immediately the implications. The Times Morning Star Asterisk, one of the largest vessels in the fleet, had failed to arrive in Bombay, was 3 weeks overdue, and the cargo of Chinese silks and porcelain represented a staggering sum, enough to damage even a healthy business and potentially crippling given what Eleanor now understood about their financial situation. Which route did she take? Eleanor asked quietly, her voice careful, and Adrian looked at her with something almost like surprise, as though he had forgotten she could speak in complete sentences, and he told her the Northern Passage, the faster route. And Eleanor felt her heart sink, because she knew, had learned at her father's knee, that the Northern Passage in late autumn was treacherous, that the monsoon patterns shifted unpredictably, and the Bay of Bengal became a graveyard for ships that tried to shave days off their journey by courting those dangerous waters. The northern route, she said, not quite a question, and something in her tone made Adrian set down his glass and truly look at her, his eyes sharpening with attention that was entirely new, and she continued, "My father always avoided the Northern Passage after September. The weather patterns are too unstable, the risk of storms too great, and he lost a ship there in '38 and swore never again." And she watched Adrian's face transform, saw surprise give way to something else. A dawning realization that perhaps his wife was not merely decorative, that perhaps she possessed knowledge he had never thought to access, and he leaned forward, his earlier agitation channeling into focus, and asked her what route her father had preferred. Eleanor told him about the longer southern passage, the way her father had cultivated relationships with harbour masters in Ceylon who would send word of weather conditions, the careful calculations of time versus safety, and Adrian listened with an intensity that might have been flattering had it not been born of desperation. And when she finished, he sat back, something crumbling in his expression, and she realized he was calculating how much money his ignorance might have cost, how his assumption that he knew better than the man who had spent 40 years building this empire had perhaps sent a ship and its crew to their deaths. The meal ended in silence, but it was a different quality of silence, charged with unspoken recognitions, and Adrian retreated to his study without a word, and Eleanor retired to her chambers, expecting nothing more from the evening. But hours later, unable to sleep, she walked the corridors and saw the thin line of lamplight beneath his study door, and something compelled her to check, and she found the door unlocked and him asleep at his desk, his head pillowed on his arms, surrounded by maps and ledgers, and her father's correspondence spread in desperate constellation around him, and in sleep his face had lost its hard edges, the harsh lines of calculation and control smoothed away to reveal someone younger, someone who looked almost vulnerable, and Eleanor stood in the doorway for a long moment, before quietly retrieving a blanket from the library and draping it across his shoulders, her hand hovering for just a heartbeat near his dark hair before she pulled away and left him sleeping. And she did not know why she had offered even that small tenderness to a man who had shown her none, except that in his exhaustion and worry she had glimpsed, perhaps, a human being beneath the cold facade, and that frightened her almost as much as it moved her. 2 months into their marriage, Adrian appeared at breakfast, an unusual occurrence in itself, for he typically took his morning meal in his study while reviewing correspondence, and announced with his characteristic curtness that they would be travelling to Portsmouth within the week, that his presence was required to meet with shipping partners and inspect the fleet, and that Eleanor would accompany him. For appearances, he added after a pause that made the addendum seem almost apologetic, though his tone remained clipped and formal. The days that followed were filled with preparations, trunks packed by efficient maids, Eleanor's traveling clothes laid out and pressed, and she found herself experiencing a strange flutter of something that might have been anticipation or anxiety, for she had not left Ravensmoor Hall since arriving as a bride, and the prospect of travel, even in Adrian's distant company, represented at least a change from the monotonous routine that had calcified around them. The morning of their departure dawned clear and cold, the kind of autumn day where frost silvered the grass and one's breath misted in the air, and Eleanor sat across from Adrian in the carriage as they rolled down the long drive and onto the road that would carry them south and east toward the coast, and for the first hour they maintained their usual silence, Adrian occupied with papers he had brought, Eleanor watching the countryside slide past the window, but then something shifted, some subtle relaxation in the atmosphere, and Adrian set aside his work and began, haltingly at first, to point out landmarks, the old Saxon church in the village they passed, the estate of a family he had known in childhood, and the ridge, where one could see 3 counties on a clear day, and though his commentary was brief and factual, Eleanor found herself grateful for these small offerings, these fragments of knowledge about the world beyond Ravensmoor's walls. The countryside grew wilder as they travelled, the cultivated fields giving way to rougher terrain, forests of oak and ash pressing close to the road, and Eleanor noticed how the farms grew more scattered, the villages smaller and more isolated, and there was something both beautiful and unsettling about this wilderness. The way civilization seemed to thin and fray at the edges. They stopped as evening fell at an inn that crouched beside the road like something from a fairy tale, all dark timbers and diamond-paned windows glowing with firelight, and Adrian arranged their accommodations with the innkeeper, securing separate rooms without consultation in a manner that no longer surprised Eleanor, though it still carried a small sting, and she found herself at the window of her chamber as twilight deepened into night, looking down at the courtyard where Adrian stood alone, smoking a cigarette, his face tilted toward the horizon where the last light was fading, and something in his posture, the set of his shoulders, the way he stood so utterly alone, despite the bustle of the inn around him, spoke of a loneliness that Eleanor recognized because it mirrored her own, and she wondered if he felt it too, this peculiar isolation of 2 people bound by law and contract, but separated by walls more impenetrable than stone. She was turning from the window when she heard the innkeeper's voice drift up from below, warning Adrian about bandits that had been plaguing the road, suggesting he hire guards for the remainder of the journey, and Eleanor watched as Adrian dismissed the concern with a curt wave, his confidence absolute, and she felt a tremor of unease that she could not quite name, a premonition that settled cold in her chest as she finally turned away and prepared for a restless night's sleep. The next morning dawned wrapped in mist, the kind that clung to the ground and muffled sound until the world seemed wrapped in grey wool, and Eleanor felt the unease from the previous night settle more heavily on her shoulders as she took her seat in the carriage, though she told herself she was being foolish, that the innkeeper's warnings were the sort of rural superstition that plagued every isolated road in England, and Adrian seemed utterly unconcerned as he arranged their luggage and gave instructions to the driver in his usual clipped manner, before settling across from her with a sheaf of papers that clearly intended to occupy his attention for the journey ahead. The road narrowed as they traveled deeper into the forest, ancient oaks pressing close on either side, their branches forming a canopy overhead that turned the misty morning into something close to twilight, and autumn leaves, gold and crimson and brown, drifted down in lazy spirals to carpet the road, beautiful and melancholy, and there was something unsettling about the quiet, the way even the horses' hooves seemed muffled, the way no birds sang in the dense wood, and Eleanor found herself watching the shadows between the trees with growing tension, though she could not have said what she feared to see there. They had travelled perhaps 2 hours when the attack came, with shocking suddenness, masked riders exploding from the tree line on both sides of the road, their horses' hooves thunder after the eerie quiet, their voices shouting demands that Eleanor's mind could barely process through the surge of pure animal terror, and the driver tried to whip the horses into flight, but the bandits had planned well and had blocked the road ahead, and Adrian was suddenly moving, lunging across the carriage to push Eleanor down onto the floor, his body covering hers, and she heard him shouting something to the driver, heard the crack of gunfire that made her ears ring, felt the carriage rock violently as the horses screamed and reared, and everything was chaos, confusion, the smell of gun smoke and fear sweat, and the terrible sounds of violence erupting around their fragile wooden shelter. Adrian was half standing, one hand still pressing Eleanor down, the other reaching for something she realized with shock that he had produced a pistol from somewhere, was firing back at their attackers, and through the small gap between his arm and the carriage wall, Eleanor caught glimpses of masked faces, of gloved hands tearing at the luggage, of the driver struggling with a bandit who had climbed onto the box. And then there was another shot, closer, louder, and something struck Eleanor's side with force that drove the breath from her lungs, a sensation not of pain at first but of profound shock, of wrongness. And she looked down in numb disbelief to see her traveling dress darkening with blood, the stain spreading with terrible speed across the grey fabric, and her mind tried to make sense of it, even as her body began to understand, pain blooming hot and sharp where the bullet had torn through flesh. The world tilted, sounds growing distant and strange, and through the gathering haze Eleanor saw Adrian's face suddenly above hers, saw his expression transform from cold calculation to something she had never seen there before, raw, undisguised fear, his eyes wide and his face gone white beneath its tan, and she heard him shouting her name, not Lady Ravensmore, not even my lady, but Eleanor, her Christian name spoken with desperate urgency, and his hands were on her side, pressing against the wound, and she wanted to tell him it was quite all right, that she felt rather distant from the whole affair. But the darkness was rising like a tide, and his face was fading, and the last thing she registered before consciousness slipped away was the sound of her name again on his lips, and the realization, dim but certain, that everything had changed in the space of a heartbeat. Adrian's mind, which had spent 2 months calculating shipping routes and profit margins with cold precision, suddenly narrowed to a single point of absolute clarity as he looked down at Eleanor's pale face, her blood spreading across his hands where he pressed his coat against the wound in her side. And the bandits were fleeing now, their shouts fading into the forest as they made off with trunks and valuables that Adrian found he could not even remember caring about. And the driver was slumped on the box, groaning but alive, and the horses had scattered in their terror. And none of it mattered. Nothing in the entire world mattered except the fact that Eleanor was bleeding, that her breathing came in shallow gasps, that her eyes had rolled back, showing only white before fluttering closed, and Adrian heard himself saying her name over and over, Eleanor, Eleanor, stay with me. And his hands were shaking as he tried to assess the wound, tried to remember anything useful from his years of shooting parties and military campaigns, and he could see that the bullet had entered below her ribs on the left side, and he did not know if it had struck anything vital, did not know if she was dying in his arms right now, and the terror that seized him was unlike anything he had ever experienced, more visceral than any business failure, more devastating than the night he had learned his estate was crumbling into ruin. He shouted to the driver, demanded to know the nearest doctor, and the man, barely conscious himself, blood streaming from a cut on his temple, managed to gasp that the village they had passed that morning had a physician. And Adrian's mind began calculating even through the panic, 20 miles at least, perhaps more, the horses gone and scattered through the forest, the driver in no condition to manage them even if they could be found, and Eleanor's breathing growing more labored with each passing moment, and the choice crystallized before him with the terrible clarity of absolute necessity. He would carry her, would walk the 20 miles back to that village, would not stop or rest or falter because the alternative was unthinkable, was a void that yawned before him darker than any he had imagined possible. He stripped off his coat, wadded it against her wound, then lifted her into his arms, and she was so light, lighter than he had imagined, and her head lolled against his shoulder, and he felt the warmth of her blood seeping through his waistcoat, and he began walking, back the way they had come, along the forest road that suddenly seemed to stretch infinitely before him. With each step, his mind turned over a question that he could not answer, could not even fully articulate. When had she become essential? When had the quiet woman who sat across from him at dinner, who walked alone in the gardens, who asked intelligent questions that he had dismissed or ignored, when had she transformed from a means to an end into someone whose loss would tear something vital from his chest. He thought of their wedding day, how he had barely looked at her face, how he had calculated the value of the shipping contracts even as he spoke his vows, and shame burned through him hotter than the exertion of carrying her, and he adjusted his grip, felt her breath warm against his neck, and kept walking as the autumn sun climbed higher, and the forest path stretched on before him, and he whispered to her, though she could not hear, promised things he had never thought to promise anyone, and knew with absolute certainty that nothing in his carefully constructed life had prepared him for this moment, when everything he had thought mattered revealed itself as dust and shadow compared to the weight of her in his arms and the desperate hope that he would not be too late. Adrian had been walking for perhaps 2 hours, though time had taken on a strange quality where he could not be certain if minutes or lifetimes were passing, and his arms ached with a deep burning pain that radiated through his shoulders and down his back. His breathing labored as he picked his way along the forest road that seemed to stretch endlessly before him, and Eleanor's weight, so light at first, had become a burden that tested the limits of his endurance, though he would sooner have died than set her down, would sooner have collapsed entirely than failed in this desperate mission. He talked to her constantly, his voice hoarse and rough, saying her name, telling her to stay with him, pleading with her in a way he had never pleaded for anything in his carefully controlled life. And sometimes she stirred slightly, her head moving against his shoulder, a small sound escaping her lips. And these tiny signs of life were the only things that kept his feet moving forward when every muscle screamed for rest. The autumn sun climbed higher, filtering through the canopy of leaves overhead in shafts of golden light that would have been beautiful if Adrian had possessed any capacity to notice beauty, and his mind, seeking escape from the physical torment and the crushing fear, began to turn over memories like a man examining evidence of his own crimes, and he remembered their wedding day with sudden terrible clarity, how he had stood beside her in that cold chapel and calculated shipping routes, even as he spoke his vows, how he had looked at her pale hands, trembling as she signed the register, and felt nothing but satisfaction that the contracts were now his, how he had sat across from her in the carriage afterward and reviewed ledgers instead of speaking to his new wife, and the shame of it crashed over him in waves that matched the rhythm of his labored steps. He remembered dinners where she had sat across the long table at Ravensmoor Hall, quiet and composed, sometimes attempting conversation that he had deflected with curt responses or ignored entirely as he read correspondence. And he had treated her like furniture, like a fixture of his house that required no more attention than a chair or a table, useful only insofar as it served his purposes, and the guilt was a physical thing now, as heavy as her body in his arms, as sharp as the pain in his shoulders. Eleanor stirred again, mumbled something indistinct, and he caught his father's name, Thomas, spoken with such longing that Adrian's chest tightened, and he realized with stunning clarity that he had never asked about her grief, had never acknowledged that she had lost her father mere months before their marriage, had never considered that she might be mourning, might need comfort or understanding, or simple human kindness, and instead he had taken everything her father built and ignored the daughter who had loved him, and the cruelty of it, the thoughtless, calculated cruelty, made Adrian want to stop walking and weep, but he could not stop, would not stop, because stopping meant she might die, and that had become unthinkable. He adjusted his grip, feeling her blood still seeping warm through his shirt, and he kept walking through the dappled sunlight, through the beauty of autumn that mocked his desperation, and he whispered promises to her unconscious form, promised to be better, to see her, to value her, if only she would live, if only he was not too late. Eleanor existed in a twilight world where past and present wove together like threads on a loom, the patterns indistinguishable and strange, and she could not say with any certainty whether she was lying in her childhood bed at Ashford House, or floating in darkness, or dying in some nameless forest. And through it all she felt arms around her, strong and unrelenting, and heard a voice that seemed to come from very far away, calling her back from wherever she was drifting. In the fever dreams that consumed her consciousness, she was a child again, standing on the docks at Portsmouth with her father, and the salt air filled her lungs as he pointed to the great merchant ships at anchor, his voice warm with pride as he explained how to read the wind, how to calculate routes across vast oceans, how the stars at night could guide a vessel home, and she listened with fierce attention because these moments with him were precious, were everything, and he smiled down at her and said that one day all of this would be hers to steward, that he trusted her to honor what he had built, and she wanted to tell him that she had tried, that she had wanted to be worthy, but the dream shifted, and she was standing in a cold chapel, in a dress that felt like a shroud, and beside her was a stranger with a hard, beautiful face who spoke vows without once meeting her eyes, and she knew with terrible clarity that her father's ships were all this stranger wanted, that she herself was merely the inconvenient vessel through which the transaction must be completed, and the grief of it, the loneliness, crashed over her in waves that left her gasping. Then suddenly the dream changed again, and she was in the carriage, and there was noise and chaos and terror, and pain bloomed hot and sharp in her side, and she looked up to see Adrian's face above her, and something in his expression was different, was raw and afraid in a way she had never seen, and he was saying her name, her actual name, not the title he used like a barrier between them, and even through the pain and fear, she recognized that something fundamental had shifted in that moment, that the mask he wore had cracked and revealed something desperate beneath. She tried to hold on to that image, that flash of genuine emotion, but the fever pulled her down again into confused fragments of memory and sensation, and she felt movement, felt herself being carried, and Adrian's voice came to her through the haze, telling her to stay with him, and she wanted to tell him that she was trying, that she did not want to slip away into the darkness, but her tongue would not form words, and she could only drift, could only surface occasionally into brief moments of painful clarity, where she saw the canopy of autumn leaves overhead and felt the rhythm of footsteps and understood dimly that he was carrying her, that he had not stopped or set her down, and the determination in his voice when he spoke to her was like a rope she could hold, could use to pull herself back from the edge. In one of those surfacing moments, when the pain sharpened enough to cut through the fever's fog, she managed to open her eyes and saw his face above her, saw the lines of exhaustion carved deep around his mouth, and saw the fierce concentration in his eyes, and she understood somehow that he had been walking for a very long time, that his arms must be screaming with the burden of her weight, but he had not faltered, would not falter, and the knowledge of it broke something open inside her chest that had nothing to do with the bullet wound, and she whispered through cracked lips the only words she could manage. "Don't stop," though she was not entirely certain what she meant by it, whether she meant the walking or something larger, something about the fragile thing that seemed to be building between them in this desperate journey. And then the darkness pulled her down again, but this time it felt less frightening because his arms were still around her, and his voice was still calling her name, like an anchor in the storm. Night had fallen with the quiet inevitability of a curtain descending on a tragedy, and Adrian had been walking for perhaps 6 hours, though he could no longer be certain of time or distance or anything beyond the weight in his arms and the burning agony that had spread through every muscle of his body, and his legs trembled with each step, threatening to buckle beneath him, his back screaming with pain that radiated down his spine and through his shoulders until he could not distinguish one source of torment from another, and Eleanor's breathing had become shallow and rapid, a terrible whispering sound that filled him with a fear more absolute than any he had known, and the road before him stretched into darkness so complete that he could barely distinguish the path from the forest on either side, and twice he stumbled on unseen ruts in the packed earth, nearly falling, catching himself at the last moment with a lurch that sent fresh waves of pain through his exhausted body and made Eleanor moan softly against his chest, and he realized with growing desperation that he was lost, that in the darkness he might have missed a turning or wandered from the main road entirely, that he could be carrying her deeper into the wilderness rather than toward salvation. He stumbled again, more severely this time, and his knee struck the ground hard before he could stop himself, and the impact jolted Eleanor in his arms, and he heard her breath catch in a way that suggested pain, and for a long moment he knelt there in the dark road with her cradled against him, his whole body shaking with exhaustion and fear, and the temptation to simply remain there, to rest, to surrender to the overwhelming fatigue, crashed over him with the force of a physical blow, and he looked down at Eleanor's face in the pale moonlight that filtered through the clouds, saw how white she had become, how still except for those terrible shallow breaths, and he thought with sudden clarity that she might die here, might die in his arms on this dark road, and it would be his fault, his responsibility, the final consequence of his cold calculations and callous disregard, and the despair of it was a weight greater than her body, was a crushing burden that made breathing difficult and thinking impossible. But then, kneeling there in the darkness with his wife dying in his arms, Adrian realized something that cut through the exhaustion and fear with absolute clarity. He could not lose her, would not accept a world in which Eleanor did not exist, and this realization had nothing to do with ships or fortunes or the practical concerns that had governed his entire life. And he understood in that moment of terrible honesty that somewhere during those quiet weeks at Ravensmoor Hall, during those dinners where she sat across from him in patient silence, during those mornings when he passed her in the corridors and she offered small, tentative smiles that he never returned, somewhere in all those moments he had failed to notice or value, she had become essential, had become the only real thing in his carefully constructed world of ledgers and contracts and cold ambition, and the thought of returning to Ravensmoor Hall without her, of sitting at that long dinner table alone, and of walking through rooms that would echo with her absence, was unbearable, was impossible, was a future he would not accept. He stood slowly, his legs shaking so badly he wondered if they would hold him, and he adjusted his grip on Eleanor's limp form, felt her blood still warm against his chest, and he began walking again, one foot in front of the other, moving forward because the alternative was unthinkable, and he began to talk to her as he walked, his voice hoarse and raw but steady, and he told her about Ravensmoor Hall in spring, when the gardens bloomed with roses and lilacs and the air filled with their perfume, and he promised to show her those gardens, and to walk with her through them and learn the names of every flower. And he told her about the library where sunlight streamed through tall windows in the morning and created patterns on the floor, and he promised to read to her there, to share the books he loved, and he talked about the future as if speaking it aloud could make it real, could keep her tethered to life, and his feet kept moving through the darkness, kept carrying her forward, because love, he discovered, was not the gentle emotion poets described, but rather this fierce, desperate determination, this refusal to surrender, this willingness to walk until his body failed completely, if it meant even the smallest chance of saving her. Dawn broke over the horizon with the pale, tentative light of early autumn, painting the sky in shades of grey and gold, and Adrian had been walking through the entire night, his body moving now on something beyond physical strength, on some reserve of pure will that he had not known he possessed. And every step was agony, his legs no longer trembling but rather numb and distant, as though they belonged to someone else, his arms locked around Eleanor's still form, in a grip he could not have released even if he wished to, and his mind had narrowed to a single point of focus, a single driving need to reach help before it was too late. And then through the morning mist, he saw them, lights in the distance, the warm glow of lanterns and hearth fires that could only mean habitation, and the village he had passed a lifetime ago when Eleanor sat beside him in the carriage, and the world was ordinary and comprehensible, and hope surged through him with such force that it was nearly painful, that it brought tears to his eyes and fresh strength to his exhausted body. And he staggered forward faster, his stride uneven and desperate, covering the final half-mile with single-minded determination, and Eleanor stirred in his arms for the first time in hours, her eyelids fluttering open, her eyes unfocused but conscious, and she looked up at his face with an expression of such bewilderment, such disbelief, that he nearly sobbed with relief at seeing her aware, seeing her alive, and her lips moved and he bent his head to hear her whisper, her voice barely audible, "You carried me." And there was wonder in those 3 words, wonder and something else he could not quite name, and he found his own voice, though it emerged raw and broken from his throat. 20 miles, he answered, and the words felt inadequate to capture what those miles had contained, the fear and desperation and revelation. But then he heard himself continue, the truth emerging unbidden, "I would have carried you 1,000, and the words surprised even him with their absolute sincerity, with the depth of feeling they revealed, feelings he had not known he possessed until this moment. And Eleanor's eyes filled with tears, though whether from pain or emotion he could not tell, and she said nothing more, but her hand moved weakly against his chest, and he understood it as acknowledgement, as acceptance, as perhaps the first fragile beginning of something that might one day become forgiveness. He reached the first houses of the village as full dawn broke, the sun cresting the hills and flooding the street with golden light, and he knew the doctor's house from his previous passage through, a neat cottage with a painted sign hanging above the door, and he staggered up the steps and pounded on that door with his shoulder because he could not release his hold on Eleanor, pounded again and again with increasing desperation, until finally the door swung open and the doctor stood there in his nightshirt, an elderly man with kind eyes that widened as he took in the scene before him, the blood-soaked nobleman holding his dying wife, and the doctor asked no questions but simply stepped aside and gestured them in with urgent efficiency, calling for his housekeeper, clearing the table in his surgery with a sweep of his arm, and Adrian carried Eleanor to that table and laid her down with infinite care. And the moment her weight left his arms, he felt the world tilt and spin, felt his legs finally give way beneath him, felt himself falling, and the last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was Eleanor's pale face and the doctor bending over her with capable hands, and then there was nothing, nothing at all, only the black velvet of unconsciousness into which he surrendered gratefully, his body and mind finally releasing their burden now that she was safe, now that he had fulfilled his desperate promise to bring her home. Adrian woke to dim afternoon light filtering through lace curtains, his body sprawled in an unfamiliar chair in what he slowly recognized as the doctor's parlor, and for a moment he could not comprehend where he was or how he had arrived there, and then memory crashed over him with the force of a physical blow, Eleanor bleeding in his arms, the endless walk through darkness, the desperate pounding on the doctor's door, and he lurched upright with such violence that pain shot through every muscle, his back seizing, his legs cramping, but he ignored all of it and staggered toward the sound of low voices coming from the next room, and he pushed through the door to find the doctor washing his hands in a basin, while Eleanor lay on a narrow bed, so pale and still that Adrian's heart stopped until he saw the gentle rise and fall of her chest beneath the clean white bandages that wrapped her torso. And the doctor turned to him with a grave expression and explained in quiet professional tones that he had removed the bullet and stitched the wound, that she had lost considerable blood, but the bullet had missed vital organs by perhaps an inch, that she was alive but weak and fighting fever, that the next few days would be critical, and Adrian heard the words from a great distance as though underwater, heard only that she lived, that there was hope, and he moved to her bedside and sank into the chair there and took her hand in both of his, and the doctor said something about rest, about Adrian needing to recover his own strength, but Adrian shook his head and said, with absolute finality, that he would not leave her, would not move from this spot, and the doctor studied him for a long moment and then simply nodded and left them alone. The days that followed blurred together into a continuous vigil, time measured not in hours but in the rhythm of Eleanor's breathing, in the heat of fever that rose and fell beneath his touch, and Adrian sat beside her bed holding her hand, sleeping in fitful stretches in the chair when exhaustion overcame him, waking with a start whenever she stirred or cried out, and the doctor brought him food which he ate mechanically without tasting, brought him clean clothes which he barely acknowledged, and once the doctor commented with something like wonder that he had never seen a husband so devoted, and the words struck Adrian strangely because he realized that he had indeed become something he never was before, a true husband, a man whose world contracted to the compass of one person's suffering, whose prayers rose unbidden to a God he had ignored for years, whose hands learned the tender gestures of care as he cooled Eleanor's fever with damp cloths and read to her from the doctor's small collection of books when she grew restless in her delirium, his voice hoarse but steady, reading poetry and scripture and whatever else came to hand, and he talked to her constantly, telling her about Ravensmoor Hall and the changes he would make, the gardens they would restore together, the life they would build, speaking as though his words could anchor her to this world, could keep her from slipping away into the darkness that seemed always to hover at the edges of the sickroom. On the third day her fever broke, and Adrian woke from an uneasy doze to find her eyes open, truly open for the first time since the attack, clear and cognizant rather than clouded with pain and delirium, and she looked at him with an expression of such wonder, taking in his disheveled appearance, his unshaven face, the blood-stained shirt he still wore because he had refused to leave her long enough to change it properly, and she whispered, her voice weak but unmistakable, "You stayed," and there was a question in those words, disbelief that he would remain when he might have left her to the doctor's care and returned to his important business, and Adrian felt something break open in his chest, some last barrier of pride or self-protection crumbling, and he raised her hand to his lips and answered with absolute truth, "Always." Eleanor recovered slowly over the following days, her body healing with the resilience of youth but her strength returning in gradual increments. And Adrian never returned to the separate chair the doctor offered in his parlor, never left her bedside except for the briefest necessities. And as the acute danger passed and Eleanor could remain awake for longer periods, they began, tentatively, and with the awkwardness of strangers learning a new language, to actually talk, not the perfunctory exchanges of their marriage thus far, but real conversation, and it was Eleanor who breached the silence first, her voice still weak, but her gaze direct as she asked the question that lay between them like a chasm. "Why did you marry me?" "Adrian." And she used his given name for the first time. "I want to hear you say it." And he could have dissembled, could have offered comfortable lies, but something in her eyes demanded truth, and so he gave it to her, his voice quiet but steady, as he explained that he had needed the ships, the fortune, that his estate had been crumbling despite the grand title, that he had been weeks away from ruin when he learned of her father's death and the shipping empire that would pass to his daughter. And he watched her face as he spoke, saw no surprise there, only a kind of sad acknowledgement, and then he said something he had not planned, words that emerged from some deep place of newfound honesty. "But I was wrong to treat you as a transaction, Eleanor. I was wrong to see only what you could provide rather than who you are." And she was quiet for a long moment before asking, her voice softer now, "Who are you then, Adrian Blackwell?" And he found himself speaking of things he had never shared with anyone, out of his childhood, in the cold halls of Ravensmoor, with a father who measured worth in ledgers and power, of impossible expectations and the gradual hardening of his heart, as he learned that emotions were weaknesses to be excised, and that affection was a luxury he could not afford. And Eleanor listened without interruption, and when he finished, she began to speak, haltingly at first, and then with gathering strength, about her father and the consuming grief of losing him, about the loneliness that had filled her life even before their marriage, about the shipping business her father had loved and taught her, treating her as the son he never had. And as she spoke, Adrian realized how profoundly he had failed to see her, how he had shared a house with this remarkable woman and treated her as invisible, and their conversation continued through the afternoon, the doctor bringing them tea which grew cold as they talked, and at some point their hands found each other on the coverlet, fingers intertwining with a naturalness that surprised them both, and neither pulled away, and the walls that had stood between them began to crumble, brick by brick, truth by truth, until the space between them felt less like a chasm and more like a bridge they were building together, word by careful word, as Eleanor grew stronger over the following week, able to sit up without dizziness and take brief walks in the doctor's small garden with Adrian's arm supporting her. Adrian found himself gripped by a compulsion he could not resist, a need to speak truths he had spent a lifetime concealing. And one afternoon, when she sat in the chair by the window with sunlight illuminating her face, still pale but gaining color each day, he pulled a stool close to her and said quietly, "Eleanor, there is more I must tell you." And she turned to him with those clear eyes that seemed to see through all his carefully constructed defenses, and he told her everything, holding nothing back. Now the full extent of the debts that had accumulated under his father's neglect and his own prideful mismanagement, the desperation that had driven him to seek a marriage of convenience, the calculated way he had pursued her after learning of her father's death, how he had reviewed the shipping manifests and trade agreements before he ever looked at her portrait, how he had stood beside her at the altar, thinking only of solvency and expansion, and never once considering the woman whose life he was binding to his own, and his voice grew rough with shame as he spoke, but he forced himself to continue because she deserved this honesty, deserved to know the full measure of his coldness, and then he told her something else, something he had discovered during those terrible hours carrying her through darkness. But somewhere on that walk, Eleanor, somewhere in those miles, I understood that none of it mattered, not the ships, not the fortune, not the empire I thought I was building, because the only thing I could think, the only thought in my mind beyond putting one foot in front of the other, was that I could not lose you, that you had become more essential to me than breath, and I do not know when it happened, whether it was some moment I failed to notice or a gradual accumulation of your quiet presence, filling spaces in me I did not know were empty, but I would give it all up, every ship, every contract, every pound, if it meant keeping you safe. And he saw tears gather in her eyes, though she did not look away, and after a long moment she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, "What happens now? Adrian, do you expect my gratitude for this confession, my forgiveness for the coldness that preceded it?" And he shook his head quickly and said, "I expect nothing, Eleanor. I have forfeited any right to expectations." And then he took a breath and said what frightened him most, "But I am asking, if you can find it in yourself, for a chance not to return to what we were, because that was nothing, a hollow arrangement that benefited only me, but to begin again, to know you truly, to build something real from this broken foundation. And if you cannot, if the hurt is too deep, then I will accept that. But I had to ask, had to speak this truth." And Eleanor was quiet for a long time, her gaze moving from his face to the garden beyond the window, where spring flowers were just beginning to bloom. And when she finally looked back at him, there was something in her expression that was neither forgiveness nor rejection, but rather a kind of cautious possibility. And she said softly, "I need to think. Adrian, you have given me much to consider." And he nodded and rose to leave, to give her the space she needed. But as he reached the door, she said his name, and when he turned, she was watching him with an intensity that made his heart stutter, and she said, "But I am glad you stayed, glad you told me these things. It is more than you have given me in all the weeks before." And he held her gaze and answered, "It is less than you deserve, but it is all I have." And he left her there in the sunlight, his heart suspended between hope and despair, waiting for her choice. Eleanor sat alone in the small room the doctor had given her after Adrian left, the afternoon light shifting across the worn floorboards as she turned his words over and over in her mind, like stones worn smooth by water, and she recognized that she stood at a crossroads where the choice she made would determine not just the shape of her marriage, but the entire trajectory of her life. And she could, if she wished, hold on to her hurt like a shield, maintain the distance that had characterized their union from the beginning, return to Ravensmoor Hall and live as polite strangers, sharing a name and nothing more, and there would be a certain safety in that choice, a protection against further disappointment, against the vulnerability that came with allowing someone to matter. And part of her, the part that had learned caution through grief and loneliness, counseled exactly this path, whispered that his confession changed nothing fundamental, that a man who had married her for ships and fortune was simply trying to salvage a bad investment. But even as these thoughts formed, she knew they were lies she was telling herself, because fear was easier than courage, and she thought instead of that moment when she had woken in this very room to find him beside her bed, disheveled and exhausted, and still wearing her blood on his clothes, and she realized with startling clarity that he could have left her here with the doctor and returned to his business, could have ensured she had proper care while maintaining the comfortable distance he preferred, but he had stayed, had kept vigil beside her for days, and before that, he had carried her 20 miles through darkness, had chosen her life over the fortune she represented, over the practical considerations that had governed every decision he made. And she remembered surfacing briefly during that terrible walk, remembered seeing his face above her with an expression of such desperate determination that it had pierced even her fevered confusion, remembered his voice in the darkness telling her to stay with him, and she understood that whatever had begun between them during those hours was real, was perhaps the first real thing in their entire acquaintance. And yes, he had married her for her father's ships, had treated her with cold indifference, had failed to see her as anything more than a means to an end. And these truths hurt, would always hurt in some tender place deep inside her. But she also recognized truth in his confession, heard it in the raw honesty of his voice when he told her he would give up everything to keep her safe, and she thought of her father, who had taught her about navigation and trade winds and reading the stars, but who had also taught her that the greatest courage was not in avoiding storms, but in choosing to sail through them, and she realized that she could choose differently, could take the risk of believing that something real might grow from even the coldest beginning, that two people who had started as strangers bound by contract might become something more if they had the courage to be vulnerable, to build brick by careful brick, something neither of them had planned but both of them needed. And as the sun moved lower in the sky and the room filled with golden light, she felt the decision crystallize inside her, like ice becoming water, fear becoming possibility, and she knew what she would say when he returned. 2 weeks later, when the doctor finally declared Eleanor strong enough to travel, provided they took the journey slowly and stopped frequently for rest. Adrian arranged for the most well-sprung carriage he could hire in the village and lined it with every cushion and blanket the innkeeper could spare. And as he helped Eleanor into the carriage that morning, his hand supporting her elbow with infinite care, she noticed how different this departure felt from that terrible day when they had set out for Portsmouth, and indeed, everything about the journey back to Ravensmoor Hall bore no resemblance to the journey out, where before there had been silence broken only by the clatter of wheels and the occasional curt observation about landmarks. Now there was conversation that flowed easily between them, tentative at first, but growing more natural with each mile, and Adrian insisted they travel slowly, stopping every few hours so Eleanor could walk a bit and rest properly, and he watched her constantly with an attentiveness that was both touching and slightly amusing, asking if she was comfortable, if she needed more cushions, if the jostling pained her wound, until finally she laughed and said, "Adrian, I am not made of glass, I will not shatter." But there was warmth in her voice that took any sting from the words, and he smiled, that rare, genuine smile she was beginning to see more often, and said, "Forgive me, I find I cannot help myself." And they talked then about everything they had never discussed in those cold months at Ravensmoor Hall. She told him about her father's business, about the evenings spent in his study, learning about trade routes and manifests, and the intricate dance of supply and demand across the seas, and Adrian listened with an intensity that was wholly different from his previous dismissive efficiency, and he asked her opinions on decisions he was facing, on contracts he was considering, and Eleanor found herself sharing ideas her father had discussed with her before his death, innovations in cargo management, and new routes that might prove profitable. And Adrian's amazement was evident as he said, "You have a mind for this, Eleanor, your father taught you well." And there was respect in his voice that warmed her more than any fire, and he told her about his travels before his father's death, about ports he had visited, and the vast complexity of maritime trade, and she asked about his childhood, and he spoke more openly than he ever had about the cold estate, where emotions were forbidden and weakness was punished, and she began to understand the armor he had built around himself. And when they reached the inn where they had stopped before, that place where the innkeeper had warned about bandits, and Adrian had arranged separate rooms without consultation, he turned to her as the carriage halted and asked quietly, "Eleanor, would you, that is, I could arrange separate rooms again, if you prefer, but I thought perhaps," and she understood what he was asking. This man who was learning vulnerability, one painful step at a time, and she said gently, "I would like to share a room, if the offer is genuine," and the relief in his face was answer enough. And that night they lay in separate beds in the dim firelight, and talked in the darkness about poetry she loved, and places he hoped to show her someday, and small dreams they had never shared with anyone. And his voice in the darkness was intimate in a way that had nothing to do with physical proximity, and everything to do with the walls finally coming down. And when she finally drifted to sleep, she heard him whisper, "Good night, Eleanor," with such tenderness that she carried it into her dreams, and she understood that what they were building now was more intimate than many marriages ever achieved. This careful architecture of trust and genuine knowing, brick by patient brick. The carriage rolled through the iron gates of Ravensmoor Hall in the late afternoon, and as Eleanor looked up at the imposing stone facade that had seemed so cold and forbidding when she first arrived as a bride, she found that everything appeared different now, softened somehow by the transformation that had occurred not in the house itself, but in the two people returning to it. And Adrian helped her down from the carriage with such careful attention that Mrs. Henshaw, the housekeeper who had rushed out to greet them, stood frozen in surprise at the Duke's tender solicitude. And in the days that followed, Adrian set about making changes that announced to the entire household that something fundamental had shifted. He commissioned a portrait of Eleanor to hang in the main hall, where visitors would see it immediately upon entering, and he personally retrieved her father's portrait from the storage room, where it had languished, and placed it in the library in a position of honor, beside the shipping maps. And when Eleanor discovered this, she felt tears prick her eyes at the recognition implicit in the gesture. And Adrian had the connecting door between their bedchambers unlocked and left standing open, and that first night back he said quietly, "The choice is yours, Eleanor, always yours." And she looked at that open doorway and understood that he was offering not just physical proximity, but the vulnerability of allowing her into every aspect of his life, and she walked through it without hesitation and found him sitting by his fire. And they talked until the candles guttered low, and she fell asleep in the chair beside him with his coat draped over her shoulders, and they began establishing new rhythms that bore no resemblance to those cold early weeks. They took breakfast together in the morning room, where sunlight streamed through tall windows, and Adrian asked her thoughts on the day's business and listened intently as she offered suggestions drawn from her father's teachings. And they walked in the gardens, even as autumn deepened toward winter, and he asked her opinions on everything from tenant concerns to investment opportunities. And Eleanor found herself gradually taking a role in the shipping business that her father had built. And Adrian not only welcomed her involvement, but actively sought her counsel, including her in meetings with his steward and solicitors, and the men who had initially been skeptical soon recognized that the new Duchess had a mind as sharp as any businessman's, and the servants whispered among themselves about the change in their master, how the harsh lines around his mouth had softened, how he smiled now, how his eyes followed the Duchess with an expression that could only be called tender. And months passed in this manner, and the bare trees of winter giving way to the first green shoots of spring. And one evening, Eleanor brought tea to Adrian's study, where he was reviewing shipping manifests, and he looked up with such genuine pleasure at her arrival that her heart contracted with the sweetness of it, and he pulled her gently into his lap, an intimacy that would have been unthinkable in those early days, and she settled against him with easy comfort as they reviewed the documents together, her head resting on his shoulder, and she thought of how far they had traveled from that cold wedding day, how a marriage that began as pure transaction had transformed into something real and precious and entirely theirs, built brick by patient brick, from the ruins of a loveless arrangement into something that felt, finally, like home. 3 years had passed since that terrible day on the Portsmouth Road, 3 years since blood had soaked into autumn leaves, and a desperate man had carried his dying wife through 20 miles of darkness, and now in the late spring afternoon, Eleanor stood in the gardens of Ravensmoor Hall, watching their daughter, little Catherine, just past her 2nd birthday, toddle among the rose bushes with that particular concentrated determination that small children bring to their explorations, and Eleanor's laugh rang out clear and bright as Catherine discovered a butterfly and tried to catch it in her chubby hands. And from the terrace above, Adrian stood with a letter forgotten in his hands, a missive from his solicitor, informing him that the shipping company had doubled its profits under their joint management, and that the Ravensmoor name was now synonymous with maritime excellence. But his eyes were not on the letter but on his wife, on the way the sunlight caught in her dark hair, now worn looser than fashion dictated, on the grace of her movements as she bent to scoop up their daughter, and something in his chest expanded with a contentment so profound it still surprised him sometimes. This man who had once believed himself incapable of such feeling, and Eleanor looked up as if sensing his gaze, and their eyes met across the garden, and she smiled with such deep happiness that he found himself descending the terrace steps without conscious thought, drawn to her as he had been drawn every day since he had carried her bleeding body and discovered what truly mattered. And Catherine shrieked with delight as her father approached and held out her small arms imperiously, and Adrian scooped her up with the easy confidence of a man who had learned that showing love was not weakness, but the greatest strength, and he took Eleanor's hand with his free one, and they walked together through the gardens that had once seemed so cold and formal, but that Eleanor had transformed into something warm and alive, planting flowers her father had loved, and creating spaces where their daughter could play. And Eleanor rested her head against Adrian's shoulder as they walked, and sometimes, like now, when the weather changed or she moved in certain ways, the scar on her side ached with a dull, persistent reminder. But she found she did not mind it, for it marked the moment when everything had changed, when a marriage of cold transaction had been burned away in blood and desperation, and a man had discovered he could not bear to lose what he had never valued. And Adrian felt her slight wince, and immediately his arm tightened around her, and he asked quietly, "The scar?" "Oh," and she nodded, and he kissed her temple with infinite tenderness, and said what he said every time, "I am sorry you bear that mark." And she replied, as she always did, "I am not. It reminds me of the night you carried me, of the moment you became truly my husband." And Catherine, nestled between them, reached up to pat her mother's face with sticky fingers and declared, "Mama happy," with the certainty of a child who has never known anything but love. And Adrian looked at the house behind them, at Ravensmoor Hall, glowing warm in the golden afternoon light, its windows open to let in spring breezes, its rooms filled now with laughter and life, and all the messy, beautiful chaos of a family, and he thought of how he had stood on those same terrace steps 3 years ago, and watched this woman, who was still virtually a stranger, prepare for a journey. And he had felt nothing but cold calculation about shipping contracts and trade routes. And now she was the center of his entire world, and he whispered against her hair, "I love you," and she turned in his arms and kissed him softly and said, "I love you too." And they stood there in the garden they had built together, their daughter between them, and the house that had once echoed with emptiness was a home now, filled with a love that had grown from the most unlikely soil, watered by blood and desperation and the courage to begin again. The evening settled gently over Ravensmoor Hall as Adrian and Eleanor stood together on the terrace where so much of their story had unfolded, his arm around her waist and her head resting against his shoulder in the easy intimacy of a couple who had traveled far from that cold wedding day when they had been strangers, bound by contracts and necessity, and they watched the last golden light fade from the gardens where their daughter had played earlier, now sleeping peacefully in the nursery above, and Eleanor traced the line of the scar beneath her gown with absent fingers and said quietly, "Do you ever think about that day on the Portsmouth Road, how differently everything might have gone?" And Adrian's arm tightened around her and he said, "Every day I think of how close I came to losing you before I ever truly had you." And they stood in companionable silence for a moment before Eleanor turned to face him fully and said, "We have been very fortunate, have we not, to find love in such unlikely circumstances?" And he kissed her forehead and agreed that fortune did not begin to describe the grace that had transformed their transactional arrangement into something real and precious and entirely their own. Dear listener, perhaps you have heard this story and found yourself thinking of arrangements in your own life that began without love, of relationships that seemed destined to remain cold and practical, of moments when you wondered whether warmth could ever grow from such frozen soil. And if so, know that love is not always the thunderbolt of romance novels or the instant passion of fairy tales. Sometimes love is a choice made in the darkness, a decision to keep walking when your arms ache and your strength fails, a willingness to begin again when beginning seems impossible. And what Adrian and Eleanor discovered on that terrible day when blood soaked into autumn leaves was that the human heart is capable of profound transformation if given the courage to be vulnerable, if offered the grace of a second chance, if met with honesty about past wrongs and genuine commitment to building something better. The coldest arrangements can yield the warmest loves if both parties find within themselves the bravery to tear down walls built of pride and self-protection, and to speak truth, even when truth reveals ugly motivations and painful mistakes, to extend forgiveness when forgiveness seems undeserved, to trust again when trust has been broken, and perhaps most importantly, to recognize that love is not merely a feeling but an action. It is the 20 miles walked through darkness, the vigil kept at a sickbed, the daily choice to honor and cherish what you once took for granted, the willingness to carry each other through whatever wilderness life presents. If you find yourself in a relationship that seems broken beyond repair, in a marriage that has become mere cohabitation, in a partnership where warmth has long since fled, do not dismiss the possibility of transformation too quickly, for what seems transactional or hollow may yet become something beautiful if you have the patience to nurture it, and the honesty to acknowledge where you have failed, and the courage to try again with open heart and genuine commitment. May you find, as Adrian and Eleanor found, that the most profound loves sometimes grow not despite difficult beginnings, but because of them, watered by the tears of recognition and fed by the soil of hard-won understanding. And may you have the strength to carry those you love through their darkest hours, knowing that in the carrying you may discover depths in yourself you never knew existed. And may you rest tonight in the peace of knowing that redemption is always possible, that cold hearts can learn to warm, that strangers can become beloved, and that love, true, deep, lasting love, can spring from even the most unlikely and unpromising circumstances if tended with patience and watered with grace. This story comes to you from Gentle Pages, where we believe in the transforming power of love and the possibility of second chances if this tale has touched your heart. Please subscribe and share it with someone who needs to hear that even the coldest beginning can lead to the warmest ending. and may you find your own unexpected love. May you have the courage to begin again, and may you rest well tonight, dear listener, wrapped in the knowledge that transformation is always, always possible. The late autumn wind swept through the grounds of Ashworth Manor with a mournful whisper, carrying with it the scent of dying leaves and approaching winter, and within the grand estate's eastern drawing-room, Duchess Eleanor Ashworth sat in perfect stillness beside a window that overlooked gardens, slowly surrendering their colour to the season's inexorable march toward dormancy. The fire in the hearth crackled with false cheer, its warmth unable to penetrate the cold that had settled into her bones over the past 2 years, a cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the particular variety of loneliness that comes from being unseen by the one person whose gaze should matter most. Her fingers turned the wedding band on her left hand with absent, practiced movements, watching how the firelight caught in the modest sapphires set into the gold, remembering with bitter clarity the day it had been placed there by a man who had looked somewhere past her shoulder during the entire ceremony, his jaw set with grim duty, his eyes empty of anything resembling joy or even basic acknowledgement of her presence. 2 years had passed since that cold morning in the chapel, 2 years of existing as little more than a ghost in her own home, and a spectre. Her husband moved around with the careful precision of someone navigating a room in darkness, never once allowing his gaze to fall upon her face, never once truly seeing her despite sharing a surname, a home, a life that was no life at all. Duke Christopher Ashworth had perfected the art of avoidance with such thoroughness that Eleanor had begun to wonder if she had somehow become translucent, if the force of his determined blindness had actually rendered her invisible, erasing her from reality itself through sheer will and practiced indifference. She knew the servants whispered about it, about the Duke who treated his wife with less acknowledgement than he afforded the furniture, who would leave a room if she entered it, who scheduled his days with military precision to ensure their paths crossed as infrequently as possible, and when circumstance forced them into proximity, he would fix his gaze on points just beyond her, his attention carefully calibrated to miss her entirely. The marriage had been arranged, she knew, a deathbed promise extracted from a grieving son by a dying father, desperate to see his line continued, but knowing the practical origins of their union, did little to ease the profound rejection of existing beside someone who refused to acknowledge your existence. Eleanor had tried, in those early months, to bridge the chasm between them with small kindnesses, with gentle attempts at conversation, with the quiet dignity her mother had taught her was a woman's greatest weapon against adversity. But kindness required a recipient, conversation required a participant, and dignity, and she was learning, was cold comfort when weighed against the soul-deep weariness of being persistently, deliberately unseen. The ring felt heavier today than it had yesterday, its weight somehow increasing with each rotation around her finger, and for the first time since the morning it had been placed there, Eleanor allowed herself to consider what it might feel like to remove it, to slip the band from her finger and set it aside, to see what remained of herself when she stopped wearing the symbol of a marriage that existed only in name and legal document. But before our lover's fate is revealed, subscribe so you never miss a chapter of romance and scandal, and tell us in the comments, where are you watching from? Now let's begin. The memory of that wedding day 2 years prior remained crystalline in Eleanor's mind, preserved with the cruel clarity that trauma often bestows upon moments we would rather forget, and she could still recall the way morning light had filtered through the chapel's stained glass windows, painting the stone floors in colors that seemed to mock the solemnity of vows spoken without love or even basic warmth. Christopher had stood beside her at the altar with the rigid posture of a man facing execution rather than marriage, his jaw clenched so tightly she could see the muscle jumping beneath his skin, his eyes fixed on some point beyond the priest's shoulder, as if by looking anywhere. But at his bride he could deny the reality of what was happening, and when the moment came to slip the ring onto her finger, his hands had been cold and impersonal, the touch lasting no longer than absolutely necessary before he withdrew, as if her very skin burned him. She had learned later, through the whispered conversations of servants who forgot she was present, about Lady Victoria Thornbury, the luminous beauty who had captured Christopher's heart in their youth. The woman he had planned to marry before a riding accident had stolen her from the world 6 months before his father's illness. made a swift marriage alliance necessary for the preservation of the dukedom. The old duke had been practical even in dying, recognizing that his son's grief made him vulnerable, that without intervention Christopher would retreat so far into mourning that the family line would end with him, and so he had arranged the marriage with Eleanor's father, a union that brought favorable connections and a bride of suitable breeding, a transaction completed with all the warmth of a business contract and twice the reluctance on the groom's part. Eleanor had arrived at Ashworth Manor with hope nonetheless, the naive optimism of a young woman who believed that patience and gentleness could heal even the deepest wounds, who thought that given time, her husband might see her as something more than an unwelcome replacement for his lost love. But that hope had withered with brutal efficiency when Christopher had informed her on their wedding night, his voice flat and emotionless, that she should not expect anything beyond the basic civilities their positions demanded, that he would respect her as his duchess, but she should harbor no illusions about affection or companionship. The weeks had turned to months, the months to years, and Eleanor had gradually understood with soul-crushing certainty that she had not married a man but rather a monument to grief, a living memorial to Lady Victoria, who walked through life without truly inhabiting it, and she herself had become nothing more than a ghost, haunting the periphery of a dead woman's story, forever unseen, forever secondary, forever alone despite the gold band that proclaimed her married. Now, sitting in the drawing-room with that same ring turning endlessly on her finger, Eleanor felt the full weight of those 2 years pressing down upon her shoulders, the accumulated burden of 1,000 small rejections, 1,000 moments of being looked past rather than looked at, and the weariness that filled her was so profound it seemed to seep into her very bones, making even the simple act of continuing to exist in this half-life feel like an insurmountable task. The household operated on schedules as precisely choreographed as a ballet, routines designed with meticulous care to ensure the Duke and Duchess of Ashworth occupied their grand home without ever truly inhabiting the same spaces at the same moments. And Eleanor had learned through painful observation that Christopher rose before dawn each morning, taking his breakfast in his study while reviewing estate correspondence before departing for his various business appointments or rides across the property, his absence from the manor stretching through the long daylight hours until he returned well after darkness had fallen, often taking his evening meal in his chambers or the library rather than the formal dining room where propriety might demand he acknowledge his wife's existence. Eleanor had attempted conversation in those early months, intercepting him in hallways with gentle inquiries about his day or observations about the weather or the gardens, but her efforts had been met with responses so clipped and minimal that they could barely be classified as words at all, mere sounds of acknowledgement that confirmed he had heard her, without actually engaging with anything she had said, and eventually she had ceased trying, the well of hope within her running dry after being drawn upon too many times without ever being replenished. The servants moved through the manor with visible discomfort, their eyes sliding away from both Duke and Duchess when the cold dynamic between them became too painful to witness, and Eleanor had caught more than one housemaid, with tears in her eyes, after observing Christopher walk past his wife in a corridor as if she were merely another piece of architecture, his gaze fixed determinedly ahead, his posture radiating such deliberate obliviousness that it seemed almost a physical force pushing Eleanor aside. She had found purpose, or at least distraction, in charity work among the village families, visiting the sick and elderly, organizing aid for those struggling through harsh seasons, and these hours spent among people who actually saw her, who greeted her with warmth and gratitude, became the only moments when she felt real, when the weight of invisibility lifted enough for her to remember what it felt like to exist in the world as something more than a shadow. This particular evening had been especially difficult, a formal dinner where custom demanded they both be present, and Eleanor had sat at one end of the long matable while Christopher occupied the other, the distance between them filled with silver and crystal and the elaborate meal neither of them had appetite for, and throughout the entire hour, Christopher had read from a leather-bound volume propped beside his plate, his attention absorbed so completely by the printed words that he had not spoken a single syllable, had not even glanced in her direction when she had quietly asked him to pass the salt, forcing a footman to intervene and complete the simple gesture of marital consideration that her husband could not be bothered to perform. Now, back in the drawing room with the fire burning low and the autumn wind rattling the windows, Eleanor turned the wedding ring on her finger one more time, feeling the smooth metal slide against her skin, and something shifted in her chest, a resolution crystallizing from the murky waters of her despair, a clarity born from the simple recognition that 2 years of patience had purchased her nothing but further loneliness, and she knew with sudden certainty that she could not continue living this half-life, could not keep wearing the symbol of vows that only she honored, could not remain invisible in her own existence, simply because the man who had promised to cherish her had chosen instead to pretend she did not exist. The crisis arrived on a rain-swept evening in late October, when Eleanor found herself walking past Christopher's chamber on her way to her own rooms, and heard through the partially open door the sound of his voice speaking in sleep, the words indistinct at first, but growing clearer as she paused despite herself. And then she heard it, clear as cathedral bells in the quiet hallway. "Victoria, please don't leave me," spoken with such raw anguish that it seemed to tear from somewhere deep within him, a pain so profound that even unconsciousness could not contain it, and Eleanor stood frozen in the corridor as the truth she had known intellectually crashed into her with visceral force. The understanding that 2 years of patience and dignity and quiet hope had changed absolutely nothing, that she was no closer to being seen by her husband now than she had been on their wedding day, that she would always and forever be competing with a ghost she could never hope to displace, because the dead remain perfect in memory, while the living accumulate flaws with every breath. She retreated to her chambers with legs that trembled beneath her skirts, dismissing her lady's maid with a voice that came out steadier than she felt, and sat at her vanity, staring at her own reflection as if seeing a stranger. This woman who had allowed herself to become invisible, who had accepted crumbs of basic civility and called it marriage, who had worn the symbol of vows that meant nothing to the man who had spoken them, and the ring on her finger suddenly felt unbearably heavy, a shackle rather than an adornment, a lie she had been complicit in telling to the world and to herself. The next morning, her maid Margaret found her red-eyed and hollow, and with the perceptiveness that came from years of service, the older woman had set down the breakfast tray and asked gently if her grace wished to talk, and Eleanor, so starved for genuine human connection that even this small offer of understanding broke through her careful composure, had told her everything, the words spilling out in a rush about the wedding night's rejection, the 2 years of being looked past, the name spoken in sleep that confirmed what she had always suspected, and Margaret had listened with an expression that moved from sympathy to indignation, finally saying in her forthright way, "Begging your pardon, Your Grace, but a woman's got to have some dignity, and there's no dignity in wearing the ring of a man who won't even do you the courtesy of looking at you. Ghost or no ghost, grief or no grief, a body's got to respect herself if nobody else will." The words had struck Eleanor like a physical blow, not because they were harsh, but because they were true, because they gave voice to the knowledge that had been growing in her heart like a dark flower, the recognition that continuing as she had been was not patience or virtue, but rather a slow form of self-erasure, a willing participation in her own diminishment, and she had looked down at her wedding ring with new eyes, seeing it not as a symbol of hope or commitment, but as evidence of her complicity in accepting the unacceptable, in allowing herself to become less than whole, because a man who had never chosen her was too trapped in grief to see what he was doing to another human soul. That night, Eleanor lay awake in her bed, listening to the rain against the windows and conducting a brutal inventory of her life, acknowledging that she had become a shadow in her own existence, that she moved through the manor like a ghost herself, that she had learned to make herself small and quiet and unobtrusive in the hope that by demanding nothing she might eventually be granted something, but 2 years had taught her that self-abnegation purchased nothing but further neglect, that Christopher would never wake from his grief-induced stupor if she continued enabling him to ignore reality, and more importantly, that she deserved better than this half-life regardless of whether he ever changed or not. The decision crystallized in the darkest hours before dawn, settling into her bones with a finality that felt like both grief and relief, and she knew with absolute certainty that when morning came, she would remove the wedding ring, not as an act of rebellion or revenge, but as a simple reclamation of her own dignity, an acknowledgement that she could not control Christopher's healing or his choices, but she could control her own participation in a fiction that was slowly killing her spirit. And with this resolution came a strange peace, the calm that arrives when a long-delayed decision is finally made, and the agony of indecision gives way to the clarity of action. She rose with the sun's first light, her last hope whispering that perhaps today would be different. Perhaps Christopher would emerge from his chambers and actually see her. Perhaps some miracle would occur to make the ring's removal unnecessary. But when she descended to breakfast and found him already gone, his place at the table cleared and cold, of the household operating on its usual schedule of careful separation, that final, fragile hope shattered like frost beneath a boot, and Eleanor returned to her chambers, sat at her vanity, and stared at the gold band that had become a symbol of everything she needed to release if she was ever to find herself again. The morning arrived with pale November light filtering through the windows of Eleanor's chambers, and she sat at her vanity with her heart beating so heavily she could feel it in her throat, her hands trembling slightly as she reached for the wedding ring that had circled her finger for 2 years, and the act of sliding it off was both simpler and more momentous than she had imagined. The gold band slipping over her knuckle with barely any resistance, as if it too recognized that it no longer belonged there, and when she set it on the polished wood surface before her, the small metallic sound it made seemed impossibly loud in the quiet room, final as a judge's gavel. Her finger looked strange and pale, the skin beneath where the ring had rested a shade lighter than the rest of her hand, a band of untouched flesh that marked where the symbol of her marriage had been, and Eleanor stared at this mark with feelings that tangled into a knot she could not fully unravel. Liberation and grief twisted together so tightly that she could not separate one from the other, freedom and loss, occupying the same space in her chest until she thought she might shatter from the pressure of containing both. She picked up the ring again, holding it to the morning light, watching the way the gold caught and reflected the pale sun, and for a moment she considered putting it back on, reconsidering this gesture that felt both necessary and terrifying. But then she thought of Christopher speaking Victoria's name in his sleep, of 2 years spent being invisible in her own home, of the slow erosion of her spirit that came from accepting the unacceptable, and her resolve hardened like steel, tempered in fire. Eleanor opened her jewelry box, the one she had brought from her family home, lined with blue velvet and containing the modest collection of pieces she had inherited from her mother, and she placed the wedding ring inside, not hidden but not discarded either, an acknowledgement that she was not destroying her marriage, but rather refusing to pretend it existed in any meaningful form until Christopher chose to make it real. The act felt ceremonial, a private ritual marking the end of one chapter and the uncertain beginning of another. And when she closed the box, she felt something shift in her chest, a lightness that came from setting down a burden she had carried for far too long, the exhausting weight of hope that had curdled into something bitter and heavy. She dressed with Margaret's help, choosing a gown of deep emerald that she had not worn before, a color brighter than the muted grays and browns she had favored in recent months. And when the maid noticed the bare finger, she said nothing, but Eleanor caught the small nod of approval, the slight softening around the older woman's eyes that communicated understanding and support. Christopher had already departed for his morning ride when Eleanor descended to breakfast, the household operating on its usual schedule of careful separation, and she took her seat at the table with her hands resting on the white tablecloth, her bare left hand visible to anyone who cared to look, and she felt exposed in a way that had nothing to do with propriety and everything to do with vulnerability, as if she had removed armor she had not even realized she was wearing. The footman poured her tea with the same deference as always, his eyes flickering to her hand and then quickly away, and Eleanor lifted her cup with fingers that no longer trembled, feeling the strange lightness of her hand without the ring's familiar weight, and she thought to herself, with a clarity that surprised her, "I will learn to live for myself now, whatever that means, whatever it costs. I will remember that I am a person who exists whether Christopher Ashworth chooses to see me or not." And with this thought came a sense of purpose she had not felt in 2 long years, a determination to reclaim the parts of herself she had allowed to wither in the cold shadow of her husband's grief. The days that followed Eleanor's removal of the wedding ring unfurled with a strange mixture of trepidation and expanding possibility, as if she had opened a window in a room that had been sealed for too long, and was only now beginning to feel fresh air move through spaces that had grown stale with disuse. The first change came when Lady Pemberton's invitation arrived for a small afternoon gathering, the sort of social engagement Eleanor had declined with increasing frequency over the past 2 years, her excuses growing thinner as her isolation deepened. But now she found herself penning an acceptance with a hand that felt steadier than it had in months. The simple act of agreeing to attend a tea party, seeming like a small revolution against the circumscribed existence she had allowed to become her prison. She summoned the dressmaker to her chambers, a woman who had made her mourning-adjacent wardrobe of greys and subdued browns, and requested new gowns in colors that had seemed too bold, too alive for the ghost wife she had been. Rich burgundies and deep sapphires and emerald greens that would mark her as a woman who existed in the present rather than one who had faded into the manor's shadows. And when the dressmaker's eyes flickered to her bare ring finger, Eleanor met her gaze with a calm that surprised them both, offering no explanation because she owed none. Her chambers became the next frontier of transformation, as Eleanor instructed the household staff to remove the heavy damask curtains that had made the rooms feel like a tomb even in daylight, replacing them with lighter fabrics that allowed the November sun to illuminate corners that had been perpetually dim. And she brought in flowers from the conservatory, bright chrysanthemums and late-blooming roses that added color and life to spaces that had reflected her own withering spirit. And each small change felt like an act of reclamation, a taking back of territory she had ceded without even realizing she was surrendering. The household staff navigated these changes with the careful discretion that came from years of service in great houses, their eyes noting the absent ring and the transformed chambers, and the Duchess, who seemed to stand taller, speak more clearly, move through the manor with purpose, rather than the tentative half-presence that had characterized her existence for 2 long years. And though they said nothing directly, Eleanor felt their subtle support in the efficiency with which her requests were carried out, in Margaret's approving nods, in the way the footmen seemed to look at her rather than past her, as they had learned to do in imitation of their master. She attended Lady Pemberton's gathering wearing a gown of deep blue that made her eyes seem larger and brighter, and found herself actually enjoying the company of women she had held at arm's length, their conversation about books and charity work, and the small dramas of their social circle, feeling like nourishment after years of starvation. And when Lady Hartley asked after the Duke with the careful politeness that people used when discussing difficult subjects, Eleanor answered with a composure that came from having finally accepted the truth of her situation, saying simply that His Grace remained devoted to his estate business, the words neither a lie nor an elaboration of fiction. Meanwhile, Christopher maintained his usual patterns as if the world had not shifted beneath his feet, departing each morning for his rides and estate inspections, spending his afternoons in his study with account books and correspondence, taking his dinners either alone or in the company of business associates who required his attention, and if he noticed any change in the household's atmosphere, he gave no sign of it, his carefully constructed routines insulating him from awareness, the way armor protects a soldier from blows that never quite land. A week passed, then another, and the wedding ring remained in Eleanor's jewelry box, gathering the fine dust of disuse. And with each day that she did not wear it, Eleanor felt herself becoming more solid, more real, as if the ring had been anchoring her to a fiction, and its absence allowed her to inhabit her own life, with an authenticity she had not known was missing until she found it again. Christopher Ashworth had lived for 2 years in a carefully constructed world of his own making, an existence built on routine and deliberate blindness that allowed him to move through his days without the disruption of acknowledging his wife's presence. But in the 3rd week of November, something began to shift in the foundations of this edifice he had built. Small tremors he could not quite identify that left him with a persistent unease he had no name for and could not trace to any particular source. It began as the vaguest sensation, a feeling that something in the manor's atmosphere had changed in ways he could not articulate, as if the very air moved differently through rooms he had walked through countless times before, and he found himself pausing in doorways with a frown creasing his brow, listening to sounds he could not quite place, trying to identify what felt altered in a house that should have been as familiar to him as his own reflection. The sound of Eleanor's laughter drifting from the morning room one afternoon stopped him in the corridor outside his study, the bright, genuine quality of it so unexpected that for a moment he stood frozen, his hand on the door handle, listening to a sound he could not remember ever hearing before, or perhaps had heard and trained himself not to notice, and something in his chest tightened with an emotion he refused to examine too closely before he shook his head and entered his study, closing the door firmly against the disturbance. At dinner that evening, he found himself glancing toward Eleanor's end of the table more frequently than usual, his eyes tracking the movement of her hands as she gestured while speaking to the footman about the next day's menu. And though he still kept his gaze carefully averted from her face, he noticed details that seemed to penetrate his usual fog of deliberate inattention: the deep blue of her gown, a color he did not remember her wearing before, the way she held herself with a straightness in her spine that suggested confidence rather than the defeated slump he had peripherally observed in previous months. His sleep became restless in ways that had nothing to do with his usual dreams of Victoria, his mind churning with half-formed thoughts that dissolved when he tried to examine them directly, leaving him to wake in the dark, hours before dawn, with his heart beating too quickly and a sense that something important was escaping his notice, slipping past his defenses while he slept, and he would lie staring at the canopy of his bed, wondering what had changed and why it should matter to him when he had worked so hard to ensure that nothing about his domestic situation could touch him. His secretary, Mr. Harrison, made an observation during their morning review of estate correspondence that lingered in Christopher's mind long after it should have been dismissed and forgotten, mentioning in passing that the Duchess seemed in remarkably good spirits lately, quite transformed from her previous melancholy, and Christopher had responded with a non-committal sound that discouraged further discussion, but the words echoed in his thoughts throughout the day, raising questions he did not want to answer about what might have caused such a transformation and why he had not noticed it himself. That evening at dinner, Christopher experienced something unprecedented in 2 years of careful avoidance. He almost looked at Eleanor's face, his eyes traveling up from the table toward where she sat, drawn by some impulse he could not control, and at the last moment he caught himself and redirected his gaze to the window beyond her shoulder. But in that fraction of a second before he looked away, he had seen the pale column of her throat, the curve of her jaw, the dark sweep of her hair, and the glimpse left him strangely unsettled, as if he had touched something forbidden and found it burned in ways he had not expected. And for the rest of the meal he kept his eyes fixed firmly on his plate, disturbed by his own near transgression and the way his careful defenses had almost crumbled. Eleanor discovered the painting supplies in the back of a storage room 3 weeks after removing her wedding ring, the wooden box covered in a fine layer of dust that spoke of years of neglect, and when she opened it, the smell of linseed oil and pigment transported her instantly to her girlhood, when she had spent hours capturing the world in brushstrokes, a passion her mother had encouraged, as suitable for a young lady of quality, though Eleanor had loved it for reasons that had nothing to do with suitability and everything to do with the way it made her feel alive and present in each moment of creation. She had the box carried to the small sitting room adjacent to her bedchamber, the one with northern light that would serve perfectly as a makeshift studio, and when she mixed her first palette in 2 years, her hands trembled not with uncertainty, but with the recognition of coming home to something essential she had abandoned in the slow erosion of her sense of self that marriage had wrought. The painting became a daily ritual, a way of reclaiming hours that had previously been filled with the hollow activities of a woman waiting for a life that would never begin, and as she worked, Eleanor felt layers of accumulated sorrow and resignation beginning to lift. Each brushstroke an act of assertion that she existed, that she mattered, that she contained depths and desires that had nothing to do with the man who refused to see her. It was during one of Lady Pemberton's gatherings that Eleanor met Lady Margaret Whitmore, a widow of independent means whose frank conversation and sharp wit cut through the usual superficiality of social discourse, and when Margaret mentioned that she was hosting a salon for ladies interested in discussing literature and philosophy, Eleanor accepted the invitation with an eagerness that would have surprised her former self, the woman who had retreated from society rather than face pitying looks and careful questions about her marriage. The salon met weekly in Margaret's elegant townhouse, and Eleanor found herself among women who spoke of ideas and ambitions, who discussed books with passionate intensity, who seemed to live full lives despite or perhaps because of their various disappointments with the institution of marriage, and in their company, Eleanor felt her mind awakening from the numbness that had settled over it like frost over a garden. Margaret became something unexpected in Eleanor's carefully circumscribed existence. A true friend, someone who asked direct questions and expected honest answers, who listened to Eleanor's halting admissions about her marriage with neither judgment nor false comfort, but rather with the understanding of someone who had survived her own trials and emerged with her dignity intact. They spoke of resilience, of finding purpose beyond the confines others had drawn around their lives, of the quiet courage required to choose oneself when society insisted that a woman's entire existence should be defined by her relationship to a man, and these conversations planted seeds in Eleanor's consciousness that took root and flourished in the fertile ground of her newfound autonomy. One afternoon, while painting, Eleanor realized with a start that she had been working for 3 hours without a single thought of Christopher entering her mind, and this discovery brought a mixture of liberation and melancholy. The recognition that she was finally beginning to exist independently of the emotional weight that had pressed down on her for 2 long years. Her chambers had become a sanctuary entirely of her own creation, filled with her paintings and books, flowers she had chosen, colors that pleased her eye, a space that reflected her emerging sense of self rather than the role she had tried so hard and so unsuccessfully to inhabit. And when she sat at her writing desk in the evenings, she began composing long letters to her sister Catherine, pouring out the story of her awakening with a honesty she had not allowed herself in their brief, cheerful correspondence of the past 2 years. And in writing these truths, Eleanor found them becoming more real, more solid, the narrative of her transformation taking shape in ink and paper until she could see clearly the woman she had been and the woman she was becoming. The Pemberton Ball arrived in early December with all the glittering magnificence that London society expected from one of the season's premier events, and both Duke and Duchess Ashworth were expected to attend, their positions in society making absence impossible, despite the fact that they had not appeared together at a social function in nearly 18 months. Christopher, having developed a pattern of excuses that kept Eleanor home while he fulfilled their obligations alone. Eleanor dressed for the evening with particular care, choosing a gown of deep emerald silk that her modiste had delivered just that week, the color bringing out the richness of her dark hair and the warmth of her complexion in ways that the pale, muted shades she had previously worn had never achieved. And as her maid arranged her hair in an elegant style adorned with pearl combs, Eleanor studied her reflection with a quiet satisfaction that had nothing to do with vanity and everything to do with the simple pleasure of recognizing herself again after 2 years of feeling like a ghost in her own life. Christopher arrived at the ballroom before Eleanor, positioning himself near the refreshment tables where he could observe the gathering without being drawn into extended conversations, and when Eleanor entered some 20 minutes later, he saw her in his peripheral vision, a flash of green among the pastels and whites favored by younger ladies, and though he kept his eyes carefully directed away from her face, he was aware of her movement through the room with an intensity that surprised him, as if some part of his consciousness had been calibrated to track her presence, whether he wished it or not. Eleanor moved through the social landscape with a grace and confidence that would have astonished anyone who had witnessed her shy, hesitant manner in the first year of her marriage, accepting introductions and engaging in conversation with an ease that suggested genuine enjoyment rather than dutiful performance. And when the dancing began, she was immediately claimed by Lord Hastings for a waltz, then by Mr. Pemberton's eldest son for a quadrille, then by a succession of gentlemen whose attention to the Duchess seemed to Christopher, watching from his position against the wall, to be unusually persistent and marked by an admiration that made something hot and uncomfortable twist in his chest. He told himself his irritation stemmed from concern for propriety, that Eleanor's enjoyment of all this male attention reflected poorly on his management of his household, but the explanation felt hollow even to him, failing to account for the way his hands clenched when he saw her laughing at something. Lord Hastings said, or the sharp surge of something that felt dangerously like jealousy when young Pemberton held her hand a moment too long after their dance concluded. Christopher found himself moving closer to where Eleanor stood, surrounded by admirers, close enough to hear her voice as she discussed some point about Italian art with a gentleman he vaguely recognized from his club, and the intelligence and wit in her conversation struck him with unexpected force, as if he were hearing a stranger speak rather than the silent, defeated woman who sat at the opposite end of his dinner table each evening, and he wondered, with a confusion that bordered on anger when she had become this person, this vibrant creature who drew eyes and admiration effortlessly. It was as he stood there, his gaze fixed somewhere near Eleanor's shoulder, that he noticed the bare finger of her left hand as she gestured during conversation, the absence of her wedding ring registering in his consciousness with the force of a physical blow. And though he could not have said why this detail should matter when he had worked so carefully to notice nothing about her, the sight of that naked finger sent a shock through his system that left him breathless and disturbed. Christopher left the ball within the hour, claiming a headache to their hosts, and spent the carriage ride back to Ashworth Manor, staring out at the dark London streets, with his mind churning through questions he had no desire to answer, wondering why Eleanor had removed her ring and when she had done so, what it meant that he had not noticed until now, and most disturbing of all, why the discovery filled him with a panic he could neither name nor understand, as if something he had not known he valued was slipping away while he stood frozen in the prison of his own making. Christopher found himself standing in the east wing of Ashworth Manor on a grey December afternoon, the wing that housed Eleanor's private chambers, and he could not have explained what impulse had drawn him there when he had spent 2 years carefully avoiding this part of the house, structuring his movements to ensure they never coincided with hers. Yet here he stood in the corridor outside her sitting room, with his heart beating uncomfortably fast, and his hands clenched at his sides, as if bracing against some invisible force. The door stood slightly ajar, and through the opening he could see that the room had been transformed since he had last glimpsed it during those early weeks of their marriage, the heavy burgundy drapes replaced with curtains of soft cream that allowed the winter light to fill the space, and everywhere he looked he saw evidence of Eleanor's presence, books stacked on the side table, a shawl draped over the back of a chair, fresh hothouse roses in a crystal vase that filled the air with their delicate scent. He pushed the door open wider, knowing she was out visiting Lady Margaret and would not return for hours, and stepped into what felt like foreign territory, a space that belonged so completely to someone he had refused to know that entering it seemed an act of trespass. Yet he could not stop himself from moving deeper into the room, drawn by a curiosity that felt dangerously like hunger. The paintings stopped him in his tracks, canvases propped against the wall and arranged on a makeshift easel near the window, and Christopher stood before them with something close to shock, for he had not known Eleanor painted, had not known she possessed this talent, had never thought to ask or observe or care about what she might do with the endless hours of solitude he had imposed upon her. The paintings were remarkable, landscapes rendered with a sensitivity to light and shadow that spoke of genuine skill and a keen observational eye, still lifes that captured the quiet beauty of ordinary objects, and there, turned to face the wall as if she had not wished to see it, a portrait that made Christopher's breath catch in his chest when he turned it around. The woman in the portrait sat alone in a window seat, her face turned toward light that streamed through glass, and though Eleanor had not painted her own features with photographic precision, there was no mistaking the subject, the dark hair, the graceful line of her neck, the posture that somehow conveyed both solitude and a strange, hard-won contentment, as if the woman had made peace with her isolation and found in it a kind of freedom. Christopher stared at this painted version of his wife, this woman alone but not broken, and felt the first real stirrings of guilt, the recognition that while he had been carefully not looking at Eleanor, she had been here creating beauty, cultivating an interior life he knew nothing about, existing in dimensions he had never bothered to imagine. He moved to her writing desk, knowing he should not, knowing this was a violation of her privacy, yet unable to stop himself from picking up the book that lay open there, a volume of poetry by Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and he saw that Eleanor had marked certain passages, had written notes in the margins in a small, precise hand, and one annotation in particular arrested him. Love that endures must first survive indifference, but can a heart survive what breaks it? The question hung in Christopher's mind as he set the book down carefully, exactly as he had found it, and he understood with a clarity that felt like waking from a long sleep that he knew nothing about the woman he had married, nothing about her thoughts or dreams, or the interior landscape of her heart, and this ignorance was not accidental but deliberate, a choice he had made every day for 2 years, a choice that had cost Eleanor everything and cost him more than he had understood until this moment, when he stood surrounded by the evidence of a life she had built in the spaces his rejection had created. The dinner party Christopher hosted for his business associates in mid-December was an obligation he could not avoid, a gathering of railway investors and their wives who expected the full hospitality of Ashworth Manor, and Eleanor presided over the evening with a grace that would have seemed impossible to anyone who had witnessed her withdrawn, tentative manner in the early months of their marriage, moving through the courses with an effortless charm that kept conversation flowing and guests engaged in ways that made Christopher feel like a stranger in his own home, watching a performance he had no part in creating. She wore a gown of midnight blue that he glimpsed only in his peripheral vision, and her voice carried down the length of the table with a warmth and animation he had never heard from her before, discussing topics that ranged from recent exhibitions at the Royal Academy to debates in Parliament, with an intelligence and wit that drew admiration from every gentleman present, and Christopher found himself listening despite his determination not to, caught by the musical quality of her laughter, when Mr. Thornton made some observation about the absurdity of modern architecture, a laugh that seemed to come from genuine amusement rather than polite obligation, full-throated and unrestrained in a way that made something tighten painfully in his chest. He heard Eleanor engage Mrs. Thornton in a spirited discussion about Italian opera, revealing that she had studied music in her youth and could play both pianoforte and harp. Information that struck Christopher with the force of revelation, for how could he not know these things about his own wife? How could he have lived in the same house with her for 2 years and remained ignorant of these fundamental aspects of her character? And the question disturbed him more than he wished to acknowledge. When dinner concluded and the ladies withdrew to allow the gentlemen their port and cigars, Mr. Hartley, the eldest of Christopher's business partners, raised his glass with a benevolent smile and declared, "You are a fortunate man, Ashworth, to have secured such a duchess. Your wife is a credit to your house, intelligent and gracious in equal measure. We were just remarking that you must count yourself blessed in your marriage." The words hung in the smoke-filled air, and Christopher felt every eye turned toward him, waiting for the expected response, the conventional pleasantries that should have come easily to a man married 2 years, but his throat constricted, and the practiced phrases died unspoken, for how could he claim fortune in a marriage he had deliberately destroyed? How could he speak of blessings when he had treated Eleanor with a cruelty that now seemed monstrous in its sustained deliberation? And his silence stretched too long, became awkward, until he managed only a terse nod and a murmured agreement that satisfied no one, least of all himself. When the gentlemen rejoined the ladies in the drawing-room, Christopher positioned himself near the fireplace where he could observe without participating, and he found his attention drawn inexorably toward Eleanor, despite his best efforts at indifference, his gaze tracking her movements as she sat at the pianoforte at Mrs. Hartley's request, and played with a skill that suggested years of dedicated practice, her bare fingers moving across the keys with confidence and precision, and he almost looked at her face then, almost turned his head, those crucial degrees that would have brought her features into full view, almost allowed himself to see what he had forbidden himself to acknowledge, but old habits held firm, and he wrenched his gaze away, though the effort cost him more than he could have imagined, leaving him shaken and hollowed out by the loss of something he could not name. After the guests departed and the house settled into silence, Christopher found himself standing outside Eleanor's chambers in the darkened corridor, his hand raised to knock, words forming and dissolving in his mind as he tried to find some way to bridge the chasm he had created, but courage failed him, and he stood there like a fool until he heard movement beyond the door, Eleanor's footsteps and the sound of her preparing for bed, and he retreated to his own rooms with the bitter knowledge that he had become a coward, afraid to face the consequences of his own deliberate blindness, afraid most of all that if he finally looked at Eleanor, truly looked at her, he would have to acknowledge everything he had destroyed and everything he might have had if he had chosen differently 2 years ago, when his father's death had forced him into a marriage he had not wanted and punished Eleanor for a crime she had never committed. Eleanor's announcement came at breakfast 3 days after the dinner party, delivered in the same composed tone she might have used to comment on the weather, informing Christopher that she had accepted her sister's long-standing invitation to visit the family estate in Derbyshire and would be departing within the week for a fortnight's stay, the first time she would leave Ashworth Manor since their wedding 2 years prior. And Christopher felt something lurch in his chest at the news, though he could not have named the emotion, could not understand why the prospect of Eleanor's absence should affect him when he had spent every day of their marriage, ensuring they remained as separate as two people sharing a house could be. He opened his mouth to object, to say something that might delay or prevent her departure, but the words died unformed, because what right did he have to protest? What claim could he possibly make on her time or presence when he had treated her as if she did not exist? And so he merely nodded and returned his attention to his newspaper, while Eleanor continued speaking about travel arrangements and household matters in that same calm, distant voice that suggested she was discussing plans with a business associate rather than her husband. The days before her departure passed with an efficiency that troubled Christopher more than he wished to acknowledge, Eleanor moving through the manor with quiet purpose, as her lady's maid packed trunks and coordinated with the housekeeper about what would be needed during the Duchess's absence. And Christopher found himself tracking these preparations from a distance, standing at windows that overlooked the courtyard where servants loaded her belongings, lingering in corridors where he might glimpse her passing, though he maintained his careful practice of never looking directly at her, even as something in him strained toward her with an urgency that felt dangerously close to panic. On the morning of Eleanor's departure, Christopher positioned himself in his study, where the window provided a clear view of the entrance, and he watched as she emerged in a traveling dress of deep green, her posture straight and her movements unhurried. And he noticed how she paused to speak with Mrs. Hartwell, the housekeeper, with what appeared to be genuine warmth, how she smiled at something one of the footmen said as he handed her into the carriage, how she settled into her seat and gazed up at the manor's facade with an expression he could not read from this distance, but that seemed to contain neither regret nor longing, only a kind of peaceful resolution. The carriage rolled down the long drive and disappeared beyond the gates, and Christopher remained at the window long after it had gone, gripped by a sense of loss so acute it took his breath away, and the manor seemed to shift around him in Eleanor's absence, the silence taking on a different quality, heavier and more complete, as if her departure had removed something essential from the house's atmosphere, some vital presence he had never consciously registered, but whose absence left everything hollow and strange. He moved through the rest of the day in a state of distraction he could not shake, finding himself standing in doorways, wondering what he had meant to do there, picking up books and setting them down unread, and when evening came, and he sat alone at the long dining table, where just days before Eleanor had presided over their guests with such grace and wit, her empty chair seemed to consume all his attention, an absence more powerful than any presence. And Christopher understood with a clarity that felt like falling, that the manor had not been his home for these past months. It had been Eleanor's, that she had filled it with life and light. He had been too deliberately blind to see. And now that she was gone, he was left in a house that felt less like a residence and more like a mausoleum, empty and cold, and utterly devoid of the warmth he had not known he was missing until it disappeared. The silence of Ashworth Manor in Eleanor's absence was not merely the absence of sound, but something deeper and more unsettling, a stillness that seemed to press against Christopher's consciousness with accusatory weight as he wandered through rooms that suddenly felt unfamiliar despite his having lived in them all his life, and he found himself gravitating toward the spaces Eleanor had claimed as her own. The morning room where she took her tea, the small library where she read in the afternoons, the music room where he now realized she must have practiced the pianoforte that had so impressed his dinner guests, each space bearing traces of her presence that he had never consciously registered, but that now seemed painfully obvious in their accumulated detail. He stood in the doorway of the conservatory where winter light filtered through glass panes onto the small writing desk Eleanor had positioned near the windows, and he saw her correspondence laid out with characteristic neatness, letters to her sister and to Lady Margaret, and to various charitable organizations, and he understood with a shock of recognition that she had built an entire life within these walls, a life he had known nothing about because he had deliberately chosen ignorance, had constructed his whole existence around not seeing her, not acknowledging her, not allowing her to become real to him in any way that might have demanded his attention or his care. When dinner time arrived that first evening, Christopher sat alone at the long mahogany table where Eleanor's empty chair seemed to draw his gaze with magnetic insistence, and he found he could not eat, could not focus on the food before him or the newspaper he had brought as distraction, because all he could think about was how Eleanor had sat there night after night for 2 years, enduring his deliberate discourtesy, his reading and his silence, and his absolute refusal to acknowledge her presence, and the cruelty of it settled over him like a physical weight that made breathing difficult. In desperation, he sought refuge in Eleanor's book, a volume of poetry by Elizabeth Barrett Browning that she had left on the side table in the drawing room, and he opened it to find her annotations in the margins, careful notes written in her precise hand that revealed a thoughtful, searching intelligence, observations about meter and meaning and emotional truth that spoke of a woman who engaged deeply with ideas and art. And Christopher read her words with growing wonder and growing shame, for how had he shared a house with this person and never known her, never even attempted to know her, never once considered that she might be someone worth knowing rather than simply an obligation to be endured. On the third day of Eleanor's absence, a letter arrived addressed to him in an unfamiliar hand, and when Christopher broke the seal, he found it was from Eleanor's sister, Lady Caroline Pemberton, thanking him with what seemed like genuine warmth for allowing Eleanor the freedom to visit, for being understanding of her need for time away from her duties, for being the kind of husband who recognized that even a duchess required respite and family connection, and every word struck Christopher like a physical blow because the letter assumed a generosity and consideration he had never shown, painted him as a thoughtful partner, when the truth was that Eleanor had not asked his permission because she had understood with perfect clarity that she did not need it, that their marriage was so hollow and so devoid of genuine connection that her movements were her own affair and his opinion irrelevant. The phrase haunted him through sleepless nights and distracted days, that word allowing, as if Eleanor were a possession whose activities required his approval rather than a person with her own agency and her own desires. And Christopher was forced to confront the uncomfortable truth that he had indeed treated her exactly that way, had viewed her as an inconvenient addition to his household rather than as his wife, had given her the title and the position and the material comforts of being Duchess of Ashworth, while denying her the one thing that might have made any of it meaningful, which was simple human recognition and basic acknowledgement of her existence and her worth. He sat in his study as winter darkness fell early over the grounds, and for the first time in 2 years Christopher allowed himself to think consciously about Eleanor, not as an abstract problem or an unwanted obligation, but as a person, a woman who had entered his house with hope and had been met with systematic cruelty, who had tried to build bridges and had been rebuffed at every turn, who had finally stopped trying and had found her own path forward, and the thought that formed in his mind was simple and devastating and impossible to dismiss. What have I done? On the 7th morning of Eleanor's absence, Christopher found himself walking through the Winterbear Gardens toward the family chapel that stood at the edge of the estate grounds, a small stone building where generations of Ashworths had been baptized and married and mourned, and where a memorial plaque for Lady Victoria Hartley bore witness to the woman whose death had defined the last 3 years of his life, and he had not visited this place since the week after Victoria's passing, and had avoided it with the same deliberate care he had applied to avoiding Eleanor, but now he felt drawn there by a need he could not fully articulate, a sense that some essential reckoning awaited him in that quiet, sacred space. The chapel was cold and dim, winter light filtering through stained glass windows to paint colored shadows across worn stone floors, and Christopher stood before Victoria's memorial with his hands clasped behind his back, studying the inscription he had commissioned in his grief, the words that spoke of beauty and grace and love eternal, and he waited for the familiar wave of sorrow to crash over him, the devastating sense of loss that had consumed him in the months after her death. But what came instead was something quieter and more complicated, a sadness certainly, but also a strange kind of distance, as if he were looking at a memorial for someone he had known long ago rather than the woman he had believed himself destined to marry. He spoke aloud to the empty chapel, his voice rough with disuse and emotion, telling Victoria things he had never said when she lived, admitting that he had made her into something she had never been, had transformed a genuine affection into a grand romantic tragedy, because grief was easier than acceptance, because mourning an idealized love was simpler than building a real one with the flesh and blood woman who had become his wife. And as the words spilled from him, Christopher understood with devastating clarity that he had been punishing Eleanor, not for failing to be Victoria, but for being real, for being present, for demanding through her very existence that he engage with life rather than retreat into the comfortable fiction of eternal mourning. The realization settled over him like winter frost, cold and inescapable, and Christopher sank onto one of the wooden pews and dropped his head into his hands, finally allowing himself to see the full scope of his cruelty. The systematic way he had denied Eleanor every basic human courtesy, had treated her not merely with indifference, but with active contempt, refusing to look at her as if she were something shameful or grotesque, when the truth was that his refusal had nothing to do with Eleanor herself, and everything to do with his own cowardice, his fear that if he allowed himself to see her, he might have to acknowledge that Victoria was truly gone, and that life continued despite his grief, and that he had married a woman who deserved better than to be a ghost in her own home. He sat in the silence of the chapel as shadows lengthened, and the afternoon wore on, and Christopher made a decision that felt both terrifying and inevitable, acknowledging to himself and to the memory of Victoria that it was time to let her rest. Time to stop using her death as an excuse for his own emotional abdication. Time to try, however imperfectly and however late, to be the husband Eleanor deserved, rather than the monument to grief he had become, though he had no idea how to begin, no template for transformation. Only a bone-deep understanding that when Eleanor returned from Derbyshire, he would have to find the courage to do the one thing he had avoided for 2 years, the one thing that terrified him more than any business venture or social obligation ever had, which was to simply look at his wife, to see her, to allow her to be real to him in all her complexity and humanity. And he practiced there in the empty chapel, lifting his head and trying to imagine Eleanor's face, realizing with shame that he could not clearly picture her features because he had so carefully avoided ever truly seeing them, and the prospect of meeting her gaze felt like preparing to leap from a great height into unknown waters, terrifying and necessary and long overdue. Eleanor's carriage arrived at Ashworth Manor on a crystalline afternoon when winter sunlight made the frost-covered grounds glitter like scattered diamonds, and as the wheels crunched over the gravel drive, she felt a curious mixture of emotions. Relief at returning to familiar spaces mingled with a subtle reluctance to re-enter the cold architecture of her marriage, though she reminded herself that the marriage had changed for her, even if it remained unchanged for Christopher, that she had found her own peace and her own purpose, and no longer needed his acknowledgement to feel whole. And as the footman handed her down from the carriage, Eleanor held her head high and her shoulders back, wearing the confidence she had cultivated during her fortnight away like invisible armor. What she did not expect was to find Christopher standing in the entrance hall, not sequestered in his study as he invariably was during her comings and goings, and the sight of him waiting there stopped Eleanor momentarily in the doorway, her careful composure faltering for just an instant before she recovered and moved forward with measured grace, and she saw him shift his weight slightly as she approached, saw something that might have been nervousness in the set of his shoulders, and when he attempted to look at her, she watched his gaze travel upward from the marble floor to the hem of her traveling dress to her waist, and then falter, skittering sideways to fix on some point beyond her shoulder, and Eleanor felt a flash of something that might have been disappointment or might have been vindication, for even now, even after 2 weeks of absence, he could not manage the simple human courtesy of meeting her eyes. Christopher's voice when he spoke was rougher than she remembered, lower somehow, as if disuse had changed its timbre, and he said, "Welcome home, Eleanor," using her given name for what she realized might be the first time since their wedding day, and the sound of it in his mouth was so unexpected that Eleanor felt her prepared coolness waver slightly, but she steadied herself and replied with perfect formality, "Thank you, Your Grace." The journey was pleasant, keeping her tone neutral and polite, the voice one might use with a distant acquaintance rather than a husband. She watched his hands clench and unclench at his sides, watched his gaze drift downward to her hands, where she held her gloves and reticule, and she saw the exact moment when his eyes fixed on her left hand, saw his whole body go still as he registered the absence of her wedding ring, the bare fourth finger with its pale band of skin that remained as evidence of what had been worn there for 2 years, and Eleanor felt a perverse satisfaction at his reaction, even as something in her chest tightened at the visible shock that crossed his features, the way his breathing seemed to catch, and his jaw tightened as if he were experiencing physical pain. The silence stretched between them in the grand entrance hall, while servants moved discreetly around them carrying her luggage, and Eleanor waited with the patience she had learned through 2 years of being ignored, wondering if Christopher would speak again or if this unprecedented attempt at welcome had exhausted his capacity for engagement. And when he finally managed to form words, they came out halting and uncertain. "Did you have a pleasant visit with your sister, Cole?" And Eleanor responded with cool civility about Caroline's health and spirits and the amusements of Derbyshire society, answering his question thoroughly while offering nothing of her inner experience, nothing of how the visit had strengthened her resolve or deepened her understanding of her own worth. And as she spoke, she watched Christopher's continued inability to look at her directly, watched him struggle with something she could not name. And when she finished speaking, she excused herself with flawless courtesy, saying she needed to rest from the journey, leaving Christopher standing alone in the entrance hall, with his failed attempt at connection hanging in the air between them like smoke. The morning after Eleanor's return, Christopher appeared at the breakfast table for the first time in their marriage, arriving before she did, and waiting with barely concealed nervousness as she entered the room, her composure faltering only slightly at the sight of him, seated there with a cup of tea cooling before him, untouched. And when she took her place at the opposite end of the long table, he cleared his throat and asked, with an awkwardness that was almost painful to witness, whether she had slept well after her journey, and Eleanor responded with careful courtesy that she had, "Thank you," her tone suggesting she was speaking to an acquaintance rather than a husband, and Christopher felt the distance between them like a physical thing, a chasm he had spent 2 years excavating and now found himself desperate to cross, though he had no idea how to begin building a bridge. Over the following days he continued appearing at breakfast, asking questions about her painting with genuine if fumbling interest, and Eleanor answered with guarded politeness, clearly confused by this sudden attention, her responses thorough but revealing nothing of her inner thoughts, and Christopher found himself frustrated by his own limitations, by the way his eyes still skittered away from her face whenever he tried to look directly at her, decades of habit proving impossible to break in mere days, and he would sit across from her feeling like a man trapped behind glass, able to see the shape of what he wanted, but unable to reach it. He began leaving small gestures of apology and interest, scattered through her days like breadcrumbs, commissioning fresh flowers to be placed in her studio each morning, lilies and winter roses that filled the space with subtle fragrance, and having his secretary acquire books he thought might interest her based on the volumes he had seen in her chambers, poetry and philosophy, and novels by lady authors, items he left on her desk without explanation, and he requested her presence at dinner, not through servants but by asking her himself, appearing at her studio door in the late afternoon and speaking to the frame rather than to her, saying he would be honored if she would join him for the evening meal, and Eleanor agreed each time with formal graciousness, her acceptance feeling more like an obligation discharged than a desire fulfilled. At these dinners, Christopher attempted conversation, asking about her sister's family and her charitable work and the paintings she was creating, and Eleanor responded with the same careful politeness she had shown since her return, her words correct and her manner impeccable, but her true self held carefully beyond his reach, and Christopher understood with growing desperation that he had taught her too well to be invisible, had spent 2 years training her not to expect anything from him, and now his fumbling attempts at connection must seem either incomprehensible or suspect, possibly even cruel in their own way, like a cat playing with a mouse it has already wounded. He found himself thinking about her constantly, this woman he had ignored so thoroughly, wondering what thoughts moved behind her careful expression, what dreams she harbored, what she felt when she looked at him now, with those cool, measuring eyes that saw him clearly, even though he still could not bring himself to meet them. And the irony was not lost on Christopher, that for 2 years, Eleanor had been desperate for his attention while he withheld it, and now he craved her regard while she offered him only polite disinterest, and he recognized this reversal as a justice he had earned, but that did not make it any easier to bear, did not ease the growing ache in his chest every time she thanked him formally for the flowers or the books, her gratitude perfectly executed and completely devoid of warmth, the gratitude one offers a stranger for holding open a door rather than a husband attempting to repair a shattered marriage. The confrontation came on a grey afternoon when sleet tapped against the windows of Eleanor's studio, and she had been attempting to paint for an hour without success, her mind too restless to focus on canvas and colour, too occupied with the strange metamorphosis occurring in her marriage, and when Christopher appeared in her doorway bearing yet another offering, this time a leather-bound volume of Elizabeth Barrett Browning's sonnets, Eleanor set down her brush with deliberate care and turned to face him directly, her voice steady and clear when she said, "Christopher, we need to speak plainly about what is happening here," and she watched him freeze in the doorway, watched his gaze fix on the painting behind her rather than on her face, and the familiar avoidance ignited something fierce in her chest, something that had been building through weeks of flowers and books and awkward breakfast conversations that never quite connected. She asked him directly why he was doing this, why, after 2 years of studied indifference, he was suddenly appearing at her breakfast table and filling her studio with flowers and seeking her company at dinner. And Christopher's response came haltingly, his words stumbling over each other as he tried to explain that he had been wrong, that he had realized during her absence how thoroughly he had failed her, that he wanted to try to be a proper husband, and Eleanor listened with her hands folded before her, those bare hands with her ring finger still showing its pale band of absence, and when he finished speaking she said with quiet dignity, "You cannot even look at me while you say these things." The words hung in the air between them like an accusation and a plea, and Eleanor watched Christopher flinch as if she had struck him, watched him try and fail again, to raise his eyes to her face, and she felt a dangerous mixture of anger and sorrow rise in her throat as she began to speak about the 2 years of invisibility, about sitting across from him at dinner tables, feeling less substantial than the furniture, about speaking to him and receiving grunts or silence in return, about slowly disappearing in her own home until she was little more than a ghost haunting the corridors of Ashworth Manor. She told him about the nights she had lain awake, wondering what was wrong with her that her own husband could not bear to look at her, about the gradual erosion of her self-worth, about the careful reconstruction of her dignity that had required her to stop seeking his approval and start seeking her own. And Christopher stood motionless in the doorway, listening to this litany of his cruelties with his jaw tight and his hands clenched at his sides. And when she paused, he said, his voice rough with shame, "I am sorry, Eleanor. I am deeply, profoundly sorry for the pain I have caused you." But Eleanor shook her head slowly and replied that apologies were not enough, that she would not accept half measures or symbolic gestures, that if he truly wanted to repair what he had broken, he needed to actually change, and not just perform change while maintaining the same careful distance he had always kept. She told him then about removing her wedding ring, about the morning she had slipped it off her finger and placed it in her jewelry box, about what that act had meant, the reclamation of herself from a marriage that had never truly acknowledged her existence, and she saw Christopher's eyes drop again to her bare hand, saw something that looked like anguish cross his features, and she said softly but firmly that she would not put that ring back on for gestures and pleasantries, that she deserved a husband who could look at her, who could see her, who could acknowledge her as a living, breathing person rather than an inconvenient reminder of duty, and if he could not offer her that, then she would prefer he return to his previous indifference rather than torment them both with this awkward pretense of connection. That evening, Christopher found himself walking through the manor with no destination in mind, his feet carrying him through corridors and down staircases until he emerged into the garden, where twilight was surrendering to full darkness, and the air held that electric quality that precedes a storm, and he saw Eleanor standing near the fountain, with her shawl drawn tight against the rising wind, her face turned upward toward the roiling clouds, and something in Christopher's chest cracked open like ice breaking in spring thaw, some final resistance shattering under the accumulated weight of his loneliness and shame and desperate longing, and he walked toward her without conscious decision, his feet moving across the gravel path, while thunder rumbled in the distance and the first fat drops of rain began to fall. He stopped 3 paces from her, close enough to see the way the wind caught strands of her dark hair and pulled them free from their pins, close enough to hear her breath, and Eleanor turned toward him with surprise written across her features, and Christopher felt his heart hammering against his ribs as he forced himself, truly forced himself with every ounce of will he possessed, to raise his eyes from the ground and look at her face, to actually look at his wife's face for the first time in their 2 years of marriage. And the world seemed to tilt and realign as his gaze met hers. She had grey eyes, he discovered, grey eyes with flecks of blue like storm clouds shot through with lightning, and they were looking back at him with a mixture of wariness and shock, and something he could not quite name, and her face was not the face he had imagined in the rare moments when he had allowed himself to think about her features. It was better and more complex and more beautiful, with high cheekbones and a mouth that held both strength and softness, and there was intelligence in those eyes, and pain, and a hard-won dignity that he had forged through his neglect, and Christopher felt the full weight of 2 years of blindness crash over him like a wave, felt the enormity of what he had refused to see, this remarkable woman who had lived in his house like a ghost because he had made her one. Eleanor stood perfectly still under his gaze, rain falling harder now and soaking through both their clothes, and Christopher saw her throat work as she swallowed, saw vulnerability flash across her features before she could mask it, and he understood that this moment was costing her something, that allowing herself to be truly seen by him after so long required a courage he was not sure he possessed, and the knowledge of her bravery unmanned him completely. He said, his voice rough and breaking, "Eleanor, I see you. God help me. I finally see you, and you are extraordinary." And the words came pouring out of him without elegance or planning, a raw confession that he had been a coward and a fool, and that he had hidden from her, because looking at her would have required him to acknowledge that Victoria was truly gone, and that he had a living, breathing wife who deserved his attention and his respect and his heart, and that he had been cruel beyond measure, and that cruelty had been deliberate, a choice he had made every day for 2 years, and he could not undo it. But he wanted desperately to do better, to be better, if she would give him the chance. Eleanor's eyes filled with tears that mingled with the rain on her cheeks, and Christopher felt his hands rise of their own accord, hovering near her face with the desperate desire to comfort her, to touch her, but he held himself back because he had not earned that right, had forfeited it through his systematic rejection of her presence, and Eleanor whispered, her voice barely audible above the storm, "You are looking at me," and Christopher nodded, unable to look away now, unable to imagine ever looking away again, and he said, "I am looking at you, and I am sorry. I am so deeply sorry for every moment I refused to do so." And Eleanor reached up slowly and caught one of his hovering hands in both of hers, and the touch was like lightning, electric and transformative, and they stood there in the garden while the storm broke fully overhead and thunder shook the earth beneath their feet, looking at each other with rain streaming down their faces, and 2 years of silence finally giving way to the possibility of something real. The rebuilding of their marriage came slowly, like spring emerging from the hard ground of winter, measured not in grand gestures, but in accumulated moments of genuine connection that Christopher approached with the careful reverence of a man handling something infinitely precious and infinitely fragile, and the weeks following that storm-drenched revelation in the garden unfolded with a tentative sweetness that neither of them had imagined possible in the cold corridors of Ashworth Manor. Christopher began joining Eleanor for breakfast each morning, and these meals transformed from the silent ordeals of their first 2 years into conversations where he asked her about her painting and listened with genuine attention when she described the way light fell through the studio windows at different hours, the way certain colors evoked specific emotions, the technical challenges of capturing movement on a static canvas, and Eleanor found herself speaking with growing ease, her initial wariness softening as she recognized that Christopher was truly listening, truly seeing her, his gray eyes meeting hers across the table with a directness that still sometimes made her breath catch after so long being invisible. He asked if he might watch her paint one afternoon, and Eleanor agreed with some trepidation, uncertain how she would feel creating under his observation. But Christopher settled onto the window seat in her studio, with his own sketchbook and charcoal, confessing that he had once enjoyed drawing before duty and grief had consumed all leisure, and they worked in companionable silence, broken only by occasional questions about technique or requests to pass supplies. And when Eleanor glanced over at Christopher's sketch, she saw he had been drawing her, capturing the concentration in her features as she worked, and the intimacy of being seen and rendered by his hand brought color to her cheeks and warmth to her chest. They took walks through the estate grounds as winter surrendered to early spring, and Christopher pointed out landmarks and shared stories of his childhood that he had never thought to tell her before, and Eleanor reciprocated with tales of her own upbringing. And gradually they began to know each other as people rather than as the Duke and Duchess. As Christopher and Eleanor, rather than as husband and the woman who was not Victoria. And there were moments when their hands brushed while walking and neither pulled away, moments when Christopher's laugh rang out genuine and surprised at something Eleanor said, moments when the weight of their painful history seemed to lighten under the accumulation of these better moments. The ring remained off Eleanor's finger, sitting in its velvet box in her jewelry chest, and neither of them mentioned it, though Christopher's eyes sometimes lingered on that bare finger with an expression Eleanor could not quite read. Something between regret and hope, and the absence of the ring became a marker of their progress, a reminder that what they were building now was new and earned rather than assumed and obligated, and Eleanor found that she preferred it this way, preferred the freedom of choosing Christopher daily rather than being bound by a symbol she had worn without meaning. Their first kiss came on an evening 6 weeks after the garden confrontation, when they had been reading together in the library, and Christopher had made some observation about the novel Eleanor held that was so perfectly attuned to her own thoughts that she looked up at him with surprise and delight, and he was already looking at her with such open affection that the space between them seemed to evaporate, and when he leaned toward her slowly, giving her every opportunity to retreat, Eleanor met him halfway, and the kiss was soft and questioning and achingly tender, a question and an answer, a promise and a hope, and when they drew apart, Eleanor saw tears standing in Christopher's eyes and felt answering wetness on her own cheeks, and Christopher whispered, "Thank you for giving me another chance, for letting me learn to love you properly." And Eleanor touched his face gently and replied, "Thank you for finally choosing to see me." And the intimacy between them deepened from that night forward, not rushed but unfolding with patient inevitability, two people truly discovering each other for the first time and finding in that discovery something far richer than either had anticipated. Spring arrived at Ashworth Manor exactly 1 year after Eleanor had removed her wedding ring, and the transformation was evident, not merely in the blossoms that covered the garden trees, or the warmth that had returned to the ancient stone halls, but in the way Christopher and Eleanor moved through their days with the easy intimacy of two people who had chosen each other deliberately and completely, building something real from the ashes of their hollow beginning. And on a morning when sunlight streamed through the breakfast room windows and Eleanor was laughing at something Christopher had said about the new foal in the stables, he reached into his waistcoat pocket and withdrew a small velvet box that made Eleanor's breath catch in her throat. The ring inside was nothing like the cold family heirloom she had worn during those terrible first years, but rather a delicate band commissioned from London's finest jeweler, designed to Christopher's exact specifications, with Eleanor's favorite flowers engraved along its surface, and a single perfect sapphire, the color of storm clouds shot through with lightning, the color of her eyes when she had first allowed him to truly see her in that rain-soaked garden. And Christopher said quietly, as he held it out to her, "I cannot undo the years I wasted, is the pain I caused you, but I can offer you this as a symbol of the man I am now, rather than the man I was. A promise that I see you every day and choose you every day, and will continue to do so for all our remaining days, if you will accept it, if you will accept me as your husband in truth, rather than merely in name." Eleanor looked at the ring with tears gathering in her eyes, then at Christopher's face where love and hope and lingering remorse were written so clearly, and she reached out not to take the ring from his hand, but to cover his hand with both of hers, and she said, "I will accept it gladly, but I will place it on my own finger this time, because what we have now is not something imposed upon us by duty or arrangement, but something we have built together through honesty and patience and the courage to truly see one another." And she took the ring and slid it onto her finger where it caught the morning light and seemed to glow with warmth, and Christopher rose from his chair and drew her into his arms and kissed her with the tender devotion that had become their daily language, and neither of them noticed the servants who paused in the doorway and smiled at the sight of their Duke and Duchess so clearly, so genuinely happy. Years passed after that spring morning, years that brought children whose laughter filled the corridors that had once echoed with Eleanor's lonely footsteps, children who grew up watching their father look at their mother with such obvious adoration that they never questioned whether they had been loved from the very beginning, and Christopher became known throughout society, not for his tragic first love, but for his devotion to his Duchess, attending her art exhibitions and insisting that her work hang in the manor's finest rooms, and speaking of her with such pride that no one who heard him could doubt the depth of his feeling, and Eleanor bloomed in the warmth of being truly seen and truly cherished, her confidence and joy radiating outward to touch everyone in their household and beyond. And Ashworth Manor transformed from a mausoleum of grief into a home filled with love and light and the sound of genuine happiness. Dear listener, in Eleanor and Christopher's story we find a truth that perhaps you needed to hear today, that sometimes the cruelest prisons are the ones we build for ourselves from grief and fear and the refusal to be present in our own lives, and sometimes the bravest act is not enduring mistreatment with silent dignity, but claiming your own worth and stepping away from what diminishes you, as Eleanor did when she removed that ring and chose herself. Yet we also see that transformation is possible even for those who have caused great harm, that the willingness to truly see another person, to acknowledge one's cruelty and commit to change, and can open pathways to redemption that seemed forever closed, though such redemption must be earned through consistent action rather than mere words or wishes. If you find yourself invisible in your own life, if you have been patient beyond reason while receiving nothing in return, know that you deserve to be seen and valued, and that choosing yourself is not selfishness, but necessary preservation of your soul, and that the absence of your presence may be the very thing that awakens someone to what they have been too blind to recognize, though you owe them nothing, and their awakening may come too late. And if you are the one who has failed to see what was before you, who has hidden from love out of fear or grief or the weight of past sorrows, know that while you cannot undo the harm you have caused, you can choose differently from this moment forward. You can do the difficult work of being truly present and truly seeing, and that such work, sustained with genuine commitment, can create something beautiful from even the most painful beginnings. May you find the courage to be seen and the wisdom to truly see. May you choose yourself when necessary and choose love when possible. May you build relationships founded on genuine recognition rather than obligation or illusion. And may you rest tonight, knowing that transformation is always possible for those willing to do the honest work of change. This has been a story from Love's Second Chances, and if these words have touched your heart, please subscribe to our channel and share this story with someone who needs to hear that they deserve to be seen.
Oh shit, alright. Thanks for the follow, Granado. Yeah. It's in the black and pink hot. Thank you. Pink is perfect on this one. I really like how the silhouetted flowers are coming out. And by silhouetted, I mean like the base for like the pink flowers and stuff. It looks really good. this is a super opaque black. I have the I use the super opaque black, and I also use the super opaque white, like a lot. Like I don't want to fuck around with layering a black if I can get a single layer. The fucking super opaques that Holbein put out are so fucking good. Super useful. I should be sponsored for how much I fucking hawk that shit. Oh shit. down in this shit. Oh, man. I'm really glad that they like it. It always makes me really happy when I'm able to depict somebody's OC properly, or the way that they want him to be. You know what I mean. I feel like it's more like when somebody's there with their OC and stuff like that, there's like more at stake, I think. Like, if I'm just drawing like a character or fucking whatever, it's not really like I can get it wrong. And like somebody's gonna be like disappointed in me personally, you know? But if I fuck up somebody's OC, they're gonna be sad about it. So when I get it right, it makes me feel really nice. then I feel like, the more that you draw that character for that person or whatever, the more that you, I don't know, get to know that character and therefore get to know that person. I know. The fucking super opaque is so nice. So I'm down here. I think I was looking forward to Zoisite and Kunzite. Hell yeah. Both good options. Yeah, I feel like you get to know a person a lot through their OCs. The kind of characters a person creates says a lot about them. The things that they're going through and the things that they are experiencing. The things that are important to them. Shut up. I don't feel like it, Mars Volta. Yay, Hazuki. beautiful Hazuki who's slowly becoming more and more Majima as he ages. We're doing a few wisteria bunches today. Okay. It's almost time for Flower Hell. God, I love this pen so fucking much. I know, I know. If you want a big boy, I've got a couple in the works. But also, I can bulk up. There's like that shattered glass pose. That's like a little bit on the stronger guy side. In the same way that like I've used like the male poses for like female characters and stuff. You can use a twink as a fucking wireframe for a big boy. Do you know which pose I'm talking about? Fuck. But you can also request it raw, and I can make something special for him. If it needs to be like a real big boy. Oh god, need more fucking... I guess the ginger's not very strong, so I guess it's okay. We used to have like a command in chat to pull the song that was playing and stuff like that, but then Spotify changed the API. So we've had the thing on screen ever since, because this is like the only way to show what's playing now. I don't know, if they started like being able to like show what's playing again, which I think that they have, I just kind of kept it this way because it was already there. like it though. I made it so he plays like the little videos and stuff like that when they have them. Strong fat. Oh shit. That would be fucking hot as hell. Oh my god. Oh shit, fuck. Whatever, I'll fix it later. So hot. Then the cycle, either break, give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you think. Kiri shitane. Oh. 頭がくるくるした力をくれ Yeah. What you think? 気にしてねえよ。お、たの頭くれへ。頭がくるくるした力をくれ。Oh my god, so much flower hell about to happen. Oh shit. Sorry. I didn't see that there was raid stuff. How are you, Ari? Man, at least it's better than last time where I was like looking down for 10 minutes before I noticed there was a raid. I feel like I caught this one a little faster. Oh man, I fucking suck. How was your stream, Ari? What did you work on today? Were you doing art? Hell yeah. Can you show me a picture of what you were working on? You can post a link in chat. You don't need permission or anything, but I would love to see what you did. In return, I'll show you what else I've done today because this is our third piece. Hell yeah, post your Instagram then. That also works. Oh, my body. Ugh. Before we did this piece here. Yep, third piece today. I'm on a marathon. I got 6 on the fucking list. So theoretically, okay. And then we did this one as the warm-up. Aww. So cute. I love that fucking... the creature from the Brat Lagoon. That's so cute. Such cute little designs. Fuck yeah! So yeah, that's what we're doing. I'm about to fucking embark on a flower hell adventure. Go back in there. Go in the... Oh god, hold on, sorry. Yeah! Alright, let's fucking do it. Well, I guess I should fucking... Where's my fucking ink swatches? There we are. I should probably just do a fucking... Okay. Alright, time for flower hell. Hayabusa de Alright, you ready for some flower hell? Sanomadase no Mogami ga Enjoy your order packing. It's always work shit. god. God, this pink is fucking good though. Whoops, sorry, I'm over here. My bad. Sorry about that. A little bit too much, but whatever, it's fine. 一つ一つ花そうここにいる泣きたいでもなさらないでも一度泣け許してみよう 終わりの日々願うどうかこのまま笑顔で休むように忘れるようにただ君だけが心をさむように光の中行くことを願うばかり They are. They're like my go-to Flower Hill flower because they're very full. And I feel like when you paint them, they're really impressive looking. But I've got them like so down. Yeah, they take up a lot of space. So I can use them as like fill really easily. So I like using peonies a lot. So をしながら終わりの日々願うどうかこのまま笑顔で休むように忘れるようにただ君だけが me 2 seconds. I need to wash my contacts out. They're being fucking assholes right now. I'm not gonna bother to put it on BRB, so give me 2 seconds. I just gotta fucking do this real quick. Oh my god, contacts, what the fuck? All right. My eyes feel so much better. Stupid fucking contacts. you. It's coming out pretty good. Just keep my head down, fucking doing flower hell. Fuck me, goddamn. Oh, it's been a while since we did some wisteria. all good. Why are you sorry? It makes me happy that you're having me around while you do work. Let's all be productive together. You gotta do what you gotta do. Don't worry about me. If you gotta focus on your art, then focus on your art. Somebody else will talk to me, I'm sure. Otherwise, I'll just fucking karaoke with myself. It's fine. As I like to do. Aww. Just do your best. That's all you can do. This is the third one. Are you looking for a specific one? Or waiting for me to do a specific one? All right. But yeah, this is the third one. Flower Hill like crazy. Alright. Yeah. I've never done the wisteria straight into paint like this, so I'm glad that it turned out okay. Just gotta do it again. Usually I draw wisteria. But I guess it's not that much different than drawing it out. If we know the structure from drawing it, then we can really figure out the fucking structure to paint it. Right? Yeah. My partner doesn't like his wisteria because she says that it smells like corpses. I don't think I've ever sniffed, like, I've ever smelled wisteria. It is pretty though. Too bad it smells like corpses. Ugh. I know, I'm really happy with how the pink is going on these. This is like the perfection of my vision. Like exactly how I wanted it. Yeah. This isn't so bad as far as flower hell goes, though. It's not like, well, okay, some of it's tiny. Oh shit. Look at that flower hell. Yeah, get some. Look how fucking good that looks. Yeah. Yup. The picture where it's the ladies' gardening club. That was fucking difficult flower hell too, because it was like the Cloyson looking flowers. Oof. Yeah, this is fucking easier than drawing the wisteria, though. It's not like exactly, but I think I like it. Just one more little bit. Yo! Look at all this goddamn flower hell. You went away for a little while and you came back to this fucking shit? God damn. You like her? Nah, I tried to use the poster color, but it was being real thick, and I didn't feel like wetting it every time I had to fucking dip. This is gouache mixed with, or acrylic gouache mixed with super white or super opaque white. Yeah, it's Holbein acrylic gouache opera with super opaque white mixed in to make it liquid. Look at it. I'm gonna have to re-ink the hair details and stuff, but that's okay. Oh shit, fuck. My bad. Don't drink it. Demoni krужили надо мной. Не зная счастья, как тот, кто его зова конец не смог. Spirits rise and fall. Savoy station dusze. In the depths of hunger, Savoy station dusze. Fuck. Pokažnjiva Jagu starаться на лету не упасть. Не родится мечта любить. Since the bow squeezing tight, deep within, I'm inside your system, I'm inside your air. To haunt you is my destiny. So worth it. So fucking worth it. I'm inside your system, I'm inside your air. Find I am lurking in the shadows. To haunt you is my destiny. Thank you, Graffiti. Ugh. I am lurking in the shadows of your mind. probably is. It's a little bit reminiscent of that. A neon colored hair. Oh, fuck. Almost. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Atsushi. Too loud. Hazuki. Come on. There we go. Alright. Just gonna re-ink this part. Hazuki's song where he counts in German? He's very good at it. Hazuki's talent show, yes. Hazuki's like, my talent is I can count to 4. After this one, I'm going to change my contacts, and then hopefully things will be a little bit easier on me. Oh my god. Let me do. you like her? Let me zoom out so you can see the whole thing. I think she turned out really cool. Let me do math. Hold on. Ooh. That could be worse. Alright, she's 1,300. Sorry about all the flower hell. Okay. Perfect. I'm gonna send it to the Awesome M1. Okay. Let me sign her. Oh my god. I'm gonna do the next one. It's only 4. We got this. Well, I don't know. Let me see how I feel after I change my contacts. And then we'll figure it out from there. When I get back, we will do a recap at the very least. But I think that I'm going to do one more at least. Oh my god, come on. I'll take some headache medicine real quick. Oh my god, freaking sexy in the air. Get out of here, sexy in the air. Painkillers. Okay. Oh, shit. All right. All right, good night, Mel. All right, take a quick break, guys. I will post a picture of our girl on Discord and stuff, so I'll see you guys in a minute. Let me fix my contacts. God damn. I wonder if I just scrub them out real good. Fucking get away with not having to open another pair of contacts. All right, be right back. let's do a quick recap. We warmed up with this one. We did this one here, Erica. And we just finished Black Lady. I posted her in Discord, and I also posted her on Blue Skis, Biskies. Let's see. Now I get to decide who I'm gonna do next. So I got the Final Fantasy Tactics girl. I've got a Kasuri Uri. And I got that Zoisite and Kuzite piece. So I probably want to do a couple things hanging around. I probably want to do either the Final Fantasy Tactics girl or want to do Kasuri Uri. What do you guys want? I don't think I can do a pair. I think we gotta save that for next times. So either this one or this one. I'm looking at this girl. Oh, she's cute. She's got like a little cloak and stuff we can play with. But what do you guys want to see? Help me pick. I need help. Ovelia from Final Fantasy Tactics and Kasuri Uri from Mononoke. You know how I love my fucking Kasuri Uri. That's what makes... I'm gonna do the Final Fantasy Tactics girl. Dress girl. it's basically like a fancified version. That's what dress girls usually are. Sorry, I'm looking at her real quick. All right, let's go. Do an off-the-shoulder cloak situation happening. Maybe. Let me see. You basically do what these sleeves are doing as what the cloak is doing. I think that would be hot. Yeah, your favorite movie. Yeah, your badass beauty. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I gotta do more poses this week. Chi. Thank you for the follow. I did not change my contacts. I just fucking scrubbed them out, so hopefully they'll cooperate. I'm trying to avoid opening another fucking set because I just fucking put these in. But I think that I'm gonna have to. They were like fucking dry as hell when I took them out. Enjoy your lurk. Give me a second, guys. I need to check to see if I have fucking contacts in my bag. Can't see shit. Oh, yeah. Alright, I got a pair. Oh, shit, I got like 2 pair. Oh, fuck. I got a pair of reds. Shit. Ooh, fucking. Might as well put the costume lenses in. Oh, God. Sorry. I know you guys want to watch shit, but I can't see anything. My eyes are fucking stupid, I swear. Oh, you motherfucker. You're a fucking bitch. Don't mind me. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back, okay? They feel better though. The other ones were just so fucking dry. Couldn't see shit. They were just like sticking to everything. Make my eyes super sad. Hey, thank you for the follow. Oh my god. Thank you for the raid, Rui. Oh shit. I just came back just in time, huh? I had to change my contacts because I couldn't see anything. They were like super dry. What did you do today? How was your stream, Rui? Do you want to see what I did today? This is number 4. I'm in the middle of, well, I'm on the tail end of a sketch marathon. On Sundays, I take a list of sketches, and I try and do them all with varying degrees of success. Well, awesome. If you have pictures of what you worked on, you can post a link in the chat. I would love to see. So as far as what I did today, so this is number 4 that we just started working on. Today we warmed up with this piece here. The second piece that we did was this piece here. Thank you. And then we just finished this one, which is the beast for tonight. So that's what we did tonight. Come on and show me your code. Okay, let's do it. Let me see what her hair looks like. So this is Ophelia from Final Fantasy Tactics that we're kind of... She just kind of has like split bangs. She's got her hair down and then like 2 kind of braidy things. pleasure, Rui. Thank you for bringing your people here. I'll try to take good care of them. Where the fuck are my... No, I want that one. No, I don't want this one. Oh my god, why so loud? God damn.またならばいつものベッドの上手のタバコで思うわあなたの肌私は征服できるたった一人この愛すべき存在をどうにかしたいバカする頃を夜かのが色をかけるける愛よ一つになる瞬間を Okay. Tashi wa hoshii mono dake o tada hitasura 手に入れてゆく人生を全うしたい爆作絶え強烈な絆を避け No one stops me. No one drives me crazy. Nope, I draw a lot of dudes. I draw a lot of twinks, actually. I feel like I do a pretty even distribution of girls and twinks slash twunks, I suppose. I feel like recently I've probably been drawing more dudes just because of projects and stuff. I feel like commercially I get hired to draw more women though. Get that shit. think my eyes are just fucking being stupid. These contacts are also being stupid. I think my eyes are just fucking crazy dry. I know, they are. Sucks. Alright, so I think I'm gonna call it. Because my eyes are fucking drying up and killing me. Oh, let's see. I guess I gotta raid somebody. Oh, fuck. Let's see if I can find somebody to raid. Or if I'm gonna give up and just sign off. Thank you. Oh my goodness. We had some fun. Alright, let's see who's on. Alright, everything's in French. Alright. Yeah. But I'm gonna take you guys somewhere first. Oh my god, I found somebody who's doing stuff with their hands and they're not a VTuber. Oh my god. Ugh. Alright, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. If you don't already follow me on social media, you should do that so that you can see the photos that I posted of all the pieces from tonight. Anyways, I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good time with this person. Bye-bye.